We're running a little bit late, as you can tell, but that's okay. It's Saturday morning. Our speaker is on their way. There was a little bit of scheduling confusion, but that's okay too. Everything's fine. Thank you for being here. Hope you all had a great time. For those of you who this is day one for you, welcome. As I said yesterday, if this is your first Teardown, double welcome. We're super excited to be back after 4 years, and we're always looking for new people, new communities to join us and us to join them. We have some logistical things to go over, so you all hopefully went to the farmer's market. If you haven't, that's where we're doing breakfast and lunch today, handing out these little wooden tokens, and you can use those throughout the day. If you didn't use ones for breakfast, you can keep them for lunch. If you don't use ones for lunch, bring them back. They're not served local. I want to use them for later, but we'll use them. Those we use. The coffee shop downstairs on the entry, the first floor, is open just for us. You still have to pay for the coffee, but they're there for it, and they have pastries and things like that. So they'll be here today and tomorrow. Please patronize them. Let's see. We'll have snacks again. It's great to see so many people at Monetization last night. We're doing something similar tonight at Control H, which is the pediatricmakerspace.org, I think. It's on the map. You can see it in the schedule. So that'll be super fun. Tomorrow night, there's no farmers market. We'll have food on premise though, and then afterward, we're all headed to various places in North Portland for more fun. There's retro game bar. There's a Korean joint. Might be our office. So for those of you sticking around through Sunday night, we'll have that. I think the schedule is accurate as of right now for today. There were a few things that might have, that were on the cusp of changing but didn't, so I think we're all good. Got a lot of feedback from people yesterday. Thank you very much. We'd love to hear more, good and bad, suggestions, comments, questions, whatever. Just grab me or anyone else, any other staff on me as well. Looking forward to a great day.
Hello, everybody. Hopefully you're still awake. Yesterday was a long, really exciting Energizing day, so hopefully that makes you sort of refreshed for today and not sleepy. It's going to be really, really amazing again. And I wanted to mention a couple of things for those of you who are new. I'm Nandini from SETI, and we run our technology lab. We've been partnering Teardown, I think every year that it happened. We were in an organization called Making Code before. But we're open year round. Our lab is open for anybody to come and play, and with lots of different technologies. So talk to me if you want to be involved in our local or not. We do remote speakers and workshops and hackathons and projects. But I want to mention a couple of local logistic things. For those of you going to Control H at the end of the day, do not walk there. It's a long way. There is a yellow line max that you can jump on here that goes practically right there, so I would encourage that. For the farmers market, there are lines. It's amazing. If you want to know specific things, come and ask me. But there are food for lunch. There are food stalls at this end of it. It's about 3 blocks, and food stalls at the south end that are cooked food. If you're looking for actual cooked food, there is some amazing. There's a stall that has pierogies. There's stalls with tamales. There's stalls with there's just lots of different things to explore. There's also cherries for the second week, and so really good cherries. Really good strawberries, amazing sugar snappies if you just want to munch on them, and amazing little various colors and flavors of radishes if you just want to munch on them as well. But yesterday I told people our intention was to have messy but very participatory meetings that build community, and some of you have come up and had ideas, including having tracks around LEDs or tracks around wearables or reaching out to people much earlier, having supporting speakers who are having more heart. Any ideas you have, please bring it to us. This was we really wanted to do this and start it up again, so this was a little bit more DIY that we can start thinking about next year's Teardown now. So bring us ideas. And hopefully we've talked a long enough, but maybe the speakers are almost
Yeah, I'm not going to just drone on at you. We'll wait until Mohammed shows up. He's on his way to talk amongst yourselves and enjoy. Thanks very much.
And yeah, bring us suggestions all day tomorrow too. Yeah, find us. Oh, and today we cleaned out the lab a little bit so that it doesn't look like a pile of wires that people are checking out and doing stuff. So come check it out during lunch. I'll try to hang out there if you want recommendations to tell us too.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. So first of all, my apologies for the being late. And I'll give you one excuse, but I think the first time I'm going to use it. I just came last night from Japan, so I was a little bit shifted, and I thought it's 10:30. So thank you for hanging out, and I apologize again for being late. My name is Mohammed Qasim. I am the co-founder and CTO of a company called eFabless, and I will present today. I'll talk a little bit about what we've done around the openness or the democratizations, the word that's being used all the time, but I believe it's being used here appropriately, of the custom ASIC. And we'll show you some history of that and some of the things we've done and some of the things that I think we'd like to do together. So my background is analog mixed signal circuit design, and I used to work at Texas Instruments in the wireless group until 2011. And I have chips in many of the phones that whether you can like them or not, basically you could hate the phones, but now you know the reason. For Nokia phones, a lot of them. That was when Nokia was Nokia, and then more recently, where I was towards my departure, the Motorola and Amazon devices. There was a device called OMAP, and I was responsible for all the analog mixed signal on it. So I also, and pretty much one of the reasons I evolved to become who I am is tinkering. So I blew up things until today, but long time ago, that's how it started when I was a kid. I do have, I open devices sometimes destructively and just to destroy them and see what's going on, because I couldn't tear them down appropriately or gracefully rather, and end up buying another one just to use. Or actually to understand what's going on in these devices and analyze how we can proceed further if we wanted to have an open source custom ASIC solution for some of these devices. So we believe, or I believe in the world needs custom ASICs. And historically, the custom ASIC is cornered in the world of high capital. And it's actually, a lot of it was driven by the smartphone. So the size and the power requirements and the performance requirements, and the leakage and battery life have driven the world into designing things in different ways. Of course, the cost as well. And I have witnessed that at Texas Instruments myself, because we would, every 2 years, we have to come up with a new chip for the next generation of the phones with a different technology node, from 180 nanometer in the year 2000 all the way to where I left. It was 20 nanometer in 2011. And there are reasons for that. Obviously, some of that may be clear from the Intel life cycle of kind of a Moore's law in reduction of the size of the transistor and the packing density. So the bottom line is the phone, in my opinion, drove the low power need for compute. Today, we're coming back into the world of so-called Internet of Things, which a word or expression was used back in 2010 as well. But the way I see it is we're getting that, after integrating everything in the phone, we're dialing back and saying, well, let's chop it up and make it a bunch of things with different types of sensors in these devices around our life. So I would say maybe one of the best options are maybe an overkill of an IoT device, if you can shrink that phone with a wand to a dot, and just becomes, with its cameras and compute and power and communication available. So there is, and if you haven't seen it already, there will be people sometimes call it smart, enabling smart devices. Some people call it just automation, but it is exploding. And you look around, and then the term that's used, or I'd like to use, is that many of the devices are being converted to be citizens of the internet. And that means you give them the connection and the smartness to do so. The custom ASIC will be useful in enabling true customization of a lot of products. So today, living with the standard devices, whether it's ASICs, kind of at the closest part of it, is something we have to live with, because we have to live with it, and the cost of choosing to customize is prohibitive. So it's out of the question. Especially if it's a low volume product, something like on the right hand of the slide here, and so-called long tail, and probably seen that expression many times. And there will the ability to customize or optimize the software and hardware together at the ASIC level or at the electronics level has not been available in the low volume world. It's only been available on the high volume, and you can see it from companies like Apple has been driving that many years, and then more recently, by the way, they always did their silicon, except that they chose to change the cores into they always did their silicon for the phones, so versus the laptops. But the reason for that is that they wanted to have a combination of optimized hardware and software together, regardless of versus the other approach, which general purpose compute, increase speeds and performance, and then you put a same stack of software on it. So there will be the need for the right size compute and power. And I make this big statement. And again, when you're sitting down when we were doing the smartphone discussions about the chips, it was all spreadsheets about what architectures and what cost and power performance, and then you manually kind of with a bunch of people sitting around looking at, okay, we need to do this because we're going to optimize, get the same optimization, but for the application of the phone, which was driven a lot with the video and multimedia and gaming, in a sense, actually. So, and we need, in order to do that, one or two ways to generate these ASICs. It's either designers that know how to do it, or automation. I think the world's going to be a combination, because I think design in electronics or the hardware, or design in general, is an art, and there will be some things will be improved through automation for productivity reasons, but the designers will believe that there needs to be a significant increase, which means we need to change how it's being done. And why do we care? And some people, as much as as many years I've been in the chip development world, if you ask me that question, I wouldn't just give you these 4 bullets like this, because if you're inside that world, it's just natural. So there are many aspects or many ways to look at it, and they're just a subset, and they don't apply in all cases. So it's not going to be always the cost reduction or the performance or the size or the intellectual property. One thing I call is that when you design hardware from scratch, like even a certain device in your hand, any device, product, for the lack of the different devices, I'm just going to hold the phone again, or something like the Oura Ring, the smart ring. The knowing that you can customize the electronics gives you more flexibility in the form factor design. So, and that actually, knowing that coming in, it allows you to make better decisions on the form factor or the power or the overall design of a product if you know that this is a tool in your bag that you can actually do that, versus living with the existing Lego pieces, which they have certain sizes. They may not be fit to be put in one place. And a lot of people do the ASIC solution for something like what's on the slide here, which is just replacement of some or old solutions that logic doesn't exist, which is still a big deal actually. And it's not necessarily just, I'm not talking here about today in the US, for example. This is worldwide. So what we wanted to do, or we want to do together, is to simplify the process and make it available to everyone. And that gets me to a point where if people looked at the world before the app stores, whether it's Apple, the Apple App Store or the Play Store from Google or others, in order to build software product and sell it, you come up with an idea and you want to start putting it as a product and sell it. So just imagine what do you need to do. So in the best case scenario, you have the technical capability to do it all, and then now you need to find a customer. Now you need to find the time to do it, and who's paying for it, et cetera, et cetera. So what happened with the app stores, they really provided certain pieces that made that explode to millions and beyond, thousands or hundreds of thousands. And actually just maybe the numbers here, if you calculate them right, I may be off big time, but you can see the difference after the app stores, you can see how many final product in form of apps show up. And then also, so that primarily what happened is the SDKs they made a structured, standardized approach to do that with a certain minimum level of quality. That's very important. And the second is there is a business process, so the developers can follow and go through it. And the third is connecting to customers and knowing what the market actually needs. Now, in the app stores, it's a little bit tricky because most people, they think and guess what the market needs, and then because you can actually put it in the marketplace, you see what happens. So I always give the example of Angry Birds, just as a, it's a theoretical thing. I made it up, but actually it's a good way to look at it, is that if you imagine the developers of Angry Birds, maybe some is here, I don't know, standing in front of an investor saying, I want to develop this game with a slingshot shooting birds. And it's going to have on the other end 2 movies, Angry Birds 1 and 2, and it's going to be like massive household name. Nobody knows what would have happened, but I'm claiming that it would have been hard to make the case for investment for this. So, but because of the app stores and the capability that exists, they just do it. They just start to do it, put it, and then have the market judge it. And I think this is the same approach will apply to hardware if we do it right, whether it's based on custom ASIC or not. So we can do the same. We believe we can do the same for the design, and we can extend it to a large number of people as well. So if for those of you who are familiar with just the high level without getting into the very detail, is that there are a lot of shackles and a lot of barriers. One of them is money, but actually, even if you have it, it's hard to get the rest. So you have to get software from software companies. You have to get access to the technology information from a foundry. And even if you get that, maybe the money is going to help you for making the manufacturing possible for you to try something. Let alone the NDAs, which are very interesting because you don't sign an NDA with someone who you don't know or you don't know how to sue. That's how the companies look at it. So it's very hard to get that signed and done, no matter, even if you sign it. So in the chip world, if I wanted to apply the same example of an SDK in the software, I'll have to at least look at these 6 items here. So I want to know, what's out there, what people need. I don't, for a given chip design or a system, I don't have all the knowledge myself, one person, so probably need other people. And they need blocks. So if you're building a chip, you're starting not from scratch. So you're gonna, if you're familiar with the process, you're gonna find that if you need even a peripheral like SPI, that's an IP, that's something you need to acquire, it has cost. Example also ARM IP or ARM cores. The EDA tools, the so-called the PDK, and the PDK, I'm just, without having any graphical illustration, it's basically a bunch of models that represent what can be manufactured. So it's a way to have the designer to know in their hand what's possible to manufacture. So you don't do something that's not manufacturable. And it's represented in a bunch of models and files that gets work along with the EDA tools. And then after doing all that, then the manufacturing itself costs money. And if you manufacture it, you want to test it. So on the right-hand side of this slide, I say useful. I actually mean to end up in a product. So that's a very important piece versus a test chip for tinkering, which is a great thing to do. But as I go through and move forward, you're gonna find that I vouch a lot for that because it lifts up the ecosystem big time. There are examples of partial solutions that are around the world. So people will say, I want to go create shuttles or aggregation, and there are systems that would have less of a criteria or to have you sign an NDA, so they exist, but they don't provide a solution. Most of them, they come with the shackles of academic purposes. So if you want to do this, and even if you're in a university, and then you have access to all this, and actually this is a phenomenon that I see with professors, not all of them, but just call it 20% of the professors that I talk to, they say, I have everything. Well, so this is the effect of, you fly F-16s, you get trained on them, and then you get out of school, there are no F-16s out there, you can't get them, okay? You have to go work somewhere else, So it's just sad to be, I think it's not sad, it's not consistent with the progress of the industry to have this captive to this date, or to at least 3 years ago until we all started to be captive within a certain subset of boundaries, or I'm not going to say subset of people, but especially within boundaries of access, money, or otherwise. So when we started, I wanted to solve the problems one by one, but I really, when I started, I did focus on the EDA aspect. I said, first, let's check to see if there are software out there that actually can people do anything useful with it, or good. I was comfortable with that because when I worked at TI, believe it or not, so because my team, we were working on we were the design team that works on any technology first time. So everything is inaccurate. Simulation models are not good enough. Tools are, you have to hack them a lot. So, let's say I didn't think that the open source software that's out there is any different. Actually, I thought it's maybe better because I can actually talk to other people with the freedom of openness. So I literally traveled around the world, identified first who did something successful with a simulator, a router, synthesizer, or whatever. So I went and basically sold them, let's say, let's get together and do something to make real chips and real products. There's a lot of skepticism that eventually worked out. Now, if you notice the small text here, which is something that I'm not intended for you to read it right here, but there is a word open source. is just all over the place. And that's actually where we're going to go. So as I mentioned, I looked around, like literally, I had a collaborator with me who we had this massive table of matrix of what tools exist and what they can or cannot do, and actually trying them. So that was the start. And you can give these tools to anyone, to anywhere, without the permission of anyone. And anybody has an idea, they can use them right away. And I applied that on analog and digital. And the reason I'm putting this specifically here, because there is sometimes perception that the analog is actually less served. It is less served in terms of quality of or user experience, but it is there. So it's actually, as a matter of fact, it's easier to work with it in open source. So this is kind of obvious. Why should be open source? But it's hard to actually do it in the semiconductor world to actually make that case. Because it's actually, I'll say this, and I'd like to say it publicly, and I keep saying it, is that the semiconductor industry is the industry that least benefited from its own progress. So we increased the compute capabilities and the ability to, the computers have evolved significantly, but the productivity and the ability to generate chips and the way we do create chips haven't changed for decades. So, and I can challenge that, at the bigger picture level versus just a specific design. So we all know that. So when we did this, I started saying, well, let's go do some ASICs with the tools first to take some risk. And we did a few of them. So this was just a few analog blocks put together with this SPI around them. And it was done with open source tools. Slide changed. Oh, yeah. This is a second chip. It's actually one of the big transformative chips in the whole discussion that's come forward. It's a RISC-V microcontroller. And again, the only thing that's actually two things are open source here at a high level. The core, which was a RISC-V core. And then the second is the actual chip, the top level. But because of the time when we did it, there were no open source analog blocks. So we just had to live with it. This is another version of that. So they were actually intended to actually blaze the trail and say, okay, it's possible. We had, once we did this, we had actually, because if it's an open source chip, the security aspect of that appeared. I wasn't actually very privy to that, and I learned it over time. Is that, so we got approached by NAC Israel, and their approach was like, they found this, you guys have the only open source actual chip that we can use for as a root of trust to verify. Now, obviously, to verify that doesn't have Trojans. There are holes in that argument because you can verify the chip design or code that doesn't have any Trojans, but by the time it gets manufactured, you need to trace out the supply chain all the way to know that's actually clean. But in that case, at that time, that was the first chip. So they used it as a co-processor to do that. And their case was, it's a small chip, inspectable. I can prove that it's clean, and I know what's in it exactly. So we designed these 4 chips with open source tools, and with no intervention from or use for any. This was actually an important thing, is that we needed to stay clear of any contamination because to keep things clean. Second thing, I mentioned the PDK. The PDK is it's the library. Call it the library for now. If you compare to the FPGA world, it's you have the software that comes with the FPGA plus the library, the target library, and the FPGA. So the PDK is similar thing for the Foundry. So they're in a very interesting twist of events. We partnered with Google and Skywater, the Foundry. And Skywater, actually, for the background, it is the Foundry that is a spin-off of Cypress's. So Cypress is products that are PSOC specifically, for example. If you're familiar with it, they were manufactured on Skywater. especially the SkyWater 130 that's mentioned here. So the results of that led to another foundry to follow through, and Global Foundries, which actually created two things: a small foundry doing something, and a big foundry, the second largest in the world. So these were two score points, made other people question, how come? Why? Anybody that comes later is going to be the third, and then the next one is going to be fourth. So the third one was the IHP from Germany. They did it on their own, and they saw the benefit of that. And the benefit is that more people will actually be able to design, and statistically speaking, that means more potential business. So I like to use the word viral here, because that's what happened when the PDK was published for the first time in June 2020. And this is, compared to other open source projects on GitHub, and you can tell the span here is about 7 years, but that's what happened in less than a month. It's almost like the world was waiting for that statistically, the download aspect, of this typically take, tens over a year, or maybe a month. It was happening at like 300 times a week, or for 2 years. So it's a lot. And we get, a lot of people are assembled around it, and this would be an interesting community because the discussions are around the chip development in different aspects, chips or software related to it, or embedded hardware, or compute. And I encourage everyone to go there because it's unique. If you're used to the NDA world of the chip development, you'll be shocked how much of that is actually no longer under NDA for these technologies. So the marketplace, and I won't press on that too much, but the objective, at least from a company like eFabless, was to reach to that level where you have everything you do, but also I want to give you ability to monetize that, because that's an important piece, and reach the market. And it's still in its start, so we're still working on that. And the goal for this would be something like this. It would be, the community would be able to develop what they think are good ideas, and they put them in the marketplace for the market to judge it, or the other way around, which is system companies that want to develop chips, they can do that either themselves or through the community. And I mean here community, I mean everybody that, whether individuals, universities, companies, big or small. So speaking of the SDK, so it's building a standard to build on. So we did, this was a part of the project we did with Google, is to build a baseline template chip that's available, and it has a standard interface in the middle that the designer just focuses on it. If you look at it this way, you don't start from scratch. Number two is that the knowledge required to develop something goes down. So you'll focus. I honestly think so. ESD, reliability, IOs, all these are things we have to expose the function of the thing we designed to the world. So you may actually have the perfect chip, but you screw up the ESD or the IOs, or it's not going to work. And it happened to us actually. But having that designed as a starter helps. And then we created a way to integrate that. And because we have an interface, standard interface, we can put a board attached to it. And then that board, you can actually plug it into USB and actually start with it. So it becomes, and I have that board, I'll pass it around, but this is the most recent version of it. But it actually helps to simplify the process, to start from a known point and work your way out of there. This chip actually is a RISC-V microcontroller by itself, a bare bone. It has a logic analyzer, it has some peripherals, and it works with an external flash. And everything in it is open source. This is the tools were open source, the PDK was open source, the entire design will be out there. And if you haven't seen that chip, if you go to GitHub, link. One of the things that out of the program with Google and was in order for these things to be successful, we needed to have some sort of reproducibility. So if it's just a design and thrown out there and you look at it, it's actually useless almost. But having the intermediate steps and the files and the documentation. So this was actually one important thing. So we put a standard structure for this. It's not perfect, but it led into people starting putting more information. And the working with the Google team was interesting because coming from the chip world, like the hardcore hardware, well, not hardware chip, specifically the chip, with the traditional development process, working with the Google team, the software guys that are very saying, okay, I don't know how to deal with the DRC or all that physical stuff. I just want it to work and it be tested with CI. Some really cool things that have never been applied on the chip development cycle. So it's very, very cool to actually have that knowledge diffusion coming both ways. So you end up with this, and you get a board, and this is actually a picture of the most recent board. We have two types of parts, packaging, CSP, and QFN. And one of the events, call it unfortunate or fortunate, we had a bug in the IOs in one of these chips. So actually, a lot of the designs became stuck in jail. So this, we came up with a way to understand. It's almost like playing with a key lock until you're able to unlock it. So we did this with software. So we had a Nucleo board from ST that actually would characterize the chip and would determine what tweaks we need to make in the software to make the IOs work. So we ended up being a tester. So we developed this board. So now not only can you just do it, you can test it. And then the white little daughter board or breakout board here, it was interesting because speaking of simplification, if I give you a bunch of parts on the CSP, that's not simple. If you really want to simplify it, depends on who you are, obviously, but or what you're passionate about. But if you really want to make it simple, you need to. So we gave both. So we ended up with the breakout boards and parts. Mostly on the left of this is actually just how the most recent testing process that we applied, just with the Vigilant, the 82s kits. And in this setup, I put a dedicated computer. This is running Python. It will just go through the chip functions and verifies them. This is one of the examples that was done with a Stanford student in a course, and which was possible because it was the time required to design was actually possible to fit within the course cycle rather than starting from scratch. These are, I'm just flashing them here to show, one of the new things that have been done here is the silicon validation. So typically there is verification dashboards and test benches. This one is jumped all the way to doing it with the setup that I just showed earlier, but it confirms that we have to do it to confirm that what we verified in simulation is validated. We did it in 2 different chips, 2 different foundries. So, and this is part of it to show that you have a baseline chip that's actually, if you have doubts about it, it's not good. So now we came to, after all this, abstraction of knowledge is important. And this is, again, doesn't exist, but I'm just using it for, I want to get to the right hand of the slide, okay? So now there's a flow, that software that takes from RTL Verilog to the GDS to that block, generates that. Well, if we go backwards a little bit, what can I do more? So we used different things to put in there to make easily interfaceable to what people know. Now, first we started with that flow. It's an open source digital design flow back end. It will take you from the Verilog all the way to GDS. And usually you have to tweak it and do some configuration changes and so. But you ask, based on the discussion, I'll kind of use the comment from Tim Ansel here from Google. Again, I don't know what a DRC is. I don't know how to fix it. I don't care. I want it just to get done. And even if I had bigger area or lower performance. So if you think this way, this is completely against the DNA of a semiconductor industry. You would actually enable, conservatively, I'll say 1,000x more people to do it because it becomes like software compilation. And a part of that, actually thanks to the persistent interaction with Google, is that the bottom part of the chip here, which we call it the management area, this is the RISC-V core plus the peripherals. It was generated by through LiteX, and it's for those who don't know LiteX, it's the ability to actually through Python interface to write or configure or target different designs to different FPGAs. So we just added another target for ASIC, and it was interesting to actually make it work. And it's not fully flushed as something that's out of the box usable, but we've proven the concept, and some things are still work in progress, including this concept. One other way of abstraction, one of our community members, his name is Matt Venn, created Tiny Tip Out, and that took it to a different level and said, okay, I don't want you to even do Verilog. I'm just going to give you a schematic editor on the top left, and you hook up a few things with a lot of restrictions, and you only have certain small area, or this area, and then I'm going to take this and stick it into 250 ways inside the big chip and multiplex them. So this way, actually, we have high school program that did that, and you end up with, and we started thinking it's going to be a high school, but after doing it, it's actually pretty cool to sit down for 2 hours and try something, whether it's your high school or not. So it became very appealing to many people, including myself. So there was in order to innovate, you need to keep tinkering and try and fail and learn. So there was a bigger issue here in that if I'm going to do this with silicon, it's a little hard. It costs money, and this is where the Google Open Silicon Prototyping Program came in place, and this was over 22. Google funded manufacturing of shuttles for using the environment or the tools that were available. With an interesting condition is that there's no judgment except that your design is clean, manufacturable. It's a lottery, and people get into it, and with the also restriction that it's open source. Everything is open source, which is a good restriction. So since we chose that, an example here is that one of the things we did is that since we fixed the tile size, this shot here is the mask, the full mask. So we divided that into the 42 slots. 2 of them, the gray ones, are gone to the Foundry. But when the first shuttle was open, it was very quickly populated. Just in case you think about it, the first time it was like a little bit of a, if we open this to the party and say, okay, we're going to have ASIC design sitting inside this party, how many people will show up? You'd be nervous. So we got the first hint very quickly. And from companies, individuals, it was great. So to just see what's happening, and this is number 1 and number 2, and then you can see that people use it differently. So just as different designers do different things, and just for fun, after I got this, I just put them together and side by side. They're not the same aspect ratio, but it was manual sort in a sense. It's actually important to say that the simplification worked. So about many people, 60% were of the people on the doing designs were first time, coming from either software or the FPGA world, or chip designers that never did before, never had the chance. And about 1/3 identify as software developers. We did a couple of test chips in the beginning, and then if you see here, there's MPW 1 through 8, and then there's one, it's an MPW 0 for another foundry. So this process worked with growth over time. So more and more people actually do and show up and do designs. It was another interesting point when we tried another foundry. So you would have 40 slots in one manufacturing run and another one in parallel. That was a little bit of two parties at the same time. And it was overwhelmingly booked. Well, the booking here is a lottery. So how many people in the lottery was much larger than 45, which is 45 over 40 versus 90 or 88 over 40, and it keeps going. This was a little bit of fun. So we made sure that we do this on every chip. So if you do it and look at it on the microscope, you find that. And this is actually, it was decapped and imaged by John McMaster, a community member who's doing these things just in his garage. And, just many people have gotten into it, companies, as I mentioned, and universities and individuals. These are some examples of the work that's been done. And because we didn't say who does what, people came up with their own variety of applications. So, and then you can take a look at this, offline, but I encourage you to do that because you'll see the full design. This was an interesting one because you actually get the whole thing to work on a video. They developed an FPGA, and this is an FPGA with the software to implement what we're seeing here as a demo. So so this chip on here is an FPGA, but it's a small one. And people can, there are different, some people do radiation hardening designs, or they're not radiation hardening or extreme environment design can be done in either design or process. So people, we've seen great things, including what I mentioned here, Matt Venn. He created a course, that 0 to ASIC course. You've probably seen it. And but again, smaller designs, multiplexes, and they work, and it's kind of cool. If you want to go see a lot of these projects, just go to eFabless.com/projects. And again, forgive the different levels of documentation and cover it, but it's large number enough that you'll see and you'll actually learn from. Now, we found once this happened, people said, oh, I don't want to open source my design. I want to use these things. I don't want to have a lottery. And I want to go on my own schedule. So we created something called Chip Ignite at eFabless. And this is what brings me to the funding part. This is a commercial offering that brings the same technical offering that's in the program that was funded by Google. But it's actually, and the only reason I'm mentioning the numbers here is just because I spoke about funding in the title. So it's not like I'm trying to sell here in a sense, in a direct way, but just wanted to show that it is because of the optimization of the structures and making it the mask single tile and several things gone through to make that go to that price. And that price is not for area. So people compare this, tend to say that's compare it with other, how many millimeters do you have? Well, I'll say this is a 10 millimeters squares that have electricity and plumbing and a frame, and you get in and finish rather than just having an empty lot. You have to deal with it. So, and it's designed to also jump into low volume. And we're still, making that work even better. Now, if you calculate, so $20,000, you get 1,000 parts, that's $20. That's a very expensive proposition compared to a unit or a part that you buy for equivalent function. The only difference is actually it's your part. You can, and this is including all the masks and everything. There's no other costs. So the exercise of knowing the value is important. We we did a bunch of options. Some people asked for a bigger design space. So, and there's a version of this, analog and digital. And again, it's the same interface. One of the things that actually led to the cost to be low, or the package is the same. So it's the same package, no change in package. Yes, less flexible, but if it's not working exactly, then that solution is not fit for you, but it solves it for a lot of other people. And then there's the IP. This is interesting because even though in the open source world, there's a lot of things that are going to happen, but we created a way to mix between the open source and not. So I'll tell you that the chip that Caravelle, there is a version that's coming out soon. It's ARM-based. So instead of a RISC-V core, it's an M0. And that was interesting because ARM wanted to do that, except it's not going to open source the design. Just the hardware is going to be available. The chip itself is going to be available, but anything you put in it, it's yours. And we're working on that library, and this is a community effort. So I will, if we talk offline, it's going to be call to action. Say, we need to, knowing that you can actually do it, we need to develop these things. Now, here's the twist. So after just full declaration, eFabless, Synopsys is an investor in eFabless, equity investor. How did that happen? What's the incentive? So because of the community of designers that are around us, it was very interesting proposition to say, as a company, Synopsys wanted to get ahead of that and said, I want to put my tools in the hands of the community as well. And now the open source EDA is considered a funnel opener. Many people can use it. Hundreds of thousands can use it. And then you can, if you want to have that option. 5 minutes. So this is going to come in more news. It's going to come around it. We're going to be adding additional features for that, for Synopsys support. These are examples just for something we did with high school and a community college and for education purposes. And just for the interest of time, these are all examples that are good and they were first time happening. One last thing here is that in this 5 minutes, I'll say, well, okay, it's still 10K. So I did the first campaign and Josh held that against me and somewhere else, but it's called Clear. So I said, okay, let me start with that. So in literally like a couple hours, I said, okay, let's have this program where we're going to make a very small FPGA that's completely open source and call it Clear. And I wrote the page for it in a couple hours with some pictures and examples. And it wasn't overwhelming. It was intended to say, okay, I can actually come up with the money to make my own idea and fund it. It wasn't overwhelming funding, but it was funded. So now, if I didn't have the money, I can go crowdfunding, get market support or community support, and actually do it. This was done by eFabless itself. This one was done by another team, and it's actually the chip is in the fab right now. Again, call them test vehicles because we're still starting, but I do encourage, and I think we're going to find good ways to work with crowd supply and making that even easier. And then you'll find examples, a lot of examples here. Twitter has been a rich medium to keep doing these things on them. And then I'll keep that just to see what's going on around the community. This was a picture just I wanted to show. This is actually temperature testing for the board that because we wanted to have a complete setup with a camera that they can remotely actually play with it, and you can take that chip for a spin even if it's not. So.
Do you have plans for more than like 1,000 units?
Yes. So.
Is the pricing available online?
Not yet. So the threshold, so I'll tell you just a rough example, like 10,000 is 130. So $13, and then you can keep going down. The threshold which it's going to make a difference, like if you're doing high volume, it's not going to make sense. Okay, so if you don't have high volume, you don't need this. You have your solution. You don't need a. The good thing about this is that you can start and put it in the market and then see what picks. Yeah. So I think I'm done, at least for now, and then I can answer any questions now or through conversations. I'll be happy to. But the one message I'll give here is actually go do it. Go, as the slides are available, go to the github.com/efabless and get started. When I say get started, you literally clone a repo, run a make command, and you'll get an example from A to Z done in front of you that you can actually do it again and get your hands with it. And there's a lot of community support around it as well. So it is no longer an enigma. Just you can start and then modify from there. Thank you. Yeah.
And then there's probably a lot of questions. We're going to hold them to the breakout session later today. So Mohammed will be there. The breakout session today is 5 o'clock. It's the Open Silicon breakout session, and we'll take all those questions there. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your attention. One announcement real quick. There was a schedule change last night. The intro to soldering Atari console is scheduled at 4 p.m. It is 1 to 3 instead. Okay, everyone get to make second floor. Thanks very much.
Thank you for the talk.
Woo! You're welcome. Okay. How was it?
Good.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you. I want to thank you because
We eliminated half of our yeah, because half of the kids want to. All right, so very simple stuff we have here today. Really, are you going to want to use the down? There you go. Okay, so all right, so we will. What input does that? Okay. It should be fine. So yeah, if you want to bring that up, I will slide this to the side. Make room for it. Well, I mean, this is already set up, so if you want to put it on your drive. Oh, that would work, yeah. We have some input there for you. There we go. All right, I'll let you take it from here. And so, yeah, basically, we will stream one screen for your PDF that you're showing. There's will be the camera on you speaking. And let me get you your microphone. Sorry about that. Sounds like we're getting a little feedback. Let's turn that down a little. Sorry about that. Test. Okay, cool. Test. There we go. Much better. So if you want to just kind of have this in your pocket or some such, or clip it on somewhere, and then here's the microphone. This is the backup. And I'll leave it on the desk.
It's like here.
That'd be great. I think we're going to be okay.
So it's Q&A.
Like we got it going. Did you get the roads routed? What's that? Did you get the roads routed? Yeah. Okay. All right. This is our handy backup, just in case. Whatever.
Just throw this on the desktop.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, I'll add a local title for later.
What's that?
One little test. Oh, we're good.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Whenever you're ready.
All right. Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming to my talk on bootstrapping your Invention side gig. There's been a lot of stuff sort of in the same sort of theme around, which is awesome. Really good to see. This one's going to be probably a little bit different, more tilted towards sort of how to do it on the cheap. And kind of sharing a little bit about my adventure too. So who am I? My name is Ben Hankey. I'm the wizard electromage behind Pixel Blaze, which hopefully some of you have heard of. I have a software background primarily. Electronics was a hobby of mine until more recently. In 2016, I switched from a full-time job to consulting work and focused more on electronics, kind of teaching myself all the things that I had missed out on or filling in kind of gaps, that sort of thing. I've always really enjoyed that, really wanted to invent stuff, really wanted to create new devices, not just virtual, just software bits floating around in a computer that you can't see actual physical things. Pixel Blaze started as a weekend project. It was just sort of a hack to see if I could make this thing happen. Can you live code LEDs? And with a little bit of encouragement, I ended up polishing it up a little bit, writing a getting started guide, and threw it on Tindy in 2017. The very first version wasn't cheap. You know, it was for the BOM cost. It was actually fairly expensive. And at that point in time, it didn't have a ton of features, but people still really enjoyed it and people still really liked it. And that success sort of built upon itself. And it was a surprise to me. It was kind of a shock. It was an experiment that, you know, I was hoping for this outcome, but I wasn't necessarily expecting it. So it was awesome to see that. And I've continued to grow up from there in my spare time. In 2020, I started focusing more and more on Pixel Blaze. I invested in a pair of pick and place machines so that I could do the assembly and stuff myself. I'd started off just sort of tweezering the first handful that I sold on Tindy. Just, you know, paste, stencil, one board at a time, tweezered the little resistors and stuff on there, and grew it from there. Eventually getting a low-cost pick and place machine, and then another one, a reflow oven, and automation tools and stuff to keep up with the demand. Teamed up with Crowd Supply for the V3 launch in 2020, which was awesome. It was a great experience. And now I work on this full-time. So this is my full-time job. I've downscaled pretty much all of my consulting work, and I spend most of my time on Pixel Blaze related things, growing that business, the product, helping out the customers, and that sort of thing. And I make, ship, and support thousands of boards every year. So if you're interested in starting an Invention side gig, first you have to become an entrepreneur. And the key thing about this is motivation. Like, why would you want to do this? Why would you want to turn something that's otherwise a fun hobby project into a business, into your job? Like, seriously, why would you do this? And as part of that, you have to kind of sort of filter it out into, is this a hobby project or is it a product? And one kind of simple thing that you could use to sort of help decide whether or not this is one or the other is that most folks won't buy a project. They'll buy a product, something that helps them solve the problem that they have. But they aren't necessarily, not all of us, some of us obviously are, but a lot of people won't buy something where it just needs a lot of work. They're interested in using something in order to achieve some of their goal. So my first piece of advice for this is don't quit your day job, or do. You know, if you know that this is right for you and this is the right time and you have the financial security to dive in and do it, by all means, like, go for it. But you don't have to. You can start small. You can start as a nights and weekends kind of thing. You can keep your regular day job and sort of grow from there. transitioning more into this as it takes off, or does it? But really, do what's right for you. But don't expect it to be an overnight success necessarily. Something that you could quit your full-time job and then a month later you're making back the same kind of income. It probably won't work like that. It might. You'd be lucky, but it probably won't. Selling a product means product development. You have to take this thing, not just a project or circuit board or something that you could use personally, but something that someone else can use, again, to solve some sort of problem, but also give them the tools so that they can use that. You have to kind of put yourself in their shoes, understand where they're at, how would they be using this thing, what would they be using it for, and keep in mind that there's going to be a wide variety of expertise and knowledge and that sort of thing. So you have to kind of understand a little bit more about that and treat it more of a product. And there's a lot of stuff that goes into product development. You're going to want to test your idea before you invest it. This is, again, if you don't have a ton of money. If you want to just buy, tens of thousands of dollars worth of equipment, you don't need my permission to go and do that. But if you don't have that kind of budget, what you want to do is you want to look to test your specific idea to see if there's something there that's worth investing so that you know that you're going to get your return on investment there. Again, this is sort of with the budget conscious kind of focus. So proofs of concept, barely working versions are really great. They can help identify if there's something there, something that's worth spending more time and resources on. Lean manufacturing and lean software development methodologies are also really good and can help you there. Most of the Pixel Blaze boards that I built were sort of built on demand. I didn't have a huge stockpile of things. And there's a couple of different ways that you can do this, but it gets kind of tricky between going to like a CM and getting really high volume discounts and just sitting on tons and tons of inventory versus sort of a leaner manufacturing where I'm building the boards just in time. I might have a batch of the PCBs, and when supply shortage was around, I would buy massive amounts of chips just to have the stock. But I could revise that design, I could tweak or change things, I could adjust as necessary. I didn't have a huge backlog of stock that I had to work through because I was building these on the fly and making changes necessary. And you don't need to invest a fortune to get started making and selling at least circuit board type products, and even to some extent plastics. With some of the 3D printing services, you could print a lot of stuff on your printer and kind of scale that up through some services before you go and invest thousands of dollars in injection molding and things like that. And you definitely want to refine and iterate. So keep in mind that once you build something, once you release it into the world, you're going to start getting valuable feedback, and you want to iterate on that. Take in and solicit user feedback. How is this working for them? What pain points were they experiencing? How can you make it better? You probably have some idea of that, but if you treat this more of an evolution of the product as opposed to I designed it perfectly from the very get-go, I spent years and years and years on this, and I released it to the world. It's much easier to have a successful product if you do that in smaller steps and iterate on it. More about product development. Unfortunately, it's more than just designing something that's cool. If it was just that, there would be a whole lot more products out there in the world. Part of this is market research. So who will be buying this? What needs do they have? You want to get, again, prototypes in people's hands and get that early feedback proactively. Again, plan to release it early, probably earlier than you're comfortable with. And this is it's a hard, happy place to find between something that you're proud of, that you feel confident that somebody can use, and something that you've only spent enough time on in order to get it to the point where you can get it into somebody's hands and get that early feedback and iterate on it, make the next version better. You definitely don't want to hold it back until it's perfect, because that can become incredibly expensive, not just in terms of like how much investment you have in that specific design, but also just the amount of time that it takes. And to some extent, once we build something a certain way, we become sort of attached to it. It's not an experiment anymore. It's like, no, this is what it's supposed to be. And if you find that reality is a mismatch with this, it becomes harder to let go of those things that are not necessarily a good match when you've spent a massive amount of time on those things. Again, extra features can be added later. You just got to make it just good enough. The minimum viable product is definitely the hardest line to draw. Yeah, this is another small piece of advice is that early mistakes are usually less expensive than the time it would take to prevent all of the mistakes. So you could potentially spend, months or years perfecting and going and making sure that you've covered every possible corner case to make sure that you haven't released this product with any mistakes. But chances are there's still some in there. I mean, it's impossible to kill every bug. But those early mistakes are usually less expensive. If you make something good, make something reasonably good, but not necessarily perfect, get it out there and get that early feedback and fix those bugs early. Overall, you'll have spent less time and resources and energy in creating the end resulting product, and you'll have that feedback earlier, which again is super important. This is something that I've really been, drilled in on these last couple slides, but it's super important. Yeah, again, lean plus happiness. So I kind of take the lean principles, right? So don't do anything that doesn't add value to the customers or add value that customers are willing to pay for, unless it makes you happier. You have to have some quality of life here. So if it's making your job easier or you're happier, add that as well. Marketing is super important. You have to understand, more about your customers. What is in the market? What kinds of things might people be comparing this against? What are the price points? What already exists out there? So when I built PixelBlaze at first, there was sort of the very, very low end of these cheap LED controllers, just being pumped out by China, you could get for like $20 or something like that. And then the really high end stuff used, for like VJ, stuff in venues that are hundreds or thousands of dollars. And there really wasn't a lot in between. There's a lot of do-it-yourself type stuff. So there's great stuff out there with Arduino, and fast LED and things like that. But there wasn't really a good ready-to-go product that you could use other than these cheap LED controllers, which honestly, the LED patterns totally sucked on. So I ended up pricing just slightly above that. And part of that was just doing all that market research and kind of understanding where this worked. And so I had to find an intersection between what I thought the market was willing to pay for and also what was worth my time, right? So again, I have a BOM cost, which in PixelBlaze's case wasn't massive, but then the amount of time that I was spending, especially in the early days, the very first versions that I was building and putting on there, so I'm manually tweezing, like parts onto this board. I have to count my time for that for it to be worth my while for that. And so the original PixelBlazes were actually fairly expensive compared to their BOM cost or what you could get, in an Arduino, dev board, category of cost. But the product solved a problem for people, and people felt that was valuable, and they ended up buying it. And so I could keep working on it and iterating on it and making it less expensive and making it easier for myself as well. So here's some of the tricks, some of the stuff that I've learned along the way, which may be helpful for you. Again, this is tinted towards not a huge amount of capital investment up front. There's a lot of tools that you can use that are perhaps surprisingly inexpensive and effective. The first thing I would say is go surface mount, because you'll be glad that you did. And when you switch to automation, this is really sort of the way to go. So if you are like I was at a certain point in my electronics hobby project, working with through-hole components and things like that, they're not very easy to automate. There's a lot of extra work that goes involved in those, whereas surface mount technology is a lot easier to scale up. A hot air rework station was definitely one of the first tools that sort of unlocked that whole world for me. And I'm going back years and years and years. Many of you are probably already using surface mount components, but for anybody that isn't, trust me, it's a game changer. Definitely check it out. Once you go to any kind of scale or production, you can use something as simple as a $30 skillet for cooking and reflow like 200 by 200 millimeter boards or panels like at a time. And this is what I was doing with PixelBlaze for at least a year. And it can work. It's not the best. You have to keep an eye on it. It's very, labor intensive, So you basically put your panel down on here, you crank it all the way up, and you just watch the solder reflow. And once it's all cooked, you turn the heat off, you blow on it, you cool it off, and then you're good to go. You're done. There's no scientific, like, not even the microcontroller measuring the temperature curves or any of that kind of stuff. Just simple eyeballs and $30. But that was enough for me to build 25 pixel blazes at a time and crank them out. Soldering equipment, there's just a ton of really good soldering equipment out there. If you just need like an iron or something like that, like the Pine Sol is great. Those $100 Heiko soldering irons are awesome. Just a little side for solder. Chip Quick is okay in a pinch. They sell it in small jars, which is okay, great for getting started. Once you get into larger volumes and you can afford the GC10 stuff, it's freaking magic. Like, it's amazing. Like, no more solder bridges ever. The stuff's shelf stable. You don't have to refrigerate it. You could just like leave it in stencil for like 3 days at a time. It's I don't know what it's made out of. It's magic. But tweezing and doing these kinds of things one at a time it's labor intensive and it gets boring. And once you get to a certain scale, it's time to automate and go from there. So this is a pile of the first pixel blazes. The first set of pixel blazes that I had manufactured through a contract manufacturer, a small batch assembly. Which is a great service, fairly reasonable prices, local in the US. You buy all your parts, you ship it to them, and you give them the data sheet so that they can program in their machine and stuff, depending on like the tape orientation of the components and stuff like that. Turnaround time was about a month from when I had shipped the stuff out until they were able to complete the boards and send it back. There's a lot of extra logistics in that. You're going to need to buy and source the parts, do a bunch of shipping and labeling and stuff like that. But they're awesome to work with, especially since that was the first time, manufacturing any kind of boards of quantity. Having somebody that I could actually talk to and would, give some advice and, like, hey, there's a problem with this, but we can fix it and go from there, kind of thing. Overseas contract manufacturers are often cheap, but pretty difficult to get started with because they're not going to give you a lot of feedback. So you can expect some sort of trial and error there, and sometimes very expensive mistakes. So for example, JLC PCB, in my experience, will sometimes just totally mess up and then not own up to it at all, not really help you out at all for any of this kind of stuff. On the other hand, you can potentially go to the website, upload to BOM, kind of orientate some parts and get some stuff done fairly cheap. Just mind, once you hit a certain limit of volume, at least in the US, we have de minimis tariffs of $800. So anything that's going over $800 is going to get a 25% added bonus tax, which really sucks and can be a surprise and can be a really nasty surprise if you're trying to control your margins, especially on a higher volume product. And of course, then the other option, which is fun to see, as in Bride's talk on the pick and place for life choices, you can become a manufacturer yourself, which is what I did. I bought my first pick and place, ended up being around $5,000. It was $2,700, but then the shipping and then the tariffs that got added on top of that rounded up to about $5,000. These things are like finicky 3D printers. I expect to give it a lot of tender loving care and a lot of eyeball and a lot of tweaking and tuning and just making sure that it's doing something right. You're going to want something with at least feeders and vision. So the charm high that I have has something called drag feeders, where the head will go over, stick a pin and move the tape a little bit. It's got a ton of those because it's basically just like cut out CNC bits out of an aluminum block, as opposed to like a very fancy like electronic feeder. So it's not high cost, but the switch time of components is very high. So it takes a lot of time for me to kind of feed the tape through. It's not great if you're changing stuff out quite a lot, but at the very least, you want some kind of feeder system. There's some lower cost pick and place machines that have like little cut strips that you can load in there. And those are probably okay for prototyping, but I wouldn't even bother with any kind of production, any kind of volume production. I'd tweeze it, use a contract manufacturer, or go the next step up so you can actually crank out a lot of boards. Just to give you an example just of speeds, the charm highs that I have a pair of them now, and they can place around 2,000 to 3,000 components per hour. So together I'm sitting at like 4,000 to 6,000 components per hour if I can run these things in tandem. Whereas the other ones that are perhaps very precise, but they're incredibly slow, would become very tedious to watch for any kind of volume production. So while the charm highs are limiting and a little finicky, they're built for speed. Couple of benefits to this, it makes it a lot easier to prototype. So if I have a new design or a variation, I've already got the parts loaded in the machine. I can get an export of the position information from my CAD software to the machine in a couple of minutes and just spit out a board. And sometimes what I'll do is I'll have it populate all the stuff that I already have loaded in the machine, and then just kind of tweezer on the next couple of things for my prototypes. But it still saves me, tens of minutes just to go through that process. It does really help me understand the design for manufacturability aspects. It's something that I heard a lot about, and really, once you're manufacturing your own boards, you get a very much more enriched sense of what that means. So everything from the footprints, to the type of components that you're using, the pitch spacing, how long those pads are, how you're going to rework the board, the spacing between all the components, all becomes like a much better, more intuitive sort of sense when you are doing the manufacturing yourself and can fix and understand those mistakes and sort of iterate on that for the next version. Where I found with for example, the contract manufacturing is sort of a black box. Even with the people that I could talk to, if there was a big problem, I could obviously, they would say, hey, there's a big problem, we can work through this kind of thing. But even for the little stuff, like if the pad was just a little bit extra longer or not long enough, or, just the heat reflow profile of, like, for example, the thick ESP modules on top of a circuit board sort of thing. You get a much better sense of these things when you're the manufacturer yourself. Of course, this is more for you to learn and understand and kind of tinker with, but it's right there, and you can see and experiment with it. This takes a lot more of your time and space. So this is not necessarily something that you'd want to do unless you have the time to invest in this sort of thing. And the pick and place machines, I mean, they'll take up, a huge chunk of space, even the small desktop ones. Right, so program and test. So assuming your board has some sort of microcontroller or something on there that you need to load some firmware on, or has some functionality that you want to automatically test, it depends a lot on your product, but I would say it's not worth automating until you have some volume. It's possible to manually test just a handful of boards that you're doing this in the nights and weekends kind of thing. Once you start to build up that volume and you're dealing with a lot of these things, it starts to make a lot more sense. So when I started with the crowd supply campaign with version 3, I started with the image here on the left, which was just a single pogo pin programmer. And this is nothing super fancy. This is, you can't really see it from the image, but I just took a perf board and I soldered some pogo pins in there very carefully with some tweezers. And it was good enough to program in the, several hundred pixel blazes that went to crowd supply, and then the several hundred pixel blazes that continued to go to Mouser for stocking these things, as well as my own sales. Until, sorry, that should read 2022, not 2023. Last year, I actually sat down and I spent the time to design my own hat for Raspberry Pi, along with much better CAD for some 3D printed parts and stuff like that. So I could have basically a full set of pogo pins for all of the pins and signals that I was interested in automatically testing, along with some other extra stuff. So I have like a polyfuse in there in case there's like a short on the power rail or something like that. So I'm not like hosing the Raspberry Pi. But I could also then treat this as a sort of mini product, and I could crank out 5 of these things. And so now I have this sort of mini production line of these pogo jigs where they're done by the time that I can load the next one in, basically. So I can kind of keep this as a continuous production line with these things. But again, that wouldn't have made sense until I had the volume. There was a lot of time that I invested in designing those things. So that kind of gets into this. I don't know if you're all familiar with XKCD. This is definitely an amazing comic, but very, very informative chart here. So how long does it take to automate something versus how much time you do it manually? How much time are you going to save over time? And this chart is based on 5 years. I would say take that, at least go divide that by 5. because chances are when you're automating something like this, something is going to change, within 5 years. You may not, you'll be working on probably a different product at that point in time. So you may not see the payoff there. You definitely want to keep that in mind on this. There are some cases where it might save you the headache or the pain of doing this kind of stuff manually. It makes sense to invest it, even if it's not going to pay you back in time. But generally, you want to be mindful of this. Support and documentation. So when you have a product that you're giving into the hands of customers, especially an open source product, open source software, hardware, the source is awesome. It's great. It's amazing. But you also have to provide documentation because not all of your users are going to be able to go and read that entire code base and understand how to use this thing. Documentation is super important. How are people going to get started using your thing? All these things will save you tons and tons of time and will help get your customers onboarded and happier faster. How do you handle the support Q&A time? So somebody gets your product, they start using it, they have a question. How do you handle that sort of thing? So keeping these sorts of things in mind is super important when you are trying to do this. Look for ways to double the value of support Q&A time. So when I got started doing this, I had a fairly minimal but getting started document that would walk you through all the basics of how to set this thing up, how to use it, and that sort of thing. But there's 1,000,001 questions that I can't possibly anticipate. And so I would get questions by email. I started saving those responses so that I could use those later. Eventually, I got a forum/wiki hybrid called Discourse and set that up and started directing all my users there for support questions so that I could answer there. And it becomes basically a Googleable, wiki, at that point. People can go search like, hey, how do I do X with Pixel Plays? They'll just find this, answer that I wrote some time back. And then I don't have to answer that customer's question. So it saves myself time, but also saves the customer's time because they can get that immediate answer to their questions. FAQs, docs, etc. One thing I started doing was inserts for the most common questions. So I sort of compiled in the basic, like, how do I hook this thing up? Well, go RTFM. Well, somebody gets something right in the box. They want to tear into it. They want to start connecting to it immediately, right? They don't want to go read a whole bunch of documentation on the website. So I started giving these little inserts with really basic how to connect this thing, how to set it up. And I found that saved a lot of time and definitely got people up and running. I use business cards because it's really, really easy to get inexpensive business cards printed. It's not a whole lot of paper, so I don't feel bad, stuffing tons of manuals into packaging. It worked out pretty good. Right, selling. So the first part of selling is pricing. Pricing is hard. Pricing is incredibly hard. Key piece of advice here is you have to make it worth your time. So don't just look at, you have to look at the BOM cost. How much does it cost for you to manufacture this thing? And you'll see recommendations of like, at least 2.5, 2.7, 3x your BOM cost or whatever. And so that might be okay, but that's like a floor. You have to make it worth your time. How much time are you spending in your nights and weekends in your Invention side gig pouring into this? If you want to scale that up, it has to be worth your time. You don't want to scale something that's going to make you unhappy or that's going to be, not paying you for what your time is worth. And this is hard. Don't undersell yourself. It's really easy, especially as creators. We have access to, wonderful, dev boards and hardware and things like that to undersell your product or to value it, based on what you think the parts are worth, but not valuing it based on the product. And so it's tricky, but, might take a little bit of practice, but don't undersell yourself. Tindy is a great, easy way to start small scale. Very, very low commission. I think it's like 5%, and then you pay like a couple of percentage points for like payment processing fees and things like that. But there's no platform cost. You can list your products there and get started nights and weekends. There's tons of people that go that route. I definitely recommend it. And then there's crowd supply, obviously. Crowd supply is great when you have when you don't really know what your end product sales might look like. You have some idea, but you don't know necessarily, or you can't, or there's some step function. Like let's say you need a plastic injection mold, that's going to require a bunch of capital investment, things like that. And for me with Pixelblaze V3, I had V2 already running, but I didn't know how many people would be really interested in going to the next step up in a level, in a version 3. There's a lot of improvements, but am I saturated? Are all the people that would like Pixelblaze are already happy with V2? How many people would really go for this V3? So it made a lot of sense to go a crowd supply route in that case. I was going to do it no matter what the result was because I didn't have any kind of step function. I didn't have some massive thing. If it was 50 people, I still would have done it. Fortunately, it turned out to be a lot more than that. Etsy is a bit of a trap. They have very high fees and commissions, random bans. Like I've heard nothing but horror stories from my friends who have sold on Tindy, or not on Tindy, on Etsy. That said, there's probably some niche products where that might be the place where your customers are and you have to live with it. But if you're just selling kind of circuit board type stuff or electronics, I would definitely stay away from it if you can. And of course, you're going to want to set up a low-cost direct payment taking system. There's a ton of ways that you can do this. So for example, SquareUp was one of the first ones that I used. You can set that up and you can start accepting credit card payments and things like that. There's ways to do like online shopping and links and stuff as well. PayPal, of course, and many website platforms have their own sort of like store capabilities built in that you could leverage. Oh, and I'm missing a bullet point here. No, I'm not. We'll get to that later. So Shopify is the other platform that I wanted to mention, but that comes a little bit later because it is not very low cost. So for shipping, I would definitely recommend print postage yourself. You could save a ton of money doing this. It's faster than going to the post office, even for low volume stuff. Pirate Ship is a great resource for this sort of thing. So there's no fees to sign up, no monthly charges. They have discounted USPS and UPS rates, as well as a cheap international post option. It goes through Ascendia, I think, and they basically airmail it to customs in the other country and then use post for the rest of the journey. It's a little bit faster than USPS international and definitely a lot cheaper. But their USPS and UPS rates are really, really good. Once you kind of scale up and you're looking, to the point where it makes sense to have a Shopify store, the Shopify shipping integration stuff is really, really good. Same kind of USPS rates as well as DHL. It's very well integrated. So you basically one click and you have postage. When you have any kind of order volume, save yourself a ton of time and headaches and get one of these Rolo printers. They're amazing label printers for 4x6 shipping labels. Probably one of the best investments. Like I would upgrade that before upgrading my soldering equipment. Like it saves you so much time, so much headaches. And of course, you have to be mindful of the boring government stuff and CYA. So you're going to want to have some sort of structure, be it an LLC or an S Corp. You can also do this as yourself, but having a corporate structure gives you a little bit of protection. Insurance, you're going to need a broker to find insurance for manufacturing and selling. The typical, family insurance agents aren't really going to be able to help you there. You're going to want a reseller's permit. And so this varies quite a bit from state to state, but you need a reseller's permit. I haven't done this in Oregon, but in California and Washington, it's pretty easy to get started with a reseller's permit, and it can save you a ton of time and headaches. So for example, I got hit with a bunch of surprise sales tax on stuff that I had imported in California before I had a reseller's permit. So they saw that I had imported all these things and saw that I hadn't paid sales tax on it and sent me a giant bill with penalties later. It wasn't very fun. Filing taxes, local, state, and federal taxes gets more expensive, especially if you have a corporate structure of any kind. I'm not a tax person or can give you any kind of advice there other than you might need a CPA. It gets more complicated for sure. And then on US import tariffs. Again, so stay under the $800 if at all possible. And this is per day for all of your invoices that you import per day. So if you have 2 shipments coming in at $450 each, and they arrive on the same day, you can get nailed with this, unfortunately. The other thing that I found out quite recently is that you can't really do too many tricks with this. So you can't say, order a larger batch of something and then have them just split it up into 3 shipments. It's based on the invoice. So really, my best advice there is to split it up, order smaller segments if you can. If you can't, you end up paying tariffs. Just build this into your cost model and be aware of it. And then I have a slide with a bunch of resources. These are things that I found helpful along the way. OshPark, Osh Stencil is really good stuff for doing any kind of prototyping. I mean, I love them. Good stuff. Local CMs, again, are really awesome. Great place to start. Cyber City Circuits, they're amazing folks. They'll help you out. Small batch assembly, used them in the past. Really good stuff. Offshore PCB and CM, inexpensive. But again, mind the tariffs. JLC PCB is cheap and fast, but will sometimes mess it up and leave you hanging. I've had this happen a lot. I have like 100 pounds of PCBs that I can't use from various runs that are just bad for various reasons that they are basically not going to give you anything for any of that kind of stuff. Don't expect it. On the other hand, they're cheap enough that it makes sense still economically. Just be prepared for some of the stuff to get messed up and that you'll have to reorder. PCBWay, I've used them as well. They're higher quality for sure, but they're a bit more expensive. And PCB Shopper is another resource if you just want to sort of like shop around and see what's out there. It's a tool for just kind of like comparing prices for stuff. The Desktop Pick and Place Google group is a really good resource for people helping each other out with these low-end desktop pick and place machines. And of course, we have the Maker BizWiki. So I found this group about a year ago, and it's a bunch of maker hackers that also have these side businesses getting together and kind of helping each other. We have this wonderful, weekly video call that we all hop on and say hi and show off other cool LED products or talk about how we're going to source this thing. It's a really great group of folks. So if you're looking for other people that are sort of either just getting started or have more established maker businesses, this is a good resource. Also, I want to shout out to SparkFun's blog. They don't have a ton of stuff in recent years, but if you go back in the archives, there's a ton of really good stuff. Nate's posted about stuff. So for example, the skillet hack, I found that through SparkFun's blog. Nate, the founder of SparkFun, was like cooking, panels of boards using these things at one point in time. So I mean, you can definitely start there and grow. As well as some really good stuff on the desktop pick and place machines, and why, I think this was in 2018, why SparkFun would buy one of these desktop low-end pick and place machines when they had a $250,000 pick and place machine in the next room. It really let them iterate and get through to these designs and make these smaller batches faster, which was important for adapting and creating more products more quickly. So that's what I have, and if we have any time left, I'd like to open it up for Q&A. Anybody have any questions? Do we have a microphone that we can pass around, or are you just shout? Yeah.
I think it was the second slide, the first slide, you have like those ideal steps of how to get started. Ideation, marketing, and so on.
This?
For yourself, where did you actually go and go out and start selling? I think that's like the ideal process, but like how did you get it started? Which steps did you skip on your first?
Oh yeah. Okay, so the question is, on this process, what did I skip? If I could go back in time, where would I fill in the gaps? No, I had a lot of this in mind when I was first doing Pixel Blaze, but there were 2 key sticking points. The first was I didn't think it was good enough. I didn't think that people would want it. I didn't think that it was polished enough, that it was producty enough, that it would get out into the world. And so for me, drawing that line of minimum viable product and getting it out in front of actual paying customers was very hard. And it was something that held off for a while until I got kind of nudged in that direction by Alicia White, who was like, you should just write a getting started guide and put it on Tindy, come on. And so I did. The other sort of tricky part was the pricing. Like here I have something that's, that's got most of the BOM cost is the same as like, a $6 ESP 8266 board that you could buy, on AliExpress or something. And like, how am I going to charge $40 for at that point in time? Well, that was really hard for me to get over. The BOM cost relating to the end product value and what people would be willing to pay for this product. And so it took me a while before I was comfortable putting it sort of out on the market at that price. So those are sort of the two key things that I missed. But I had, from my software background, a lot of the lean software and manufacturing sort of mindset. So I did apply a lot of that.
Sorry to interrupt. We're going to have a session about business equipment hardware on Sunday. Hopefully you can do that.
Yep.
And so we'll have time for more questions then, but lunch is breaking, and we only have a little bit of time to grab your tokens. Do you want any final words?
Are we good? We're done on time?
Yeah, we're over time.
Okay. Yeah, see me tomorrow.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Only criticism, not Natalie. That was good. Really? Still happy?
Hey. Good, how you doing?
Wonderful. So cool to finally meet you.
Yeah.
I had a question about maybe like project versus product.
Yeah.
I'm not I don't really have any desire to be like a business owner, but
Yeah.
like it's a neat idea to me to think that like I might be able to put a little circuit together that might be useful and like have people start to pay me to build that out.
Yeah.
So like, I don't know what, I guess the question to you might be like, where does that, like what sorts of things, what sorts of scenarios is that sort of falling out, more project side, people aren't gonna pay for something like that, or what things are, and I guess like how much time do you spend on customer service and shipping versus getting to play with electronics?
Yeah. Well, it depends on the volume, obviously, but so if you're doing it for fun, I mean, there's no rules. Do whatever continues to be fun for you. If you want it to be fun and still be a hobby, and my mic's still on, let me.
Hello. Hello, 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 hello.
There we go. Here is that and a little lapel clip. Thank you.
Oh, you mean the prototype? There's a lot of parts required, right? There were probably certain spots that
That's the other, program. I think the singing stuff, or singing. Oh, yeah.
yes. The beers, right? It does look beautiful.
You got everything you need? I think so, yeah. I think I got a bottle of water, actually. You were my inspiration for the stickers. Alan told me. I'm so stoked that y'all did that. That was it. My mom was like, magnet. I had my old Teardown 10, and I was like, wait. Oh my God. Totally. Actually, I need to talk to you about where you guys have your hologram stickers made, because I'm really stoked to get a hologram.
Darl is the person.
Darl?
Darl.
Okay. Yeah, at some point, let's make sure to check.
I'll start in 1 minute.
Okay, yeah.
Yours?
They are. Thank you. I don't know where my water bottle went, but I'll live. I got coffee. Oh, there it is. Thank you.
Okay, let's get started. I hope you all had a good lunch in the farmers market. I think it's open till 2. Maybe a little bit longer. Let's see. We have Jody, the CEO, up next. Joey's the creator of many things, not least of which is Sensor Watch. Launched from Crowdfunding a while ago, currently sold out, I believe, but another one is coming to the pipeline. Joey's based in New York and has been making odd objects for a while. Special thanks to Mauser and to Microchip for helping bring Joey here today. Joey, take it away.
Thanks so much. All right. Hi, I'm Joey. So I have on this slide, introduce yourself, but I don't want to spend too much time on it. The gist is I'm a maker and a hardware hacker, and lately something of a product designer. In fact, I designed and shipped a product that some in this audience might recognize, Sensor Watch, which launched on Crowdsupply and ended up shipping about 1,500 units so far. Sensor Watch is a board swap that goes inside this classic Casio wristwatch. It gives it an ARM Cortex brain and some really cool features for sensing things about the world around you. What I have to share today comes from some lessons that I learned while making this gadget. Still, rather than jump right into the watch, let me first weave you a story. Let's say you're brainstorming a new gadget that you want to make and sell. Let's say it's a hackable clock with an LCD and some environment sensing features in the form of a BME280 sensor. You wanted to do lots of things, so you decide to give it a beefy microcontroller like the SAM-D21. You also want it to be battery powered so that folks can put it in different places and not worry about running a cord to it all the time. In fact, to start prototyping, you grab a battery-powered SAM-D21 dev board like this Feather M0. It has a NeoPixel, which you like for status indication, and then from there you add some things to it. You naturally add your BME280 temperature and humidity sensor. You also want excellent timekeeping, so you add a DS3231 real-time clock. It's a clock, which means you want it to have an alarm, so you add this I2S audio amplifier, which you can plug into a speaker. And of course, you need a display, so you add a segment LCD glass, like this oddly specific LCD, which requires an I2C segment LCD controller chip to drive it. Okay, so you start prototyping, and everything seems to be going great. You love this little hackable clock, and you're certain that once you design a board that incorporates all of these features, you're going to have a hit product on your hands. You quickly realize the DS3231 is a huge chip, and it's going to take up way too much board space on your tiny clock. Then it turns out the I2S DAC that you wanted to use is out of stock and not coming back till 2025. It also turns out that your NeoPixel eats about 1 milliamp of current, even when it's not lit, which is going to kill your battery life. And to top it all off, you realize all these things are going to add up to a BOM cost that is way too expensive, which is going to limit the audience of people who want to buy it. Okay, telling this story pains me because I've done this a bunch of times. I have thrown the kitchen sink at a design only to realize I need to sell it for $200 just to break even. To quote the late night infomercials, there's got to be a better way. That's where this talk comes in. I'm calling it making the most of your microcontroller because it is aimed at a specific kind of device, the kind of device that I have some experience making, which is an embedded device that runs on a microcontroller. Before we dive in though, a quick aside on, what is a microcontroller? Because we use these dev boards all the time, but it's worth unpacking it just a bit. This is the SAM-D21 at the heart of the Feather M0 board we've been talking about. And in essence, it's a little computer. But what is a computer? Okay, this is a digression, I admit, but it's a short one and I promise it's gonna be worth it. A couple of years back, I assembled this RC 2014 kit computer for fun. It's a retro computer designed after the kind of kit you might have built in the early 1980s or late 1970s if you were ahead of the curve. At its heart is this Z80 CPU. And on its face, it kind of resembles the thing we were looking at a second ago. It's a chip and it has a lot of pins. But the thing of it is, this is not a little computer. It's just a CPU. There's no ROM for storing program code or RAM for keeping track of variables in memory. You have to add those on as additional boards and somehow connect them to the CPU. In fact, most of the pins on the Z80 are dedicated solely to talking to those additional boards. You can see that in this block diagram at the right, which shows how the CPU interacts with the ROM and the RAM over address, data, and control buses. Eventually, if you get enough of these boards together and you connect them, you do end up with a little computer. Still, even at this point, it can't do something like read a button or blink an LED. You still need to add peripheral cards, like this digital I/O module, to be able to read or write things to the real world. But once you've done that, you can, in fact, get to Blinky with this little computer. Okay, question. Why do I bring all this up? What is the point of this 101 level digression, except to shill for the RC 2014? Well, I bring it up as a compare and contrast with the SAM-D21 microcontroller that we've been looking at. When I say a microcontroller is like a little computer, I mean to say it has all of those parts we talked about right there inside the chip. On the right is the RC 2014 block diagram, and on the left, a block diagram of the SAM-D21 microcontroller. If you look closely, right at the top left, this thing right here is a Cortex M0 Plus processor, which fulfills the same role as our Z80 CPU from before. At the top of the D21's block diagram, we have RAM and non-volatile memory that fulfill the same role as our ROM and RAM boards on the retro computer. They're all connected by this high-speed bus matrix, which fulfills a very similar role to the address, data, and control buses from before. But that's not the reason I'm showing you this. I'm showing you this because of all at the bottom here, the blocks in blue, where you get not just the ability to read a button or blink an LED, but all of these peripherals. Serial communications interface, timer counters with waveform output, a 20-channel analog to digital converter, analog comparators, a DAC, touch inputs, and on and on. I bring it up because I want you to look at a block diagram like this, and I want you to imagine it as a bunch of free stuff that came attached to your little computer. That way you can look closely at it and think, why buy a thing if we already have a thing? Okay, so that's the background to what I want to talk about today. The TLDR is that if you're building a gadget with one of these little computers, odds are it has stuff inside that's going to be useful. Some of it might be fit for your purpose. Some of it you might be able to bend to your needs. Either way, you might be able to get away with using that stuff instead of adding other stuff. This will help you save board space, avoid parts shortages, simplify your design, lower BOM costs, and live happily ever after. I also want to offer one big caveat here before we get started. This talk is mostly going to focus on microchips, SAM-D, and SAM-L series of chips, just because those are the ones that I'm most familiar with. But these same guidelines apply to lots of microcontrollers. Pulling off tricks like this with other chips might require a deeper dive into their datasheets, but these same broad guidelines will likely still apply. Okay, so with that as background and 6 minutes in, welcome to my talk. Wait, what? Welcome to my talk. So this talk is based on lessons learned building Sensor Watch and some other gadgets that are going to pop in from time to time. But for the most part, I want to talk about Sensor Watch specifically. If you look at this circuit board, there's not a lot of silicon on the board. In fact, there are only two ICs on here. U1 is the SAM-L22 microcontroller that runs the show, and U2 is a 3.3 volt power regulator. But the truth is, the regulator only really gets into the mix when you plug it in to program it. Once the watch is on your wrist, that chip is cut out entirely, which means that Sensor Watch uses this one chip, and this one chip only, to do everything that it does. There are sort of two reasons for this. One of them was I wanted to keep the BOM count low to make manufacturing affordable. But the other part of it was there's really not a lot of room for other stuff on this chip, or on the board. Once you drop this big chip in the middle of this tiny watch case, there's really not a ton of space left over. But, like I was saying earlier, this microcontroller is a little computer of its own, and it's got a lot of really useful stuff built in that make it kind of ideal for a wristwatch. This is not the SAM-D21's block diagram. This is now the SAM-L22's. But they have a lot of the same peripherals. And in fact, we're going to make use of some of the things we found over there here. In fact, let's start right here with the real-time counter peripheral in a chapter I like to call Time and Time Again. You'll recall in our clock example earlier, we wanted to use a DS3231 real-time clock for timekeeping. This is a really popular RTC for a lot of projects because it is sort of wildly accurate. It's got a timekeeping crystal embedded right there inside the chip, as well as a temperature sensor. Okay, why a temperature sensor? Well, crystals oscillate slightly faster or slower depending on the temperature, and that difference can add up over time. This is a block diagram of the DS3231, and the crystal is right there at the top left. You can see where it feeds its output into some control logic, which also gets some input from the temperature sensor. At the end of all that, it generates a 1 Hertz output that goes into the clock and calendar registers, which is where all the timekeeping takes place. This temperature compensation process earns it a very, very self-confident title on its datasheet, Extremely Accurate RTC. But it's not a lie. This real-time clock has an accuracy of plus or minus 2 parts per million, which means that it's not going to drift very much over time. Personally, I'd love to have this kind of temperature-compensated setup on Sensor Watch, but unfortunately, there's no room for a chip like this inside our tiny watch case. Instead, let's take a look back at the block diagram of the SAM-L22 microcontroller. Looking closely, we have a few parts that might be relevant for this. We have an external interface to a 32 kilohertz crystal, and we have a real-time counter that can operate in a clock and calendar mode. We have a 12-bit ADC that we can use to read a temperature value. And above it all, we have a whole heap of control logic. Okay, so here's the question. Can we coax the thing on the left into doing the things that the thing on the right does? To answer that question, let's take a look at some of the registers on the real-time clock peripheral. You have some common things you'd expect, like the clock register here with all the date and time information. But I want to zero in on register 14, which I'm going to pronounce freak core. It actually stands for frequency correction, and it has two pieces to it, a sign and a value. Okay, don't bother reading all of this. It's a note from the datasheet that explains it. And in short, this register lets us adjust the ticking of the clock ever so slightly to the tune of just under 1 part per million per bit. The value tells it how much to correct, and the sign tells it whether that correction value should speed up or slow down the frequency. Okay, so fun story. I didn't actually do this next part. This next part came from an early backer of SensorWatch. Y'all might know him as Zeptobars on Twitter. He actually went to the trouble of characterizing the SensorWatch crystal, measuring the deviation from nominal frequency at temperatures from 5 to 40 degrees Celsius. Using the temperature sensor board in SensorWatch, his code can apply a frequency correction factor based on the current temperature, and even dither the value over time to achieve frequency corrections smaller than 0.1 parts per million. With one manual adjustment to dial in individual crystal variations, he is seeing an error of 100 milliseconds after 42 days, or under 1 second per year of drift. For comparison, this brand Seiko is one of the most accurate quartz watches on the market. It starts at $2,500, and it makes use of a temperature-compensated quartz movement. It also claims to be accurate to within 10 seconds per year, which means we might be beating this watch by an order of magnitude, again, using the real-time clock peripheral that's already inside the microcontroller that we already bought for this project. Hence the title of this section, Time and Time Again. You already bought a microcontroller with timekeeping features. If you make smart use of the peripheral that's already there, you shouldn't have to buy that feature again. Okay, that was a sort of a deep dive. So to keep it moving, this one's going to be more about wide-angle lens. Chapter 2 is about sort of a signature feature of SensorWatch, the sensor board connector. It hangs out at the bottom there, and it's what lets you add different kinds of sensors to the device using an I2C bus and 5 GPIOs. In choosing which GPIOs those were, I want to call out something important in the design phase of your board. When you start to assign pins to purposes on a microcontroller, you're likely going to be confronted with a pinmux table like this. This table tells you what each pin can do. For example, this line says that pin 1 on our SAM-L22J can be an external interrupt input in column A, or that it can work with a serial communications interface in column D. But down here, pin 12 of our chip can do a lot more than that. It can do interrupts and communications for sure, but it can also be an analog input, a touch input, or it can work with the timer counter. So when I chose these 4 pins for the sensor board connector, I did it very specifically because they have a lot of versatile applications. They give me 4 external interrupts, as well as 4 analog inputs. They can be used for serial communications, and with the timer counter peripheral on timer counters 2 and 3. They can also be used as low power inputs to the real-time clock, and with some other stuff that we're going to talk about later. Okay, the reason I bring this up is if you're planning to offer general purpose I/O to users of your product, choosing pins with really versatile possibilities is going to help you make the most of your microcontroller even after you ship your gadget. For example, this sensor board has a phototransistor and a thermistor. It uses the analog features of 2 pins to read both light and temperature levels with our ADC. It also uses the digital features of 2 other pins to enable or disable those sensors, which saves our battery power. This board, on the other hand, uses the I2C interface to talk to an accelerometer. It breaks out pins A1 and A2 as test points for a UART, which can stream accelerometer data for input, or for development or machine learning purposes. Pins A3 and A4, it uses as external interrupt pins, which can alert SensorWatch when the accelerometer experiences an orientation change or has data ready to fetch. Finally, this board claims pins A1 through A4 as an SPI interface to a 2 megabyte flash chip. Now, I have some ideas about using this chip to store train schedules, maybe like coefficients for calculating tide charts. But the point is, having an SPI interface makes a chip like this super easy to add on. My point in showing you this is all these boards are using all the same 5 GPIO pins, but they're using them for vastly different purposes. The light and temperature board is using these 4 pins, 2 digital outputs and 2 analog inputs, to measure light levels and temperature. Whereas the accelerometer board is using some of those same pins for a serial interface and external interrupts. Finally, the SPI flash board is using those exact same pins for a totally different serial communications protocol. So yeah, choosing pins with really powerful possibilities means that I've hopefully future-proofed this pinout, helping designers of sensor boards to make the most of this microcontroller in the future. Okay, I'll also add, if you're not super familiar with this whole process, there are graphical tools out there like Atmel Start that'll guide you through the pin selection process and even call out when you attempt to assign a feature to a pin that's not available for that purpose. Okay, chapter 3. And I gotta say, I really like this chapter. I call it Lights and Music. This chapter deals with one of my favorite peripherals on the SAM series of chips, the timer counter for control. It's actually similar in some ways to the timer counter peripheral, which I've circled there also in yellow. If you've ever used the analog write function on an Arduino 0 or a Feather M0, you've probably interacted with one of these peripherals, which I'm going to call the TC and TCC because it's less of a mouthful. In the case of the SAM L22, at the heart of SensorWatch, we have 4 TCs and 1 TCC. What are they good for? Well, fundamentally, the TC is a counter. It counts up or down. If you want to do something at a given interval, you can have it generate an interrupt or an event when it hits a certain value. For example, in SensorWatch, I use timer counter 0 to create a 1 kilohertz interrupt to handle USB-related tasks when it's plugged in. You can see here where I take an 8 megahertz clock and I divide it by 64 to create a 125 kilohertz tick. Then I have it overflow when it reaches the number 125. This generates an interrupt 1,000 times per second. Okay. So timer counters are great for handling a task at an interval, but they're also useful for other stuff. For example, you can have them toggle a pin when a certain condition happens, and that's where it gets fun. So let's talk about 2 modes of the timer counter. In frequency generation mode, the TC can output a signal on a pin that matches a given period. This can be really useful for generating tones. If you have the TC generate a 440 hertz square wave on a pin, and you tie that pin to a piezo buzzer, you'll get the A above middle C, like the actual note on a keyboard. Give it different periods one after another, and you can play a little song. Then we have pulse width modulation. This mode generates a square wave with a given duty cycle. This can be very useful for driving LEDs with variable brightness. A square wave that's on 90% of the time will be brighter than a square wave that's on 10% of the time. In fact, just a moment ago, we talked about the sensor board connector, and you can see how we set aside pins from TC2 and TC3 in the timer column. With PWM, you could add a whole other LED to your watch on a sensor board. And with frequency generation, you could try to match the frequency of a TV remote and make a TV be gone that like shuts off televisions when you walk into a room. Okay, so we've claimed TC2 and TC3 for the sensor boards. And because this is supposed to be like a maker-friendly device, I want to make one of these peripherals available for general purpose use. I'm setting aside TC1 for that. But here's the thing. I actually have a couple of things on the board itself that could benefit from a timer counter. There's this red-green LED, which needs some dimming to blend and make different colors, and the piezo buzzer, which is inside the watch case, that I want to use to play tones. Thankfully, I still have the TCC available, but herein lies a problem. I have to pick one mode for the TCC to operate in. Earlier, we talked about different modes the TCC can use. In fact, let's put up that slide again. I can put the TCC in frequency generation mode to make my tones, or I can put it in PWM mode to dim my LEDs. But to use 2 different modes, I'd need 2 different instances. And on this chip, we only have the one TCC. The question, or the challenge, I guess, can we get away with driving 1 channel of sound and 2 channels of light using just this one peripheral? And since I'm giving the talk, the answer, of course, is you can. In fact, we can get 1 channel of sound and 3 channels of light without breaking a sweat. The trick is that the sound effect of a tone and the light effect of a dimmed LED depend on 2 different aspects of a square wave. The frequency of a generated tone depends on the period of the square wave. The shorter the period, the higher the frequency. So for example, here it's 2 square waves, 440 hertz for the A above middle C, and 740 hertz for an F sharp. The period is different for these 2 square waves, but as long as the duty cycle is around 50%, we're going to get some sound. But for controlling the brightness of an LED, the duty cycle of the square wave is the important part. Here we have 2 square waves, both at 440 hertz, but the top one has a 70% duty cycle and the bottom one a 10% duty cycle. The LED getting the 70% duty cycle will be brighter, and the one with the 10% duty cycle dimmer. The point here is the period doesn't really matter to the LEDs. Whether you're dimming the LED at 440 hertz, as in the traces at the top, or 740 hertz like the traces on the bottom, the dimming effect is going to be the same. In code, it looks like this. When we want to play a note, we set the TCC's period to the note we want to play, and we set its duty cycle to half of that. And when we want to set the LED's color, we get the period from the TCC, and we figure out what number from 0 to that period will give us the correct duty cycle for the desired brightness or color. With that, we have the ability to derive 3 channels of light and 1 channel of sound using a single TCC peripheral. Made that for a friend who really loves Rob Zombie. Okay. So this chapter, I debated putting it in, but because it is about this very specific peripheral on this very specific line of chips. But in the end, I think I realized it's not just about this peripheral. It's about digging deep in your datasheet to make sure you're getting the most out of everything that's there. This is a gadget I made last year, a concept for a low-cost board that can fit into a little votive candle holder to glow or indicate status. It uses a SAMD11 with the TCC driving 3 red-green LEDs, just like the ones in SensorWatch. Keep in mind, because of 3 red-green LEDs, there are technically 6 LEDs here, 3 red ones and 3 green ones. As sometimes I do, I put the pinout of the LEDs onto the circuit board, and you can see here where I'm using 6 of the TCC's 8 waveform outputs to drive those LEDs. In fact, if you look closely, I arranged them in an oddly specific way. All of the red LEDs are on even-numbered channels, and all of the green LEDs are on odd-numbered channels. Now, you get the sense we should be able to control all 6 of these outputs independently, and we can, but there's something interesting about them. On the SAMD11, the TCC only has 4 control channels. Okay, I was told this next part was kind of confusing, so before we do it, I want to disambiguate something. The TCC has 4 control channels, which we can use as an input to control aspects of the wave we want to generate. But on the output side of the TCC, we have 8 waveform outputs, which begs the question, how do we control 6 or 8 waveform outputs with just 4 control channels? And the answer is, well, okay, the answer is complicated. But I want to zero in on a couple of features, just because, again, a close reading of the datasheet reveals some possibilities here. First, let's look at the output matrix. This block has to do with how these 4 control channels get distributed across the 8 waveform outputs. And the gist is there are different modes. In mode 0, you can see how it's sort of a round robin. Output 0 gets controlled by channel 0, and the same thing happens on 1, 2, and 3. But then channel 4 gets controlled by channel 0, 5 by 1, 6 by 2, and 7 by 3. The outputs essentially repeat, and I've drawn this diagram, and I'm taking a sip of water because I know it's a lot to take in. Okay, on the candle, this gives sort of independent control of all 3 LEDs. But if you look closely, I can control 2 of the red-green LEDs independently, top right, and top. But the brightness of the bottom left one on channels 4 and 5 is tied to the top one on channels 0 and 1. Those LEDs are doing the same thing. Okay, then we have mode 1, which is sort of a shorter round robin. Channel 0 controls all of the even-numbered channels, and channel 1 controls all of the odd-numbered channels. In this mode, channels 2 and 3 get ignored entirely. Channels 0 and 1 are driving all of the outputs. But because I made all my red LEDs even and all my green LEDs odd, I can control all the reds with channel 0 and all the greens with channel 1. This lets me set a color across all of the LEDs using just 2 outputs. 2 channels, rather. Precision. We can also use this in conjunction with another feature of the TCC, the pattern generation unit. This piece allows us to override any of the 8 outputs with a constant value. When we do this, the control channels are controlling the overall color of our LEDs, but the pattern generator is responsible for dimming the individual outputs. This lets us twinkle each LED independently. Here, I've used control channels 0 and 1 to set a nice yellow hue over the entire candle, and I'm using the pattern generator to tweak each LED's brightness specifically. This actually helps to explain mode 3, which just puts channel 0 on all of the outputs. It's not so useful for the candle, but if you were controlling 8 individual LEDs, you could have channel 0 control the overall brightness, and then the pattern generator controlling effects like fading or sparkling on each individual LED. Finally, there's also mode 3 here, which I have to confess I have not used yet, but it does intrigue me. It puts channel 0 on one waveform output and channel 1 on all of the others. The datasheet says it's aimed at controlling LED strings with a boost stage. The idea is channel 0 controls the switching of a boost converter, and channel 1 controls the overall brightness of all the LED strips. Then they're saying you can use the pattern generator to control effects on each one. This got me to thinking, in the past, I have definitely gone out and bought a chip to boost a voltage. But really, all that chip would be doing is switching an inductor and, getting some feedback, presumably through an ADC. But again, we already have one of those. Can I use my microcontroller as my boost converter? And the answer may surprise you, or it may not. Maybe you've done this before. But either way, a deep read of the datasheet reveals a ton of possibilities for this TCC peripheral. I know we used it for lights and music in the last chapter, but the point of this chapter is to go deep and see if the peripherals you have can be used in creative ways to accomplish your goals. Okay, that was a big couple of sections, so now a couple of quick hits. Back at the beginning of this project, when I was first sharing the sensor board concept, someone reached out to suggest that I implement a sensor board with a true random number generator based on avalanche noise. This is a really cool concept. It lets you generate high-quality random data using an electrical phenomenon rather than the radioactive isotope or a wall full of lava lamps. Anyway, as much as it would be fun to build a sensor board that generates random data, here in the SAM-L22 datasheet, we find that there's already a true random number generator right here inside the chip that, yes, we already bought and put on our circuit board. In fact, it's better than our homebrew RNG because it's been tested and it's guaranteed to generate high-quality random numbers that pass cryptographic test suites. So, as it turns out, getting 32 bits of random data is as simple as turning on this peripheral and reading the bits that come out. This is actually especially fun for me because one sensor watch backer used this to create a tarot reading watch face. It can do a card reading with all the major arcana or the full deck, and I love that it's using true NIST-approved random numbers for this purpose. Okay, another quick hit. This next chapter deals with something that felt necessary for this product. We have this sensor watch, and it's plugged into this sensor board, which can measure the temperature. What I'd really love would be to store some of that temperature data, log it someplace. And I know what you're thinking, add an SPI flash chip. I mean, we just learned we could do that, right? Or hey, we could use an 8 kilobyte EEPROM on the I2C bus. Or even better, non-volatile FRAM. But I've got a better idea. What if we could store the data right here on the same chip we've already been using? Well, as it turns out, our microcontroller has a whole EEPROM emulation area set aside. This is a special area of the flash memory on our chip that can be written to even while the main flash array is being read or programs are being executed from it. Deep in the datasheet, we can look up the exact model of our chip, which is this one, and we can see that our read while write section is 8 kilobytes in size. In this moment, we discover that the 8 kilobyte EEPROM was inside us all along.
So this stuff is worth it just for that.
Thank you. In the case of SensorWatch, our firmware exposes this 8 kilobyte area as a little file system, using the aptly named Little File System project. With just 512 bytes of overhead, we get the rest of the space to store CSV files with log data, user preferences, or really whatever else we want to. And little FS automatically gives us wear leveling and peace of mind. What?
Wear leveling?
Yeah, little FS. It's on GitHub. It's you basically implement 4 functions like block erase, block write, and yeah, it'll just automatically use your flash and give you wear leveling and everything. Okay, cool, sweet, awesome. Another deep dive. In this chapter, I want to talk about saving power. Let's put up one of those block diagrams again. Looking at this block diagram of our microcontroller, we definitely see the processor right up here. As the sort of thinky part of the computer, it uses more power than some of the other peripherals, like say these analog comparators. And as an aside, these analog comparators are actually super fun. They're sort of like an ADC, except that instead of us querying them for values, we could just tell them to control voltages on 2 inputs. So, yeah, to compare the voltage levels on 2 inputs, and they'll sort of automatically output a digital result that tells us which is higher. So this actually isn't hypothetical. I'm planning to use this. This is an art installation that I'm collaborating on with a friend, Zach Landsberg. And as a side note, if you're curious, buy me a beer later and ask me about the Republic of Zakistan. Okay, but I digress. The thing of it is, this subway serpent has signs and LEDs that light up. We need for them to turn on at sunset and to turn back off during the day. To do that, we might install a light sensor, which would give us a curve like this, where high light levels are near 255 and low light levels are near 0. Now, I think the standard like Arduino sketch version of this is to just run in a loop with a delay, sampling the brightness repeatedly to see if it's below a certain threshold, and then turning the art on when it is. But with an analog comparator, We can just give it a threshold level. In this case, I'm saying the sun is setting at brightness level 48, and the analog comparator will output a logic high signal whenever that condition is met. This turns the if-then from our Arduino loop into an automatically updating digital output, indicating whether the art should be on. Going back to the block diagram, it occurs to me that it would be nice if the analog comparator could handle our conditional logic, and we could turn off the processor completely during the daytime. Instead of running in a power-hungry loop, we're basically letting the lower power analog comparator handle this check for us. This is actually a very common need. It's so common it has a name, sleepwalking. A lot of peripherals have this bit called run standby, which keeps them running even when the CPU enters a low-power standby mode. In standby mode, the CPU is halted, along with any other peripherals that you haven't set up to run in standby mode. This is a great way to conserve your power budget in a battery-powered or energy harvesting project. If we do this, we can put the processor to sleep completely and only wake up the subway serpent when we absolutely need to. Once you have your peripherals set up to sleepwalk, entering standby mode is as simple as setting your desired sleep mode and then telling the system that you want to wait for the next interrupt. It then hangs out in standby at that wait for interrupt line until one comes in. Okay, while it's waiting in standby, your microcontroller is consuming very little power. How little? Let's take as an example the SAM D21 in the Feather M0 Basic. In active mode, computing something or doing work, you're looking at 3 to 5 milliamperes of current consumption. In idle mode, while the CPU is awake but not doing anything, you're looking at 1 to 2 milliamperes. How about standby mode? How much does that help? Well, if we have the real-time clock running, we're looking at about 4.1 microamperes, which comes out to a fraction of a milliampere. And without the RTC, you're looking at 2.7 microamperes, 3 orders of magnitude difference from being awake. And just to put some napkin math to it, in idle mode, consuming 1 milliampere, we'd chew through a milliampere hour in about an hour. But in standby mode, consuming 2.7 microamperes, that same milliampere hour would carry us for 370 hours. I don't know about you, but for me, this sparks joy. So yeah, if you're designing a battery-powered gadget, you're going to want that power savings. Putting the CPU to sleep and sleepwalking 1 or 2 peripherals that can wake you up is a great way to make gadgets last a very, very long time. Okay, so we talked about sleepwalking and about low power, but now let's go even lower. This is a Sharp memory display. It's a very cool, very low power display. But if you've ever tried to use one and take advantage of that low power goodness, you may have run across an odd requirement. They need to be fed a slow square wave at all times. For some displays, it's 1 hertz, for some it's 60 hertz, but either way, we do need to generate this square wave. How do we do that? Well, we just talked about sleepwalking, and yes, you can totally sleepwalk a timer counter to generate a 1 hertz square wave. But to me, that feels like a waste of a timer counter. I also see folks using the 1 hertz output from an external real-time clock, but we just decided we could probably get away without an external RTC. I suppose you could also use a 555. Yes. But once again, we're trying to get rid of chips, not add more. Well, what if I told you there was a secret, ultra-low power output available to you deep down at the lowest levels of your microcontroller? This is a block diagram of the supply controller on the SAM L21. So this is so low level, it actually sits below the logic of our chip, down where it's doing tasks like regulating power for the CPU core and generating reference voltages for brownout detection. But up at the top right here, it also has 2 outputs, out 0 and out 1. What are these mysterious pins? Well, the fact is, we saw them briefly before when I was talking about the sensor watch and the pins that I chose for the sensor board connector. Here in the supply controller column, which I've labeled other stuff, we have these 2 outputs. What can they do? Well, they're output pins, which means they can be driven high and low like any GPIO. But we can also toggle them when the real-time clock generates an event. And as it turns out, we can configure the real-time clock to generate an event anywhere from once to 128 times per second. By configuring the RTC's event generator, we can generate a square wave of 64 hertz or slower, get this, without spinning up any other peripherals. This makes it an extremely low power output. In fact, it's so low power, it even runs in backup mode, the lowest of low power modes. So this is the final frontier of low power modes for the SAM series of chips. In this mode, your microcontroller shuts down not just the CPU, but everything that's not in the backup power domain. What kinds of things are in that backup power domain? Well, it's not a lot. It's sort of the skeleton crew of your microcontroller, but it does include the supply controller, which is enough to give you a couple of low power outputs and a few low power inputs that you can use to wake up from this deepest of deep sleep modes. In fact, this deep sleep mode is so deep that I had to make another one of these slides. Before, we were looking at the power consumption of the SAM D21. Now, let's take a look at the SAM L21, which is optimized for low power and includes this special backup mode. In active mode, calculating something, we consume it from 2 to 4.5 milliamperes. In idle mode, 0.6 milliamperes, respectable. Standby mode, we're in the single-digit microamperes, which I would categorize as impressive. But in backup mode, we're looking at power consumption on the order of nanoamperes. This is a staggeringly low level of current consumption, and to be clear, in this mode, with these outputs, we could still display a message on this sharp memory display with a backup output toggling dutifully at 1 Hertz, feeding it a square wave that's going to keep it happy. Okay, chapter 9. Now that I'm talking about backup modes, I want to go back to something that I glossed over a few minutes ago. Earlier, I showed you the DS3231, and I mentioned that it was a really popular real-time clock because of its high level of accuracy. That much is true, but I also only showed you the front side of this breakout board. If I'd shown you the backside, I would have shown you the other reason it's so popular. It has a battery backup feature, meaning that even if the power fails on your main gadget, a coin cell can keep the clock ticking. This means that once power is restored, the time will still be set. Wouldn't it be nice to have that feature on our microcontroller? Well, depending on which microcontroller you choose, you might be able to get that feature too. Let's recall this diagram from before, where we pointed out the low power outputs. Here, I'm pointing out a low power input for a backup battery. This is just a regular old GPIO pin, port B, pin 3, but you can twiddle some registers and configure it to work as a coin cell backup. When you set it up like this, a battery backup power switch can detect that the board's main power is cut out and automatically switch over to the backup domain. Let's recall what's in that backup domain. Well, what do you know? It includes the real-time clock. That is enough to ensure that even after main power dies, your clock can keep ticking and your gadget will still have the right time when the user plugs it back in. In fact, if you have one of these Adafruit PyBadge or PyGamer boards, you can just try this feature out for yourself. The battery backup pin, PB03, is tied to the stemma port D2. To be clear, you'll have to do some low-level setup in the supply controller, but once you do, you should be able to not just keep the clock ticking, but also retain 32 bytes in registers and up to 8 kilobytes of data in backup RAM, depending how much you want to tax your coin cell. Okay, for this penultimate chapter, I will admit, I have not implemented this yet, but I want to do it soon, so I'm sharing it here because it does tie into the topic at hand. One of the things I really want to play with SensorWatch is getting data into and out of the watch. Unfortunately, it's sort of hermetically sealed in a watch case, and there's no way to connect electrically with the insides from the outside. I have considered a few options here. One temptation is to build a Bluetooth accessory board, and it sounds great in theory, but in the end, I fear wireless radio might chew through too much of our coin cell, and it is a pain to replace. One SensorWatch backer has built a really cool chirpy watch face that uses the piezo buzzer to beep out data. Here's what it sounds like. I really like this. But since it uses the piezo buzzer, we can only use it to get data out of the watch. We can't use it to put data into the watch. But if we're talking about things that can get into and out of the watch, light can do that. We know this because our backlight works. So I've got two ideas here. Either we add an infrared LED and use the IRDA mode of the UART peripheral, or we encode data using Manchester encoding and blink it in and out. Okay, Manchester encoding. I'm not going to go into like a deep dive here, but the gist is it encodes a clock and a data input into a single signal that toggles reliably often. On the other side of this signal, you can recover the clock and decode the data. And as it turns out, you can take the plain old clock and data outputs of something like an SPI interface and turn them into Manchester encoded data using nothing more than a few basic logic gates. Question: can we fit these required logic gates onto our tiny SensorWatch accessory board? And the answer, of course, is it's a trick question, because there's yet another peripheral that can help us out here. Don't bother trying to read this whole paragraph. I just want to show you the heading. This is the configurable custom logic peripheral on the SAM L22, and it has some really useful features if all you need is a few logic gates. It has 4 lookup tables that can implement simple combinatorial logic like ANDs and XORs, as well as sequential logic like the D-latches that we saw in the patent diagram, all without taking up any CPU time. The inputs to these lookup tables can be GPIO pins or events, or the outputs from an internal peripheral, a peripheral like the serial communications interface. So I'll be the first to admit, I have not yet been clever enough to implement this on SensorWatch, but this is a screenshot of a video from Microchip. This video is demonstrating a Manchester decoder on an Atmega chip using the very same CCL peripheral that we have on the SAM L22. So even if I haven't done it, I get the sense that it's possible. So I think the lesson to take from this chapter, and I don't think it's a lesson that I really even learned until I was writing this chapter, is to some extent, it never ends. I've been working with the SAM L22 at the heart of SensorWatch for more than 2 years now. I've shipped 1,500 boards with the SAM L22, and I'm at the helm of a SAM L22 project with more than 3 dozen contributors. To be clear, I'm at the point where I'm up here giving a talk about it. And even so, I'm still learning new ways to make the most of this microcontroller, even today. Okay, for this final chapter, I want to go back, way back to the beginning of our talk and that LCD clock gadget that we were brainstorming. Offhand, I casually suggested that we use a SAM D21 as the brains of our product. But the truth is, different microcontrollers have different sets of skills. The SAM D21 is an all-around solid performer, and it has diverse peripherals that make it a Swiss Army knife, sort of a Swiss Army knife for a lot of applications. But if you're making a low-cost board, you might not need all of those features. You might be able to get by with a SAM D11, which is a lot less expensive. It has less memory, but a lot of the same peripherals, and it might lower your BOM cost significantly. Having said that, if you're making something LCD-oriented, like SensorWatch, the SAM L22 might be your jam. It doesn't have a DAC, but instead it adds a segment LCD interface that can talk directly to LCD glass without the need for an external driver chip. But if you're aiming for something more analog-oriented, a chip like the SAM L21 might help. For me, this chip's killer app is the 3 integrated op-amps, which could allow for advanced signal conditioning and amplification without the extra expense of an external op-amp chip. Finally, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the SAM D51, which is an absolute monster of a chip. It's like the SAM D21, but everything it has, the SAM D51 has more of. 2 DACs, 2 ADC peripherals, plus options for CAN bus and Ethernet if you get the SAM E. It can also even interface with low-cost camera CCDs, and it has more advanced communication interfaces and cryptography features. Finally, it also has that supply controller peripheral, so it can do battery backup and it can enter those low-power modes that we talked about. I guess the point I'm trying to get at is to cast a wide net and look for chips that have useful peripherals for your specific use case. If you can do that, you may find yourself using fewer chips and sweating less over BOM costs and parts shortages. Okay. With what we've learned, let's go back and take a look at our clock gadget. We said we wanted accurate timekeeping, and we were going to use a big, expensive DS3231 for that purpose. Instead, by using the built-in RTC and an inexpensive crystal, we've saved board space and reduced BOM costs. With a little bit of effort characterizing that crystal, and the BME280 giving us temperature data, we can really dial in the frequency correction, giving us Grand Seiko-style accuracy at a fraction of the cost. We liked the NeoPixel for status indication, but we didn't like its quiescent current draw. Instead, we can use a less expensive RGB LED and drive it with 3 channels of a TCC peripheral. As an added benefit, when the LED is off, its quiescent current draw is 0. We mentioned wanting an I2S DAC for generating sounds for an alarm, but instead, we could use a piezo buzzer and drive it from a TCC pin. This is admittedly not as versatile as our DAC, but a simple piezo buzzer is something we know is going to be in stock. We also talked about using 2 chips to drive our logic and our display, a SAM D21 to handle the logic, and an LCD driver chip to talk to the glass. Instead, we can use a SAM L22 microcontroller, which has the LCD driver right there on the chip. This cuts down on BOM costs, because we've removed a whole chip from our design, but it also cuts down on manufacturing costs, because it's 1 fewer placement you're going to get charged for. Not only that, moving to the L22 lets us add that same battery backup mode that the DS3231 offered us, keeping the clock set even if the main battery dies. Moreover, with what we've learned about standby and deep sleep, the main battery is likely to last much longer, which will spark joy in the people that use it. We can even get some bonus features out of this deal. Like with the SAML22's EEPROM emulation area, we can now add a little storage area for things like time zones, unit preferences, or logged environmental data. This makes the device even more useful without adding a single extra part to the board. So, to answer the question of can we do more with less, you bet we can. So, as this talk draws to a close, I just want to reiterate that by thinking deeply about the chip you put at the heart of your designs, you're likely going to be able to make products that are more affordable and easier to send out into the world. And isn't that the point, really, to send a vision out into the world? That's what matters. Okay, so that is my talk. I hope it helps you all as you embark on building microcontroller gadgets. Thank you. Before I go, I just want to share my contact info in a couple of places you can see my stuff. First up is the Oddly Specific website, which has documentation and resources. There's also Shop.Oddly Specific, where you can buy some of these products, like sensor watch screen things, which are little stickers that let you dress your sensor watch in costume. I actually brought some with me. Flag me down if you're interested. You can also follow me on Mastodon. And then I don't want to leave without mentioning Gossamer. I did a lot of the demos using this. It's a low-level framework I'm hacking on to build low-power, cross-platform firmware for the SAM-D and SAM-L series of chips, kind of ironing out some of the registered layout differences and whatnot. It's very early days still, but I am using it in some of my projects, and I'd be stoked for folks to take a look and see if it makes sense for theirs. With that, I think my time is up, so I want to say thank you and have a great rest of your teardown. Thanks. Thank you.
Really, really, enthusiasm plus, the stuff I just barely understand, but it's so interesting.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm waiting for, I posted about it already because I'm like, when kitchen sink mode is next, I swear to God, there's like, I feel like there's nothing you can't do.
Yeah, totally, totally.
Thank you so much. You're real, man. Thank you. Evan, for you. Good job. Good talk. Thank you. I finished my slides 30 seconds ago. Excellent, excellent. That's your microphone. Okay. And you can plug HDMI into your computer. Just unplug from the hotspot contact. I guess back here, right? What's up? Although, move this table like to the middle. Evan just needs a place to put there. You're doing?
I don't know if you see me on Discord.
Yeah. Great talk, man. Thank you. I guess that's kind of the thing, right?
Timing, but I get it.
Not an hour. Exception is like you did some ball, right? Yes. I have ball. So it's so cute. It's a little
Yeah. We have a taxi draw.
Sorry to tip on. Oh, that looks fine.
Where do you want to go?
Just you can go on the corner of the table.
We bring the
Yeah.
table this way.
Sure.
Do you need the down camera or anything?
Oh, I was gonna use my phone to just blast video through my laptop, but I could use the down camera. That would work fine too. If you rehearse with your phone, I think you just stick to what you.
Yeah,
Well, I
yeah,
didn't rehearse.
do whatever your system is.
Okay.
So if you are using your phone, let's
Yeah.
give
Okay.
that a
Let's do the
shot.
phone. Cool. Thank you.
No biggie. And it looks like here's your gonna be your. There you go.
This is still showing my thing. Is there a way to make it show this thing? Oh, well, I'm gonna jack the HDMI, right? Yeah. Oh, right. I'm saying it should. Well,
It should.
Oh yeah, it's probably yeah. It's like on the. Got it. Okay. We really. No. Sorry? Long day. Yeah. Okay, so you got. Do you have a power plug available to you? I have maybe somewhere. Yeah, we'll see. There's one right here. There's a plug right here on the long here. I just brought all my PCBs.
You said there's a plug back there?
There's one back here, but I'm not sure if it's long enough.
I think it is.
Here, let's try it. Very efficient.
Yeah, my tail's.
Right. Perfect. Oh, do not mix those up. I mean, I already mixed them up and nothing bad happened, but
I won't mix them up. You will.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, what's up? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. It's a little messy, but this one is the good one.
Come on. So anyway, I'll just.
No, you're good. I mean, thank you so much. Like, but maybe like.
So yeah.
I'm just
You just have the different. This is the Theremin, right?
Yeah, they both are. I mean, it's just,
Yeah, no, it's sure. I got that.
this is another Theremin.
Okay.
Yeah, this. I think I was like reading and thinking more and more about it. It's such a nuts project. It doesn't use any I think it's yeah.
What happened?
It's the long. It's the long one. The little one is the
Is this the one?
No, the long power brick. This is the speaker. That's a speaker. Yeah. Oh god, I should put this on.
Can I take some things out of your wet?
Yes, here it is. I think I'm not using the iPad because I have the laptop here. I want to make sure the HDMI cable reaches. Yeah.
Wait.
Or just you can just like USB it into my computer because then the computer. Well, the computer needs to be plugged in. My little guy has 3 ports. I'm gonna get the antenna set up. 1, 2, 3.
See the power of your haircut?
Yeah. Right.
Check battery on this. Looks like we're good. I think we're about that. I'll be back in a moment.
Thank you.
Oh, I got a lapel mic.
Don't-
Is this
you just
mute?
wait. You just
Oh,
wait for the-
okay.
That guy was speaking, so don't worry about that. And you just keep talking.
Plug these guys.
Sorry? The what? This is the one that is similar to this. Is that right?
Yes, but I
Similar in shape. There you go. Do you want me to take it underneath?
This goes. This should everything should run behind like far away from the right side.
Well, you know, there's something over here that we were.
Can we swap that?
And then we're gonna unplug that. Can you
Unplug what?
This?
that and the speaker. Yep. Great. Oh, right. Well, thank you anyway. More is better. Dude, you got this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I can pop HDMI. You should have laptop power.
Do
Not.
this needs to be on. Right? What's the last thing I was gonna do?
Am I ready to put it in?
Yeah, let me just quit all my programs. Close the foreign hub.
All right,
Macro battery to reset. It's on.
Phone's right there.
Here. Plan.
Should I put it in?
Yeah, let's do it. There it goes. Yep. I will calibrate it to my body. Thank you.
Still me. Oh yeah. Oh, me too. Display. I remember when I used to know all about this. Except
Or is that one of those like retro?
Joey, my presenter view is blank. Sorry, my presenter view is blank. I'm sorry. Doing play. So it's working before. Let me just relaunch it. All right. I had live video in there and it's not working.
no, there's no presenter notes on this slide.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Let me see. Let me just.
No, that'll do it.
Can I play it? And just
Well,
see?
this one. Oh, no, that's fine. Okay, that's yeah.
But no, that should still be there.
Yeah, no, it's not. Yeah, sorry.
No, let me displays.
Did you did it? No, you did it on the other machine, right?
I did it on my own machine.
Do you want to not have, so this is extended mode, should it be mirrored? Just like, I don't know. I guess, Evan, you should get your mic on.
Yeah, I'll get my mic working.
Or is it just like?
Sorry.
Everything goes there?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out the presenter mode.
Yeah.
Is there a mute button on this?
Not on that.
Okay, I will put it on in a minute.
Oh, no, it's not feeding right now.
Oh, I'm hearing myself. I may not.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I don't know why this is.
Yeah, maybe let's see.
Okay, range.
I was so ready to bathe in the integratedness of Apple technology that I had forgotten that when it doesn't work, it really doesn't work. Having said that, I will now not do the slides for a minute or two, but bear with me here.
If you've ever debugged something electrically sensitive, you probably know what it's like to experience the cosmic wonder and horror of seeing your unit tests start to fail when the ceiling fan turns on. Building a Theremin, playing it, feels like that all the time. And after a while, the feeling starts to extend even to speaking about it. And I think that can be very difficult to talk about why that's so awesome, a neutral definition of awesome, without sounding like you've lost your mind. But chasing that high is kind of an integral part of what makes it worth doing. You're cruising inside the tolerance margins. You're literally using your own capacity for electrical interference as a creative output. So I'm not exactly sure what version of this talk I'm going to end up giving today, because it, as with many of these projects, feels very sort of shimmery and prismatic. Light reflects off it in all directions at once, and when you turn to look, you're always a little surprised that you're seeing your own reflection, but you never know exactly what angle you're going to end up looking at yourself from. The Theremin is one of the first electronic instruments. As you saw, it's controlled without any physical contact from the performer. And it was invented by Leon or Lev Theremin in the 1920s Soviet Union as a side result of research into proximity sensors. He realized its potential as a musical instrument, so he and the Invention emigrated to New York in 1927. And its popularity was boosted by the virtuosic Clara Rockmore, who also went to the US around that time. In 1929, RCA, the Radio Corporation of America, decided that the Theremin might earn its place as a concert instrument of the future, grabbing market share from the rare American household that was wealthy enough to own both a piano and a radio. Keep in mind, this preceded the widespread adoption of the record player. And they began producing a commercial model, the aptly, if boringly named RCA Theremin, which cost about $230, over $3,000 in today's dollars. Can you feel it? It's 1929. Here we stand at the close of the Roaring '20s. The world just barely emerging from a devastating pandemic. Strange technologies threatening to upend everyday life. Teetering on the knife edge between global chaos of an unprecedented magnitude. Things that are good today, they could get a lot better, or things that are bad, they sure could get a lot worse. They got worse. In 1929, the invisible hand extended its middle finger, and production of the RCA Theremin ceased. Despite that, even though only a few of them remain today, and only a few thousand ever existed, the residual interest was enough to keep the instrument alive in the fringes of the American psyche for several more decades. And in the 50s, it manifested mostly as futuristic, spooky sounds in sci-fi movies, like The Day the Earth Stood Still. But notably in 1954, a young inventor named Bob Moog got his start designing and selling Theremin kits, which he continued through the 50s and the early 60s. And as transistors began to replace tubes and voltages began to shrink across the board, Moog's Theremins became sleeker and form factors became more flexible, moving away from the writing desk form factor and more towards the box on a pole. In 1970, he took a quick break from Theremins to invent the synthesizer, and arguably sort of kicked off our entire modern age of music. But he actually did quite a bit more after that. After he stepped away from the Moog Music Corporation in 1978, he started Big Briar, and immediately returned to his first love, making Theremins again, iterating on his designs from multiple decades in the past, selling them, but also publishing many of the schematics and providing personal tech support to people that called him on the phone. In 1996, Big Briar released the Etherwave Standard on the right, which is the best-selling theremin of all time. And it's been returned to the Moog name today, but it remained in continuous production for 24 years, almost entirely unchanged for its entire lifespan. In 2004, Bob Moog designed the Etherwave Pro, which was invented to be sort of a hybrid of the Etherwave Standard and the historic RCA-like designs of yore. It didn't use tubes or high voltages, except in the DC converter, but it was supposed to be the platonic ideal and the purest expression of the instrument. But sadly, it was his last project because shortly thereafter he passed away, and Moog, the company, had to soldier on without him. Side note, I just got one of these. It's awesome. In 2014, they made the Theremin, which was an attempt at a cheaper, beginner-friendly digital theremin. And in 2020, they released the Clarivox Centennial, which was an attempt to rehash the Etherwave Pro in an extremely limited edition, a mixed signal model with a digital front end that was encrusted with a king's ransom of expensive TI DSP chips and ST microcontrollers. Did you feel it? We're on the cusp of the Roaring '20s. Yet again, we're about to ring in the new decade with an exciting new theremin. But the pesky invisible hand comes in and pokes us in the eye. And I didn't come here to tear anyone down. Obviously, this sucks. And especially not the single entity most responsible for keeping the instrument alive, especially an instrument that was so self-evidently a labor of love. But and in this context, it's hard not to mention that 2 weeks ago, Moog was acquired by a giant conglomerate. The Clarivox had problems, and people that really were looking for a concert instrument were disappointed in some real ways. So what's my talk about? I just talked about Moog for 10 minutes. Do we really need Theremin History 101? Well, it's not easy to build the Theremin. You may have done it from a kit, but there's a difference, I think, between a kit theremin and a performance theremin. So, and Moog knows the field better than anyone else, but as you can see, they're still struggling. So I'm going to talk about why it's hard. A natural follow-up to that question is analog synths are kind of generally have gone the way of the dodo. Couldn't that have happened to theremins as well? Why don't we have a good digital theremin, and why haven't we had it for decades? So why haven't theremins made that jump? Well,
I mean, they're not like migratory animals, right? But they can't just go digital for the winter. But the natural follow-up question is, is because no one cared. But you know, spoiler alert, someone did. And so that's the last question that I'm trying to answer is, why is this worth your time? So let's talk shop a little, just level set expectations. Right off the bat, one hand modulates pitch and the other hand modulates volume. So when I move my right hand, this antenna is a little flaky because it's made of hobby metal. But that's my fault, not the instruments. When I move my right hand towards the pitch antenna, pitch goes up. When I move it away, the pitch goes down. And in a traditional configuration, when I move my left hand closer to the volume, it goes down. And when I move it further away, it goes up. You know, go figure. But once you get used to it, it kind of actually makes intuitive sense. It's like when Apple reversed the scroll directions on all the trackpads. Except it's been this way for 100 years. So we still haven't answered how any of this works, but let's take a quick look at the design for the Etherwave standard, which is the one that everyone has, the one that I have. To be clear, yeah, it's not this. But this is Electronic Musician 87, February 1996. In Bob Moog's own words, when you bring your hand near a Theremin antenna, you are actually forming a variable capacitor. The antenna is one plate and your hand is the other. During normal operation, the hand capacitance is less than 1 picofarad, which is a very small capacitance indeed. Each antenna forms a resonant circuit with a group of inductors collectively called an antenna coil. At or near the resonant frequency, a tiny change in hand capacitance results in a larger change in the impedance of the antenna circuit as a whole. Q1, Q2, and their associated components constitute the variable pitch oscillator, the frequency of which is slightly higher than the resonant frequency of the antenna coil assembly, which is established by adjusting L5. As a player brings a hand near the pitch antenna, the changing impedance of the pitch circuit lowers the VPO circuitry frequency by about 3 kilohertz. Q3, Q4, and their associated components form the fixed pitch oscillator, the frequency of which is set equal to the VPO frequency by adjusting L6 when the player's hand is away from the pitch antenna. So paraphrasing the rest of this long document, in a heterodyne double oscillator Theremin, both of these frequencies sit around 260 kilohertz on the volume antenna. And what eventually comes out of the speaker is the difference between them, run through a little bit of wave shaping circuitry. And so the analog circuit is carefully tuned to map these two positions to a range of output frequencies. And that's achieved via the L5 and L6, which are tunable inductors, as well as two fine adjustment knobs on the front panel, which like open a BJT to like just change a bias voltage very slightly. So that's our basic theory of operation. And this is common to almost, I mean, I haven't studied the other ones, but it's common enough, the heterodyne topology at least. Now let's discuss why it sucks to implement it in practice. So you've created some kind of a theremin. It measures capacitance and sound comes out of the end. Will you be able to make music on it? So setting aside how it actually sounds, I like to say that there's 3 L's to look out for, and they are latency, linearity, latency, and inductors. So let's talk about linearity. We're going to define this as like, when I play the instrument, do I get an intuitive sense of how my position influences the output? And all theremins can be fine-tuned to the capacitance of their surroundings and to the user's own body, which is necessary every time you set it up and play. Sorry, we're late. But ultimately, in an analog theremin, what pops out the other end of the speaker is like an analog circuit convolution of a bunch of nonlinear circuit functions. And every parameter of every component involved is going to influence it in ways that most of us probably have not had to think about
for 30 plus years. It doesn't need to be perfect. I'm not even 30. You do develop a working understanding of where the notes are, regardless of whether it's a flat linear frequency response, which is not even desirable really. But after a certain point, it just becomes unplayable. You maybe don't want like a quintic function in there, for instance. So recall that we are trying to very closely match the frequencies of these two LC circuits, and that by tuning L5 and L6, which are variable inductors, we can get them really close together. And that we have a very delicate balance between the resonant frequency of the antenna, the coils, and the two oscillators that are all tuned to detect your very small capacitance. There's a couple of other important points of adjustment as well that all influence the frequency response of the antenna. There's the external fine adjustment knob, which you have to turn every time. This frickin' grounded foil plate mounted between the main PCB and the antenna, which forms a rudimentary parallel varicap. And of course, there's the intrinsic capacitance of the antenna itself, because that's one of the plates of your capacitor. So that's 5 degrees of freedom. 1, 2, 3, yes, good. And those are just the elements that are supposed to change. So you can maybe understand, I've never played anyone else's ether wave, but I would guess that like 10% of them maybe are in tune that are out there right now, because a lot of those things can change over time without you noticing, and it's really pretty hard to get them back in line without a scope. I had mine for about 18 months before I really felt like I could get it to make the notes I wanted. It's a process. So challenging is all. Latency. So let's define this as how fast the instrument provides feedback. As we all know from being alive, immediate audio feedback is critical in order to exist, but also to triangulate the locations of things. And it's especially important when you don't have any other sensory feedback. Like, say, if you were navigating blindly towards a cylinder. If I'm doing this and I don't have an immediate notion of where my hand is, like I don't have a laser rangefinder in my finger, and you're all hearing the same sounds that I am. So if I go past a note, I'm going past that note. And my goal is to do it before you notice. So latency isn't really an issue with analog systems because they're analog. And that's part of why analog theremins are better until now. But just to give you an example of how tight the detectable window here is, if I'm using like a digital audio interface that has like a direct monitor out, and it's just like the sound probably goes through an ASIC and then comes right back out of an op amp, I think I can still tell if I don't run it, straight out through a speaker. I don't have that tube amp. And sidebar, one feature, this is kind of directly related. One feature that pretty much all digital theremins have is quantization. And there's 2 reasons for that. The first is that applying what's effectively a floor function to your sound output is really good at masking the slight delay that's intrinsic to the fact that you're calculating the capacitance with a microcontroller. And there's also the fact that digital theremins, by historically, I mean in the last 20 years, tends to be cheaper and less accurate and don't get hand calibrated. And so all of those things can be mitigated by simply shelving the audio output or the detection that goes into the VCO. The second is that they're intended for beginners, and if you don't have the expectation that you're going to be working on your perfect pitch, it's probably easier to get a nice tune out of something that quantizes to a 12-tone scale. So it seems like a win-win if you live in a Western country, except that playing with a hard quantized theremin signal feels kind of like falling up a flight of stairs. Inductors. I forgot to do the slide transitions on this one. So the third L. This is a Coilcraft 1 millihenry SMD inductor that I used in a project I'll tell you about soon. And this is a 1 millihenry crossover inductor that I got from Parts Express. I didn't get it. It's from Parts Express. I got it from the Parts Express website.
by taking a screenshot of the website. And there's a reason why it's not like we're necessarily running amps and amps through that inductor. That's the only difference. Inductors with ferrite or iron cores are better at storing energy for things like boost converters, and they're smaller, and they have a higher inductance per size, and they're cheaper, and they're more manufacturable. But they don't quite hit the Sistine Chapel ideal of the inductor that is simply a loop of wire that restricts current, or permits current in a very consistent way. And so if your inductor looks like that, and it's in a circuit whose only purpose is to be an LC tank measuring capacitance, and also its inductance is not consistent over the entire frequency range of the oscillation, because the entire purpose of it is to sweep the frequency of that oscillator, you're going to end up with a really weird nonlinear open loop behavior. And so basically where you end up is situations where, for instance, let's say you built a Theremin and you have very small surface mount inductors where you thought that they would be fine because, what do these old websites know anyways? And you're playing and you say, oh, this is fine. This is actually not a problem at all. And then the room heats up by 1 degree. And then all of a sudden there's no sound. I ended up in a situation where I breathed gently onto an inductor, and immediately I went like an octave out of tune, and it didn't go back in tune after it went back to the old temperature, which I assume is some sort of weird control systems behavior that I slept through in college. Also, they just don't make them anymore, the big ones that you need, unless you want a Parts Express speaker inductor. What you need is what Moog uses in their 90s and 2000s era Theremins are honeycomb / pi wound phenolic inductors. Sorry, these are not all, these are my notes. Phenolic inductors, no core. Honeycomb or pi wound is like, they look kind of like that. And maybe I have another example, but I can't pass it around just yet. Even the modern ether waves that were bit by the fact that these are unviable use like ferrite cored versions of that shape of inductor. And it's kind of a compromise because they get more L per unit volume. So that's tough. This is J.W. Miller. I don't know that they were sold to Borns, everyone's friend Borns. I don't have an opinion on Borns really, except that they bought J.W. Miller and stopped making those inductors in about 2006. Well, yeah, so we've taken 3 Ls, and I guess our Theremin's gonna suck. Star Wars title crawl, sad trombone.wave. Yeah, just kidding. I wouldn't ask for a 55-minute slot if that was the end. So close your eyes again. Don't actually have to. And let's revisit an alternate timeline in our Theremin Garden of Forking Paths. It's May 12th, 2012. Barack Obama is finishing his first term. The iPhone 4S has just launched, bringing with it a revolutionary AI assistant that will change computing forever. And Disney Pixar's Brave is about to hit theaters. Elsewhere in the world, in upstate New Jersey, Eric Wallen is a casual musician and theremin enthusiast from the cozy town of Boonton. He builds FPGA systems at a major telecom company. One day, May 12th, 2012, he starts a thread on the thereminworld.com forum, because of course. Let's see what it says. So the thread is entitled, Let's Design and Build a Mostly Digital Theremin. And since 2012, it has been continuously updated with a table of contents. And let's just scroll down to the first post. He did it. Since 2012, and with contributions from the thereminworld.com forum community, Eric applied pretty much every discipline of engineering, self-teaching many, to completely blow past the 3 Ls and build a novel, performance quality, entirely digital, entirely original digital Theremin. And he's sold a couple of units as DIY kits out of his basement. It is called the D-Lev, or digital Lev. There's around 40 in the world. And here are some of them. They have really primarily gone to Theremin owners. And they have a Facebook group where they sing the praises of the instrument and treat him with something beginning to approach religious fervor. These are the real pros. These are a couple of people that actually make money playing the instrument, and they have started to take notice. They have started to buy kits. It is sort of picking up ahead of steam, which is really cool because it's gratifying to see someone's very long-running personal project bear fruit, right? I think we can all agree. So how did he do it? Glad you asked. It is 1 FPGA dev kit, 2 AFE circuits, 2 handmade inductors, 1 DAC box, and 1 visual tuner. And he starts here with an FPGA. What is an FPGA? Well, who's at the precursor workshop? Okay, I'm trying to figure out which set of notes to read. Here is the 10-second summary. FPGAs are the chimeras of the integrated circuit world. They are chips that can change their form at will. You don't program them so much as you define their behavior in an HDL, or a hardware description language. And that allows you to express your desire for a jumble of circuits that work just so. And this is a slight abstraction, but when you do that, the big blob of silicon inside the chip reforges itself, and at that point, it can become anything. And people usually build with FPGAs if they want to design something with extremely accurate timing, or if they want to develop a new processor architecture. Eric manages to do both, which I guess one implies the other, but you know. So here I'll throw a bone to people that do know about FPGAs. He's running an Altera EP4 CE6. Before the chip shortage, I have in my notes that it was a $10 to $15 part, but it's probably something like that, right? It's not a special FPGA. It's not $1 million Intel NDA thing. I used one in my undergrad electronics lab, and it's been around for a couple of decades, and it's pretty generic at this point. To the point that it's EOL. So rather than using heterodyned oscillators, the D-Lev FPGA uses 1 phase-locked loop per antenna channel. It sends a pulse train through the AFE circuit, through a parallel inductor, and into the antenna and back. Then it reads the returning pulse train, and it calculates the hand capacitance from the phase difference. So let's zoom in on this AFE. That's it. We've got an inductor here similar to the ether wave. There's only one. Okay, this is what I'll tell you about the AFE. What we're looking at is the like 8-dip part is an ESD protection diode, and the what is it? 14-dip part is a hex inverter. And then there is a 2N3904, a 2N3906, and a couple of jelly bean parts bin resistors and caps. Probably costs about 3 cents. So when I say this is a completely digital Theremin, I mean there is not even an ADC involved in this Theremin, inside the FPGA or outside the FPGA. It is feeding a pulse train at logic level into a circuit that, as a side effect, boosts the pulse train up to about 100 volts peak to peak. So this is an ESD gun. And reads it back in at logic levels, at which point it has a very precise way of measuring the phase difference and therefore calculating the capacitance. All right, so cool, FPGA project. What kind of vendor IP did he roll with here? Is this this is like an ARM core, I guess 2012. I don't know what was around in 2012. Certainly not the Pico RV stuff. No, there is no vendor IP. It is completely free of vendor IP, except apparently for the phase locked loops, which I'm told you can't get around. It is an entirely, completely scratch-built, 8-thread, 32-bit little endian processor designed specifically as a host platform for a Theremin. Here's the first page of the white paper in all of its open office, logo formatted in Comic Sans glory, and it's up on his website. With some information that I don't really understand, but it's up on his website. He Verilogged his very own compute, math functions like sine and peripherals, UART, SPI for like the bootloader and the serial port, and a synthesis engine, which means floating point, DSP, everything that a synthesis engine requires. And the synthesis engine, recall the age of the, I mean, I guess I don't really know what's impressive, but I think this is pretty impressive. Gotta calibrate. This is, I built this, so that's the, there we go. Oh, the Geiger counter. There are some crazy ones that I need to find and let people play with afterwards, but there's about 157 of those. And the whole thing's built in HDL and is like a couple of kilobytes. So yeah, all of those patches can be generated by scrolling through like 10 pages of knobs on the onboard 20x4 LCD. And you can start with a pure sine wave and build the church bell if you want. Then you can dump them all to your computer and get a nice little 1 kilobyte file with all 200 presets. So I think that's cool. This, you know, there's documentation. I'm not a DSP person, so I can't really talk about this too much, but there's some videos of people that are way, way better than me, and I wasn't trying to be good just then, that have made some unbelievable noises with this thing. So let's evaluate this again from the 3Ls perspective. So yes, with other digital theremins, when you factor in the time cost of FFTs, denoising, passing control data between the field detector and the synth, generating audio waveforms, it does, all of those things can reduce, or well, it is the same, sorry, it's the same with the DLEV in that all of those steps reduce the processing and response, or increase the processing time, make the latency worse than an analog system that has none of that. But because we are using an intrinsically parallel processor designed
for a Theremin application-specific purpose, the time cost is really shaved down so low as to be indistinguishable from analog. And it means that there's no need to hard quantize in order to sort of mask the poor responsiveness and the heavy filtering that you would need otherwise. And it makes the vibrato technique possible, which is something that's actually really important for professional players. And it doesn't even give up the advantage of being approachable because there is a pitch correction feature if you don't have great pitch, but it is not like falling up a flight of stairs. It is, it's more like getting auto-tuned when you're recording a voice like track. It will gently sort of snap to grid. And of course you can't feel it, but you can see it. And well, I'll get to why you can see it. Linearity. These slides were a little rushed. So it's a capacitive sensor, right? It's designed to detect capacitances in a certain range. And in an analog theremin, we have these like 5 points, degrees of freedom that we use to control the ranges of the oscillators that are sensing the fields. And if your antenna geometry is not within a certain spec, it's impossible to compensate for because the frequency difference between the varied and invariant oscillators, you can't like bias it back into the audible spectrum. So you can't, basically, you can't change the size of your antenna without opening the case and turning all the knobs inside, and you can't change it past a certain point without re-engineering the whole system. Like I was maybe having some board noise issues here, but I was doing auto calibrations, and that just measures the capacitance when I'm not touching it and then compares it to when I am touching it. You know, so that makes that a lot faster. And in fact, there's the other advantage that in 2014, on page 94 of the forum thread, there's the derivation of an equation that makes the field processing code much more tolerant to a wider range of like antenna inductances and capacitances than would be remotely acceptable in an analog system. There's like math that happens that would otherwise have to be done in circuits that the circuit, you can't really build a circuit to do, basically. Right, then the inductor advantage. Eric winds his own inductors, that's the advantage. The tuner, visual tuner. So it would be nice if that video would play, but I can also just show you. The tuner has a 12-pointed star, and each note around the outside, each node on the outside, I suppose, corresponds to a note on the chromatic scale. And there is an immediate visual response because it's using the same pipeline as the synthesizer. I have decalibrated again because everything moved, but. And it's extremely sensitive. The top LEDs are corresponding to this one. Although I think when I'm hovering right over the tie point for the antenna, it's not snapping properly. Either way, very sensitive, very fast, possibly the fastest, most responsive like digital UX that I've ever seen. VR stuff is just, I mean, obviously a different class of product, but I think about all the time throwing up in a headset as opposed to seeing things change when you push a button. There's the video. Well, I've shown you. So nobody's perfect, and I spoiled it. This is my version, but the kit that everyone has is oops, is a literal out-of-box experience. And I had a picture there of the cardboard box that it comes in being used to create the enclosure. There is no enclosure. It looks kind of like this, except that there's not this box. So everyone that gets one goes to arts and crafts school. And there's some great results, but that doesn't really make it super scalable. It's bus powered from a USB to serial dongle. And it requires an external DAC because it has a Toslink audio output.
for isolation, but really what happens is people just feed the DAC and the instrument from the same USB hub and then get ground loops. And it is generally sort of just a really, really, really well-designed and mature breadboard design with a basic PCB. The EP4 CE6 is at its end of life, and the FPGA is, I think the block RAM is 99.5 utilized. I think I got an email saying there's 100 bytes free. Of course, luckily it never even approaches something so gaudy as a dynamic allocation, but we do have to take that into account. So I guess this is where I introduce myself. That's me. It's still me. These are things I've worked on, actually. I have a couple of things that were on Hackaday like very many years ago. I have been known to do hardware and software. I like input-output devices. I taped out a chip once in college, and I'm really into automatons. I actually built a digital automaton when I was 18 or something, and that was when I knew I had a problem. This is still me. I had a musical upbringing, as you might have surmised from like this whole talk, the subtle Asian traits and my aforementioned anxiety. I played piano growing up, but I had like a psychosomatic blockage, specifically when I was performing, and it made it really hard for me to keep playing. So my foot would seize up during a recital, and it happened 2 or 3 times after like 15 years, and after a while it was no fun. I was like, I can't do this anymore. So there's me at the piano. In May 2020, a famously good month of mental health for everyone, I purchased an Etherwave, and I played it through lockdown. And it's kind of a hard instrument to practice, but I got some quality time in because it was that time. And last fall, I had gotten kind of back into it after a break, and I'd read bits of the DLEV thread and the documentation, and I was like, oh, I could contribute to this. I can do like electronics. And I was at a conference last fall that some of you may have also been at, talking to a complete stranger, trying to decide like how to express how cool this project was and like what the instrument was capable of from what I'd seen online, and you know, what it really means to some people. And you know how it is, like second day of a conference, you're like maybe drank too much coffee in the morning, you haven't had lunch yet, you're a little hungover, and you're having a conversation about your hobby, and all of a sudden you tear up and you start crying, talking to a complete stranger that you met 5 minutes ago. Anyways, based on that episode, I decided to double down because I realized that Theremins were awesome and I wanted to have more of them. So after the conference, I wrote to Eric. I drove to his house. When I wrote to him, I said that I would drive to his house. I bought a DLEV kit, and I set it up on a pegboard from IKEA, and the antennas are made of copper foil. It's just copper tape, and it's alligator clips to one of these, quote, AFEs. So truly nothing fancy, and I sat down and I started playing it, and I got up 7 hours later, and I said, ow, my arm. So I wrote Eric back, and I said, can you, like, what if you made this a product? And he said, well, I don't want to make a product. And I said, why not? And he said, well, there's no money in it. And I said, I think, you know, who knows, right? Like, there might be money in it. And he said, well, not that many people want Theremins in their lives. And I said, okay, maybe that's true, but like, have you considered the people that don't know if they want Theremins yet, that have never thought that they might want a Theremin before? And he said, well, not really. Why would I do that? And I said, you know, these days, if you know the right people and techniques and things to buy on Amazon, you can just make 1,000 of something and not either 1 or 100,000. And like you quit your job and spent 10 years doing this, and there's people lining up outside your house, like throwing wads of cash at you. And he said, well, I don't need to make money off of this. I just want it to be open source. And I said, I don't know if those are mutually exclusive. Do you mind if I take a stab at it? And he said, by all means. But I had to warm up first, so I made another Theremin. This one. So this is an analog Theremin. It's pretty similar to the Moog ones I described. It's a dual LC heterodyne oscillator. A huge shout out to Art Harrison, the designer of this. He is one of the only independent Theremin makers that is still operating. Actually, he recently, like a couple weeks ago, retired, but he published this design online in 2000. And it's similar to Moog's, but it doesn't use the tunable variable inductors. And you can't shrink those down into an SMD format. So I basically built it into a credit card form factor, which to my knowledge is the smallest dual LC heterodyne Theremin made. It's not perfect. Ask me how I know what the 3 L's are. It fails all of them, except for latency. This is the one where you breathe on it, it goes out of tune, because I did not listen when I read his emails, and I did not spec the inductors extremely carefully. You learn from your experiences, and it's playable. You just have to tune it really carefully and not expect it to stay there for more than about 5 minutes. My document camera didn't work, so I have a couple of. I'm not gonna hold it under there, but I will show some pictures of the board design because I think I did some cool stuff. We've entered the show and tell zone, by the way. I developed a process to handwrite on silkscreen in a software called ASICs, which is for 2D game development, and it is much faster to handwrite in ASICs than it is to do it in better, like more complete, more creative-oriented, or nothing against ASICs, it's great, against like Photoshop or something, because if you want to load up a huge high-res picture of a PCB and like squish it down to 1 bit because that's what you want for your silkscreen or your copper layers, it's better to just have a black and white image. So that's the best software I found actually for drawing on boards, pro tip. And so yeah, I have my own handwriting just all over the whole thing, and I label all of the different sections of the circuit, and I like draw little like family circle like arrows around showing the like kid running from the variable oscillator to the fixed oscillator. And then I made a carrier board, which is the antenna, the bottom antenna. And the carrier board, we're surface mounting down like 5 different of these like PEM solder down standoffs. And that passes through power ground, signal, and antenna. And then there's a volume knob on the bottom board that just like is a dumb attenuator for the output. So I thought this was kind of cute. This is like my first board that I actually ever designed and assembled. That's not quite true, but one of the first 5. Oh yeah, and then I did some other cool stuff. I did a little like dedicational silkscreen on the bottom, and I took the original GIF schematic from his website and I put it into the copper layer. So you can actually just read off the entire schematic from this thing if you ever like forget what the parts are and need to replace them. Yeah. And oh, there's the document. This is just my laptop. Oh no, my phone's working. Wow, sweet. Okay. Well, there's the tuner. It's noisy because my phone cable is going through it, but all right. Well, we're almost at time. Then a couple weeks later, I just went right back and started up-revving the DLEV boards because why not, right? So I went from a credit card like passive board to an FPGA. But I found, luckily, rather than the socketed dev board, I found a stamp module, which is still in stock on Taobao. It costs like 1/3 as much and uses something with a little bit more block RAM and logic. And it is about half the cost, and doesn't give you a lot of extra Z height and stuff you don't want. I added a DAC. It's maybe on the next slide. And I refined all of the like core boards that were in the system. And so these are all just original boards that I just purchased, assembled, and glued together like last week. So I'm very happy with it. Yeah, here's the family photo, but I also have them right here. Yeah, better FPGA 4-layer boards, SMT components. The components were exclusively through hole. Now they're exclusively SMT. A brand new IO board, with the DAC, and it also has a microcontroller running Joey's Gossamer framework that is going to work as a USB converter and for the serial debug output, and MIDI converter as well, because there's a like standard 31.5 kilobaud MIDI output. So I don't know if these are good per se. Like I would not like start a crowd supply thing this instant, but it's sort of intended to take one step closer to manufacturability and like basically not place undue burden on one person to like distribute these things. And I'm hoping that if anyone wants one, I can figure out how to get them into people's hands, because there's a lot of crazy stuff going on in this thing. Another couple notes. Oh, great, it's my crotch. Not sure anyone's documented this particular stamp form factor in English yet. So if anyone wants like a lattice part in stamp form factor, I have that. And we got also Molex connectors instead of the big 8-pin IEC connectors on the original boards. Also, KiCad curve traces, love them. They're everywhere. And oh yeah, and I didn't want to do the handwriting annotation on these boards because they were too big and they even crashed ASICs, but I did make a font with my handwriting and used it for all the reference designators because you can do that with KiCad 7. And you know, sometimes you want to just be like looking at the board under the microscope, like pulling off a component and be reminded that you in fact exist. Right, that one's relatable. So yeah, here's the DAC board I was just talking about, and my phone pointing at myself. Yeah, so SAMD11, know all about those peripherals now. RefDes, and there's a buck converter, so you can use it with like a 12-volt power supply, and that feeds 5 volts to all the main boards. Okay, AFE. I've had the camera. Oh, like I'll point at the AFE now. The quote AFE. Those inductors you can't get anymore. I went on Alibaba.com and I searched for honeycomb RF high wound phenolic inductors, 1 millihenry, 2 millihenry, and they were like, yeah, sure. You want some? And I was like, ooh, how much? Expecting to spend $800, and they said, $5. I was like, really? And they were like, yeah, like quantity what? 1. Okay, cool, sold. So I bought 10, spent $55, and they shipped to my door. And I could tell them what inductance I wanted. So this is my tuner uprev also. This is a cool thing I did here. Feel a little cool thing I did. I was not content with just going from surface mount to, or from through-hole to surface mount. I went from through-hole to reverse surface mount. So all of the components go through the board, including the segment display, which tells you what octave you're on. So the pictures on the left are where I very predictably pin swapped the top and bottom sides of that 7 segment, and then had to get an Oshpark Bodge board to surface mount down and swap the pins in the x-axis. Okay, wrapping up. I'm not claiming that my work here in the last couple of months has been particularly magical. I didn't like design any circuits. I didn't read any algorithms. I ran a couple simulations to make this, but like I reflowed some boards. I got a little better at KiCad. I didn't write any code. I treated the whole thing as an exercise to basically just get better at like design and assembly. I only really understand as much as I've told you so far about how this device works. I treat a lot of things as black boxes. So I would love to engage more deeply with the like meat of the science and the signal processing, and to generally just get more eyes on how this thing works. And I email Eric all the time, so it's not like he's inaccessible, but I'm trying to get these into more people's hands because I think it's really, really cool. He's still actively working on the project. I think he's looking forward to having something with more resources, so he's not 99.5% utilized. You know, it would be great to have people contributing to the system because he's been working on alone since 2012. And also, I want to get it to people that don't
own Theremins yet. I think 0 people have bought one of these that don't already own a Theremin, which is nuts because they're cool synthesizers, and they could be cool HID devices, and they could be cool, a lot of other things, touch designer, projection mapping, control axes. They could be cool eFabless ASICs, given that they don't use any vendor blobs. I just got that idea this morning. So, you know, I'm hoping that the end point of my work is something like a crowdfund project that could be sold on some sort of crowdfunding platform, if anyone knows one. But like, you know, you don't have to do that. You know, and to give a concrete example, I'm kind of hoping that if I can get this to someone, it will be at some point plopped into Yosis next PNR and then have it running on like a Lattice, either the i40 or the next one up, depending on how much resources. I did Google this at some point, but that would be really good to get it shrunk down and cheaper and more manufacturable. And at that point, it's kind of off to the races, right? Then you just pull out the field sensing blocks, cram them into like a FOMU, and have your FOMU blasting out a pulse wave through one of these things, talking somewhere else over like a NRF, like enhanced shock burst like thing, so you can network them. I don't know, like it's a cool body of work, right? Obviously Eurorack. So if anyone has any ideas, this is going to be on the table, and I am going to try and figure out how much it'll cost to build a couple more boards. This is some work we've already done. De-siloing escaping documentation. Hell, actually that's first, because there is 10 to 12 years of documentation that needs to maybe be read by people. I will be working on the antenna geometries and building an enclosure. I met someone at Open Hardware Summit who built me this. That's the website. Those are all the things I just said. So, last slide. I promised I would have a better answer for why you should care at the beginning of the talk. Do I like this because it makes me feel like I am in the past? Or because I'm in the future? Or because I am in the past's idea of the future? I think that does it for a lot of people. That's why a lot of people buy Theremins. All of those things matter if that's what you're into, but not really. I actually have problems living even in the present. So I like it for the same reason that anyone likes an instrument. It's a tool for making music. It helps you find yourself, and it's played and it's experienced differently than anything else ever. I say this about Theremins in general, and this in particular. Learning it takes like skill and creativity and tenacity, and some people will find themselves playing it in ways that they wouldn't find themselves anywhere else. And I think that over the century plus of its existence, this instrument was just like kind of robbed of a future in which it was just an instrument. Like in the fullness of all that implies. Something you might just pick up and play to make yourself feel better. Something you might go to lessons for, take too seriously or not that seriously. Something you can struggle with and fight with and reconcile with later, and use it to teach your friends, use it to befriend your teachers. And you know, it's important because any instrument is a social object. It has a social aspect, even if it is the weirdest, most solitary solo thing ever. You can look any professional thereminist on YouTube from the last 20, 25 years started learning, and it corresponds to a period of renewed interest in the instrument, and it corresponds to having high quality, reasonably priced instruments available. And if they're lucky, it also corresponds to there being a teacher. And you know, at the end of the day, all I'd need to do for this to feel worth it would be to help out like a goofy 20-something who like wishes he could pick up the piano again. Thank you. Thank you also to the crowd supply attendees that rescued my talk yesterday. Oh, thanks.
Like I would love to see this.
Oh, yeah, it's
like so bad.
That was incredible.
Thank you.
I have an Etherwave Pro.
Yeah. Me too.
Yeah, you mentioned that you got one. How was that journey of even finding one? Was it just waiting for something to pop up on the world, or was there 15 years ago? A while. I'll tell you how much I spent. It was a little over $4,000. I think I got it. Yeah, so did I.
Worth all the effort. I love thinking that when you switch between the well, I can't wait to play around. I'm also into synthesizers and drum machines and stuff. And honestly, you're talking really fun there. Great, I know. I just can't believe the possibility. Like, because I do Theremin just for playing music, but also like more of our comedy show where we show basically Mr. Theater. And having something that was kind of flexibility and different sounds that you can instantly access would really up that game.
Wait, do I have to break down this
Let me check the schedule. Who's got? You got a little while. Hello. I'm Andrew. Hello, Andrew. All right. So what do we have? We got some PDFs or something you want to show on the screen?
I have a Google slide deck.
Excellent.
Should I use yours?
Or you can set yours up and we'll just plug it in. HDMI in.
Okay, if I can just plug my own laptop in, I'll do that.
Let me just out of the way. A little bit of a precarious setup. That's what CSU stuff is. Oh my gosh.
I teach here.
Oh, so you know exactly.
Oh, it's so bad. I'm actually a little horrified. I just started teaching full time, and so I'm like teaching in a class. Oh my God.
All right. So this is going to be your lab night. Click that. When you're ready.
All right.
Are you going to be running this room tomorrow also? Okay, I have some questions. So I'm giving the LTE talk later in the day. And I am curious if your audio interface is flexible enough that you can also fire up Google Meet and send the audio to the captioner, or whether I should do that myself.
Well, that should be fine. So it's just outputting from your laptop or whatever, right?
Sound from the room, like whatever you're sending, whatever audio you're sending to the webcast. Can you also send it to a Google Meet?
Well,
we can try in advance also.
Yeah, we could. We'd have to test it. Just to make sure. But
okay.
Yeah, because
we're associated
now indicated.
Oh, if you can bring her in on StreamYard, that might be even better. Yeah. Okay. I will send an email now.
Yeah. Like I think we can make it.
Okay.
Exactly. Like you instrument up your life.
Can we bring a Danza in on StreamYard?
The person you're bringing in, will they be asking questions or interacting?
They will be. The only thing I need from them is the only thing I need is a low latency audio feed to them. I'm going to have captions on screen. There's a human who will be transcribing on the other end. And so I wanted low latency audio, like not going all the way out to
So
YouTube.
humid in here.
I know, oh my God.
Okay, I think we can make that happen.
Okay,
I will not die
Oh,
of
sorry,
humidity.
1:30.
Okay.
And so the other question I have is, do I get a copy of, so if I have my laptop hooked up by HDMI, does one of those displays also show what I'm presenting? Or do I have to look up?
No, it'll, well, here, if you circle around, so it's super simple setup. You'll have, your display, feeding out whatever.
Okay, yes, okay, if I can, as long as I can see it here, that's great.
Yeah, it should be
I think I want a different display on my laptop versus what I'm presenting, so.
Okay, I think it should be fine.
Yes, this looks fine by me. Okay,
Cool.
Everything is fine, and we can, when do you want me to check stuff, I guess?
Well, what time are you getting here tomorrow?
Whenever.
Are you gonna be here like all day?
I'll be here all day.
Okay, so if you.
I can come by like around lunch.
Yeah, lunch would be perfect. Let me give you my number so that you can kind of ping me, because sometimes I'm running around fixing fires, putting out fires, you know? So 503.
Hang on one second.
Oh, sorry.
I just sent the captioner mail asking if you can by StreamYard. Okay. Cool. 503
560
560
9825.
9825.
Yeah, so just ping me and we'll coordinate and I think we'll make it happen. See everything here. It looks good.
Okay, cool. Perfect. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
And I guess at some point I should make sure there's actually LTE signals. I'll do that.
Okay. All right, battery life is good on our mics.
Yeah, we can show the list.
Yeah.
Are you planning on standing behind there for your talk?
Oh, I forgot. Do we?
Some people are walkers.
Yeah, I'll probably walk. Sorry. Yeah.
That's fine.
I have to go get a laser pointer. You don't have a remote laser pointer, do you?
I don't.
Okay, that's fine. I'll go grab mine. and then totally exhausted. I'm absolutely pain. The people in the way back, the hecklers, I don't really like it. So, and sorry, I had to talk. You start. Yeah, I guess it's start. Hi, I'm Andrew. I'm the faculty advisor for the Portland State Aerospace Society, which is a student group at Portland State University. It is an adorable student group. We love them a lot. They do amateur rockets, which most of you have seen outside, and liquid fuel rocket engines, isotopes, alcohol, liquid fuel, and liquid oxygen, and satellite ground stations and CubeSats. And mostly going to talk about CubeSats today. So one of the really cool parts about this is, many of you are engineers, and you know that engineering, especially engineering school, is super boring and awful. And so, as a professor, I can say that without being kicked out. And the reason is because it's not very hands-on, it's pretty abstract. So it's really, really good to do stuff. And this group is interdisciplinary, mechanical, electrical, and science people. And our joke is we lock them in a room and everybody's crying and get good systems engineering out of it, right? And this is really almost literally true in that part. And one of the things is we've always been completely open source. It's always been a really important part of this because as we do these systems that we had no idea how to do, we've never done CubeSats before, we don't have an aerospace program here in Portland State. We don't know how to do this. I literally don't know how to do this stuff. As we work together, we look at other people's designs. And of course, just like you guys, we're always so sad when it's not an open source design and you have to do it yourself, which is going to become the so we started with amateur rockets. That's one that we did many years ago. It's got little tiny wings on it, so we're doing some control theory, so it's got some giant wings. And we think we're cool because we flew blades on a rocket before. It was cool, and we put Wi-Fi pass on it. So other stuff like that. And when we were down building the avionics system for the rocket, we realized, oh my God, we built a sort of integral CubeSat. It has everything we want on it, communications, batteries, all that kind of stuff. Not only do we build the rockets, these rockets do not make orbit, they do not go to space, they just go and go out. Maybe it's time for us to start on another end, maybe eventually. So we thought, let's do a CubeSat, that's fine, we've got the open source CubeSats out there, right? No, we're definitely not, especially not 2016. Lead for Space, they had UpSat, but UpSat was a very, very constrained, specific, mission-driven design. And you'll see that over and over in space stuff, which is that you build a satellite for a mission to carry against it. And that's really hard because on the next mission, you have to pay that and throw out so much of this stuff, and then you start over and buy another set of cost $100,000. And that's really the problem. For a one new CubeSat, it's like $35,000 if you're cheap. And that's for one. You need three, right? You got top one in orbit, you need one on the bench to be tested, you need one backup for the rocket. And if you have three, that's like $125,000 in attitude determination. We don't have it. And so we thought, oh, let's DIY it, right? And like you all know this more than anybody else on the planet, DIY is not cheaper and it's not faster and it's not better. And so it's absurdly expensive time and effort. And worse, we're an educational institution, so these damn students are going through, we're training them out there, amazing for a year and graduate. All right. But let's do it anyway, right? It makes sense. The world needs an open source CubeSat development. So what are the requirements? The requirements are, sorry, this is more oh, how can I have the requirements like? Anyway, what are the requirements of it? Basically, open source, good for educational teams, so teams can work on it, and cheap off-the-shelf parts, all the stuff that you use. So I'm not going to talk about this for a long period of time, but just to kind of put you in the timeline and frame of why we do things we do. Space is a terrible environment, and you should never break up products to go into space. The first problem is there's no air. And you forget how much you use convection to cool stuff. We don't even think about it, right? You've got a hot raspberry Pi sitting in your pocket, you don't think about it. Well, you put that contrast right on its face, and you now have it's desoldered itself. Because that's part is because of what's called the force of the liquid. It keeps going. It doesn't actually float off its face. It's on the board, the liquid solder as it's on. It's just terrible. So that would be a real problem. If you get moves, it's metal and it rubs against each other. There's no reason why after many vibrations it won't actually go really well. And then you get really bad problems if you use the wrong kind of plastics for outgas, which isn't really a problem unless it prevents. Because that outgas goes somewhere, right? It kind of goes out and then it comes back and it sits just like a satellite, travels up the line and something like that. We don't care that much about this. If the space mission is the next to a NASA satellite that's got real optics, they will murder you if you go for optics with PVC plastic with the wire. So you better be careful. And then of course the stuff that explodes out, you've got toxic chemicals in the so that's bad. Thermal, I talked about this a little bit, that thermal is very hard to anything, it's not good, but you have to get before. But it's worse because on one side you've got, minus 270 degrees Celsius, heat color background of the universe. And then on the other side, you've got a 300-degree melted Earth. And then over there, you've got 1.3 kilowatts per square meter of the solar influx, right? And so the total satellite is sitting there. And if the satellite's not moving, it's not rotating with the sun, you'll get a couple hundred degrees C on one side and 500 degrees C on the opposite side. That's not good for your life. So you tumble when you use that. And so we have to do it on this. We've got some thermal simulations. So one side, it's not tumble, goes up to plus 90, and the other side goes down to minus 30. So that's just the typical desktop. And then of course, there's a big bugaboo radiation. It turns out radiation is not a big deal in low. We are in this beautiful cushion called the Van Allen belts that take care of most of the radiation for us. And so in the lower orbit, like where the ISS is and where we usually go, it's okay. If you're a little higher, medium orbit, which GPS satellites are, then everything goes to hell and fantastic and you don't want to be there. And then once you get past that belt, then it's better, but it's still serious over. So it's not so bad, right? But we have to worry about two things. The first is alpha particles, that's okay, we've got to make them shallow, so we'll do that. The real problem is single event upsets. We get all sorts of interesting little things for this stuff, and more importantly, you can turn your single event matchup. That's what we're really worried about. Your end child something from an SCR, and the only way to turn off an SCR is to turn off the power. And so you're going to come back to this when we talk about the watchdog on the satellite, how power. And of course, we've got 2.5 gigawatts of power in the wind side, which is not a lot of things power, which drives the design. And of course, it's remote, right? So we've got about 90% of our load, and actually that's not true. And we use firm updates, and if we break it, that's it, that's how it's done. And you can't touch it, it's got to be a process, and how do you design a system that's always on, it always working. All right. So that was background. This is the course, and it's most of you are trying to see the card come out there. You trust the card because when your applicant advisor drops it, goes into undergraduate, you can just swap out this card. And it's really fast. You can give a card as a subsystem to a team, they work on it, that's mechanical and electrical and software you can on. And what's important is, we were talking about that custom bit where we build a satellite that is just for your mission. We really wanted a design that we could do multiple modular missions. So every time we design a card, we can reuse that card in the ORSAT system, which is really good. And so far, we've had a lot of luck with that. We flew ORSAT 0, 11 something, we're building ORSAT 0.5, we're going to build ORSAT 1 again, and these are just the same cards better every single time. So we flew the satellite last March, which is fantastic. It was called ORSAT 0. We actually started with just ORSAT, and then that became ORSAT 1. We got Jim's right that was really weird. There's that one satellite for free. And we're like, no, we don't, but we could. And so we built that really fast. We were actually ready in 6 to 9 months to fly satellites, but and they finally flew it after the 2 years photographed the building, was at 0.5, and then originally we started with 16 for NASA mission, and that's when we got here. So this was at 0. Thank you to space flight, Seattle, they arranged for the flight for us, or the first satellite. There is WhatsApp 0, all the cards, all stacked up, ready to go. There's a clean box going, room for clean rooms with a clean box. Same kind of we use for the Russian, I guess, or something like that. It worked out really well. We are not just institutes, we have lots of people from all over the world actually that help with us, and I'm going to picture later to help us. And so these are more unsuspecting high school students from the rescue of the sunset, and we made them do all our hard work. Like I said, 300, that's us at space flight innovation facilities, and there is the nameplate for the satellite. Which is adorable. A big pop quiz. She flies with her own wings. What is that from? 5,000 miles. Nobody knows that, but that is a fact. Oregon State Lottery. Yeah, which we thought was really appropriate for us. And so thanks to all the people, and especially in this round, thanks to Osh Park, because, oh my God, the pile, the sort of pyramid, the Egyptian pyramid of purple PCBs we have, from all of the bad PCBs that we designed, and the rapid fail-fast cycles, we could not have done this without Osh Park. So thanks for really important part. That whole fast and fail that we don't teach that in universities, which is stupid, because that's how we do things in the world, right? And so we really did that, and we were only able to do that because of Osh Park. So that's the deployer, the CubeSat deployer. CubeSats are now a thing. We don't let university students build satellites, and we'll put that next to your $500 million communication satellite, right? That's just not a thing. But if you put them in a nice box that contains the fragments and the wire and all the other fragments, then you can go next to a big thing. So that's why CubeSats are a thing, not because they're a form factor, because it's safe for the $100 million satellites in the box. That's the ridiculously small rocket that we took to orbit. It's really funny. This is the rocket that went sideways for one of the launches, if you remember that. They failed, I think, 7 times. They got to orbit before us, failed, and then got to orbit with this one, and then failed with the next one. So that was kind of amazing that we were able to get orbit on this rocket. Space Y, yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was really good. And I don't want to pick on the master people because they don't know God, this is so hard to do, right? But it was funny that they learned that we were in orbit because we started beating and the other CubeSats and board started beating before they actually knew it was successful. So that was pretty fun. But it worked, it was great. So yeah, that's us holding our breath because we didn't think it was going to work. And just for fun, we have innovation.org. You can see where we are. Right now, we're over in ish, heading south. And that's kind of fun. And this is all based on 18 operational space groups, space force. They track everything in the lower orbit. And so
that link from the PSAS website?
Yeah, it is. The ORSAT.org. Yeah. And oh my God, it worked. That was the most amazing thing. We were like within 45 minutes, we had gotten packets. And so it turns out we are in a very weird orbit, something called a dusted on synchronous orbit. So if the projector is the sun and my head is the Earth, as I go around the sun in the year, I've got this orbit that goes around me like this. And it slowly processes along the year. So I'm never in the shadow of the Earth. I don't see the sun. And that's amazing. So it's 19 degrees C, which is like, what, 60 degrees Fahrenheit or something. Batteries are fully charged. I mean, it's just stupidly good orbit. And so it was almost too good because we didn't test everything right. We couldn't. because you couldn't, never got shade. So anyway, it was really great. That was fun. And the first packets that we got came from the satellite network over ground station. And we would be absolutely screwed if this did not exist. This is an open source ground station that the LibreSpace people fund. They have a server that does all this, and every single green dot you see there is a working amateur radio receive station, which is absurd. We did that one right there, and that one right there. Those were, for whatever reason, we got most of our packets from those two sites. It was just amazing. It's all free. It's all open source. And we really relied on it. So our beacon was made specifically to be received by the satellite. So it's something called APRS. It is actually APRS gets that from 5 with 255 bytes of satellite health data. So we got a lot of feedback on it, which is fantastic. So that was great. And we were really excited about this. We got 2 weeks of really, really good data, and then on cue, the satellite shuttle. Because you need something called positive control. If you can't control the transmitter, they will come and shut you down. How would they do that? And so you need to say, this is positive control of my transmitter. And one of the things we built in is, hey, you haven't heard from us in 2 weeks. Just go sign up. Fine. Well, next time we talk to you, you can start transmitting it. So that's fine. We'll just transmit a Halo Connect. Yeah, we need a working ground station. So we started working on a working ground station that's transmit capable. Satellites is receive only, which is fantastic. But we need something that can transmit. And so we started on Uniclock, the University Class Working Ground Station. This is yet another one of those DIY open source projects that you do yourself because nobody else has done. And so this builds on top of satellites. It's a satellite station, but now we've got our arrays and our SDRs and other things to make a fully, these boxes, Raspberry Pi, whatever, to make a fully transmit capable thing. Now, you need an actual radio license to run this legally, right? And you need other stuff. And so, yeah, be a little bit careful. But other universities, University College London, California, other folks are now building this, and we have an agreement to share the site so that, if you have a 1 megabit, upload, you can do it across sites, which is great. So, and it's a bunch of different bands. You can see we don't have the dish up yet, but it's coming. We've got VHF, UHF, and and we didn't hear from it. We transmitted, it wouldn't respond. We're like, oh crap, we had a dead satellite after 2 weeks. Maybe we can figure out what happened based on the fact we had engineering in the hardware we were testing for and stuff. And so this is the, we knew we had a good deployment for the antenna, we heard from it, we knew the transmit was working, we knew everything was working, but we couldn't hear. So of course we focused in on receivers in here. And this is the primary LDAM. It's a very, very low power, very squirrely LNA amplifier. Design by Graphics 2, it is beautiful and performing. And look at that little thing right there in the regeneration. That's very important because that's the thing that Dr. Advisor didn't see. So he was saying that's a really terrible ground on your low noise amplifier. It should look like that, right? Like that's a good ground, right? That's good, right? Yeah, okay, no, I did that, and that's how it's supposed to be because that's an inductor. And so it started to oscillate. And so when it gets cold, below 50 C, it starts oscillating. So we had jammed our primary receiver because someone did a good ground. Terrible. It really was off, and we never turned it on. And not only that, but we found out that the LNA was also 15 down for some really big. Apparently, the LNA requires 50 ohms on the output, not just the input. 50 ohms. No, sorry, a 3 load on the 50 ohm load on the output, which is not in the issues. Otherwise, it doesn't really. So that's all terrible. So we need 3,000 times the amount of power onto it that we designed the Uniclock station for, and $3,000, 2,000 times 90 kilowatts. Theoretically, we could know that, but we wouldn't really be able to do it. So what we really wanted was a really big dish. And it turns out there are really big dishes, and you can use them if you ask nicely. That's at Stanford, and that is I think it's a 30-meter dish. And that's the house with all the transmitter stuff in it that rotates along with the dish. It's really amazing. They do Earth listening, so they can focus on the moon and hear the other side of the planet with this dish, which is crazy. So thank you to the Stanford Research Initiative. We drove down there. We have lots of fun stories about going down there. We asked them, and they said, the Thursday, hey, could you do this? And then they said, yes, on Sunday. And we're like, Sunday, it's fun. So they were 3 days. And they're like, yeah, 3 days. Oh my God, so we went out and did it. And we totally worked. It was kind of megawatt class power, and ORSAT heard it, and it woke up in the 2 days. It was great. We know that everything is perfectly fine, which is fantastic. So we're now building kilowatt class systems to see if we can talk to it again. If not, we're going to go back to Stanford, the Standardization comparison. And we don't have time because we've got another satellite coming up with the actual physics of the LNAs and firmware that's being handed off in a month. So we've got packaging, and this one has managed determination control system, and something will come out in a second. So that's part of it, system. And then this is probably a year and a half ago, which is the original ORSAT one. So what we're flying now is a technology demonstrator for a shortwave infrared camera. We're going to look at the solar spectrum being bounced back off cirrus clouds. So we're going to map the global distribution of cirrus clouds. University of Maryland County, and you see all our requirements. And that's all science stuff. I don't know. We got to fly a NASA balloon to test that. That's the shortwave infrared camera. I'll skip this because it's like 15 minutes long. We can see the original images. Another one, if you're out there, you've seen it, we're doing something called ORSAT Live. It's a huge STEM outreach mission. We're not doing this in one coming in August, this is one in a year, but we're testing the technologies for this mission. Oregon high school students will go to our website, tell us where they are at Long Oregon, and then we'll give them a pass, we'll point the satellite at them, and then they'll be able to hang out in the ground station and get live video from space. We call it the 400 result stick, and it is specifically made as a STEM outreach because we don't have a lot of airspace anywhere, which is a little silly. Some of you might have seen part of this, which is this Hannon Brown Schmidt Castle Telescope. There was a great article or YouTube video by Huggins Optics on it, and it's pretty great. There's a sign from my work, and that's the camera, and that's what it looks like with that right there, which is fantastic. Don't mind bother. Okay. Oh, I don't know. Here's the ground station, 3D printed form, and helical, 12 got helical with a bunch of accurate ties and stuff on the back, doing some testing, and coaching the materials. Thank you to Crossbone. Crossbone is going to actually carry this kit in the very important, which is fantastic. So that was fun. Not only STEM outreach, but all the operations. This is what Ohio Oregon looks like somewhere in there if you have a cell phone in space. And this is what it will look like to our camera. That's the Ohio High School right there. So you'll be able to see high school, see your own place, but you won't, it's not included in that. Okay, so that's the mission, that's the background. That's for a while. Now let's talk about technical details. Again, if you want. So we're going to talk about cards, and these things are called end caps that bolt on the outside. These are the frames. Solar panels on the outside, and breakers on the back. The structure is all aluminum. It's anodized black to absorb radiation and heat satellite. It's relatively easy machine. You can do this on a CNC router if you want to. It's a little tough, so it's really more like CNC. And it's got some really clever properties. This part right here actually comes off, and if you saw the pizza, that's where you take the part. There's only one thing to take the part. But more importantly, one of the reasons we did the card page is that thermal problem is a real problem. And so what we wanted to be able to do was plant those cards in a way that we could transfer heat from a giant cable or power amplifier or whatever, get it into the ground plane, and then out of the ground plane into the structure where we can radiate the space, or at least have everything be the same temperature. And so these, you can see right in here, the Y, and you can't see the plus X as well. You see all these fasteners there. We're talking about 200 fasteners per minute. All these fasteners go to these little bits here called wedges and triangles. And now we have better single piece triangles. We're going to get to that. And you tighten these screws, that pulls this wedge in and pushes that triangle up, and it clamps the product. And the beautiful part for you electrical purists is that it's all analyzed movement. So we have, microns or pentamicrons that are living outside. So there's no electrical conduction. It's just current, which is good. So a single point ground running that thing while we still have all this thermal conducting going on, which is cool. So we've got bare ground planes everywhere that no actual electrical conduction. So that's kind of fun. And so we that way we're able to have good control over it. Those clamps also help with vibration. So you have to go through this sort of absurd amount of vibration. The funny part is that the launch is way nicer than the actual vibration testing. So if you fail to do vibration testing, it's going to be in the testing and not in the actual launch itself. So thanks to Tektronix company, Tektronix shape table, and so far with that is great. Talk a little about thermal modeling, that your thermal desktop is give us this is our model that talks about the transfer. So here's the ground plane. You make drawings, it's about, and you might have a kit that we put together, you talk about the manufacturing, the design, and so that's all you need to put together practical project stuff, especially where it's team. And we focus on power supply one day, and then we do something. Okay, finally, into the more technical details. This is the backplane. On the backplane, we've got these carbon connectors, we call them. It's a Samtec 50,000 connector. There's some aux things that we never use, which is fine. We always good to have auxiliary connectors. And these are our RF. So we use what are called SMPM connectors, which are up to about 18 gigahertz, and strip lines on 4-layer Oshpark. And again, I know I'm saying Oshpark, but oh my God, the 4-layer Oshpark layout is perfect for this. And we include that because the routers would just be too expensive, and this is really enough for us. It's really good about 3 gigs. And again, you'll notice no wires. We hate wires. I mean, no wires. These not wires in rockets, but not in satellite. So everything is on the back, which is great. We have a raw battery voltage of 70.2 volts. Something called the Rosette power domain to turn these on and off, which we'll talk about in a second. And this is just a 4-layer board. You make it with a keypad. You can go download it and for your bespoke mission. You can change up whatever you need here. You can put this is the C3 board. You can move that down here. If you need to, right? That's easy. So it's a really flexible system. Here is the backplane, and you can view first on that. Anyway, it's literally just doubled up pins because it's space and everything's hard and connectors suck even more wire. And so you'll see all the critical things that get doubled up here. D-bus is at 7.2 volts. We've got a UART that runs in the back end, but mostly it's CAN. We mostly do CAN. And that was really hard. I use CAN a lot. I hate CAN, controller area network. It's kind of terrible. It was made by electrical engineers, and so you know it's bad. It's bad because of its goodness, which is that it's really redundant. It's all this good stuff that you want in a car, but for us, we need data. If we could use Ethernet's going to power for us. So we can't use Ethernet. We're crossing interface for single pair Ethernet. We're just working so we can use Ethernet right now. It was 5, right? And we have shutdown circuit. We'll get over that in a second. But CAN, bus, shutdown, and then OPD, Rosette power, and then all runs up and down this thing. So we have 2 layers of software infrastructure, as you know. This is the firmware developer kit. We have an STM32F091, which is Cortex-M0, JetBox CAN. So this is the battery pack. It's got controller on it. This is the protocol that we use that we give to students to work on. And this is the $11 cost development kit that you can buy and do, right? So when a new person comes on board, we give them one of these. We might never see it again. That's $11. And they ramp up on all of our open source tools, and then they get a board or they go straight to this. So we have some onboard. And that's really important because you can't just get into a space for it, right? You need to know like that. And here's the SM32. It's nothing's like CAN transceiver, with 6 layers, there's a lot of and nothing else. There's firmware on board, we have chip EMS, which is a real-time operating system, usually used for intensive issues. Really great operating system, really clean, really love it. For those who have PTSD from free hour costs, it's not that, so that's good. And we also use CAN, right? We also use the CAN open standard on top of CAN, which may or may not be a mistake, but we use it, and that's a huge application layer on top of the CAN protocol. CAN open node is an open source C library that helps with that. And yet another open source project because everything else is everything is garbage. Yes, everything is garbage. And this is a real problem, right? Like we needed something called electronic data sheet for the CAN open protocol, and we needed it. We just wanted a tool to just work. And what's out there is just what's it called? It's a C# project. And it's just, so bad. So we just rewrote everything about it. Great. And it took us months of refining it. There you go. Can open monitor, again, we need someone to just look at the calendar messages and see what they were. And so we wrote more open stuff to help with this project. So I talked about the microcontroller, that's on the solar panels and battery pack. We have some heavy lifting on the GPS and the Star Tracker and now the board. And so we love this chip because we can solve it. It's an Octavo OSD 3558X, maybe that wrong. And it's a single chip system on chip. It's got a Sakara processor on board with a gigabyte of memory, and you can talk to an eMMC for flash, and that's a Linux box, which is fantastic. And so that is for $35 to be on board. The CSP is on board that, it's the Pocket Eagle, basically Linux image that we use. And we call it WhatsApp Linux because there's a couple changes, but not a lot. And then on top of that, we've got Olaf, which is a Python framework that talks CAN open and does file transfer on the bus and does all these sort of housekeeping stuff, including we can upload .devs and pits and bash scripts up to the satellite now and then run it locally on things from the update, which is fantastic. It's totally not a security issue. And then we've got some good reader docs. So if you're interested in new embedded Linux, oh my God, you really need a lot of software help right now. There's a lot. Okay. We also have on board this power processor on board the cable ICs is something called the Protocol Research Unit, I think it is.
Programmable real-time units.
Thank you. Programmable real-time units. I should remember that. And the programmable real-time, it says it. I should be good on slides. These are amazing. And we don't know what we're going to do with Harrison processors because we really use these. These are real-time. We think of them as protocol co-processors. So they talk to our software Foundry and just receiver to our cameras and things like that, which is great. So it's not direct cameras. Every card has the same debug port on it. It's just a little flat, flexible cable interface. It's this thing right here. And you can see all of it. Even the STM32s have it, the cables have it. And you can both power the card locally and you can talk to it. And on board that is just JTAG up here, UART to talk to get some debug information, and then for the Octavo chips, we've got USB host and USB device. So we can plug in as this card as an Ethernet device to your laptop, so you can SSH it and stuff, and you can plug in a flash card. So this is actually the most important part of our set right here. This is hardware moving time. This is flat set. And I wish I had a picture of it because there's a whole new section. So not only is there the satellite with the back plane here, but there's a Linux box up here where you can put your mobile into, and then you can go to each of these little debug ports and you can SSH or JTAG in here and run it and test it remotely. And over here now is the flat nodes, the flat network open ground station. And now we have an entire satellite that exists in space that talks over coaxial cables to a Linux box with a hack RF that thinks it's on the roof, and we've got a whole hardware roof simulation for software, which is really important, right? That's how you get things done. And again, we're trying to teach people how to do stuff like that. That we know, hardware. Okay. This is our antenna system. It's a tri-band turnstile, so it's circular polarized, so this first four sets are tumbling. Our future ones will be gate tumbling, so everything that's not high gain needs to be omnidirectional. And it's adorable because we literally use tape measures and line them up in here, and then that's fishing line, and that's a power resistor, and we literally just for the power resistor melts the melt line, and those things spring. This is not, we didn't come up with this, they've been using two for a long time, but it's really reliable. The solar panels were super prominent. There's one per side, one per view actually, and so it's a completely modular unit. And every single one of these has its own maximum power tracker. And I won't really go into that if you want to talk about it later, but the maximum power tracker basically is a thing that competes back between the cell and the system, and so it maximizes the power from another source. So it's really important because you can lose most of your power, right? And for whatever reason, I don't understand this, other university teachers don't run and so they're just talking about it. I don't even know how this is on. Maybe because they need time to so it's this adorable thing where we have little INA6 that measures the voltage, current, power. That goes to here. We've got software routine that then controls basically a boost converter. It goes from 5 to our 8.2, what should be not to try to balance. So that's also a battery charge, right? So lithium ion cells. And this is not, we were using this is actually just a boost supply that happens to have a current in it. And so yes, if you're using the current limiter as the max power, which is super cool. And it's here, so here's the download you can look at. There's the solar cell, there's the power factor, and there's basically megahertz class switching power supply. So we have like the fastest maximum power power because we're happy to ship to that. And then you see this a lot in our stuff. We have a field diode from LC now or UI, and that's what we get. Instead of using the diode, we drop in watts of power. We get a couple of MOSFETs and we ship both MOSFETs, and that's our diode. So when we're in the dark, these guys just shut that. They are off. Here's the battery pack. Battery pack is just lithium cells and other lines of space. You can use light bulbs, but they tend to leave it that fast, and so they work with design for that. So we can do better. So we just MRI and you can see the caps to the left. There's a computer with a bunch of factors, and these things are included. So it turns out that when you're in the deployer of that box, you have to be shut off. And if you really want to be shut off, it would be terrible if you pop out or something like that. I don't want you. So these funny things are literally switches that are on so that when you're in the box, there's rails, the rails push out your switches and take out and turn off the sound. There's 4 of them. 2 of them are literally in between your battery pack and the rest of the system, and 2 of them for us are to the shutdown circuit. In a second. So here is the batteries. We went to 2. We've got 4 batteries in the pack, but they're in parallel, so we've got 2 separate parallel packs. So it's 2 S1 in parallel, so we have to down and so forth. This is months of undergraduate pain and suffering right there. That is our shutdown circuit. So when the shutdown circuit line is pulled to ground, the entire satellite, solar panels, battery pack, C3, everything, crowbars to ground, it powers off. And so if we have a single limit flash up, we can fix it by crowbar. And so that's where we're really excited about that. Most other satellites don't do that. We think that this is one of the reasons why we're so high. Every 24 hours we use just for data, right? Which is also one of those moments. And of course, we've got a max chip to read the hours, and there's a bunch of other stuff I haven't checked. So, in more ideal diodes, this is interesting. This is our battery charger, which is ridiculous. If the bus voltage is greater than the battery voltage, then it charges, and if it's not greater than, then we discharge. That's it. And this is kind of a problem because you should never really float lithium ion batteries, right? we do anyway, and it's fine, because we're actually accountable for the charge voltage, but it's fine. They were told, so we give it some else. Okay, that was better. Oh, good, actually, pretty well. Don't forget to interrupt with questions if you have questions. So this is the C3, this is our onboard computer, or OPC. We call it C3 because we're both command, communications, and control. This is the original, it's in space right now. It's got the L-band receiver right here, the AS5043 chip, and then the UHF transceiver, TX and RX. And up here is the radiation tolerant watchdog, which we'll talk about in a second. That also is tied to the shutdown circuit. So if radiation at C3 doesn't pack, we can't watchdog, pack the watchdog. Those for and if you don't catch watchdog once a second, then the whole satellite goes right down. 16 gigs of flash, and running GWS, 10 open, and CCSDS, which is the communication protocol for satellites. This was a really interesting issue because we had all this stuff on a real-time microcontroller, real-time operating system, a CCSDS communication protocol, CAN open, all this stuff. And undergraduates couldn't touch it. We had one amazing graduate student who wrote this, and we flew it, and then nobody could contribute back to that. And it was a real problem, because this is the right thing to do, right? That is small satellite. But it's so monolithic and so hard to work with, we just couldn't do anything. So, where is it? Oh, I killed it. Ah, damn it. I must have overwrote this line. Oh. We're changing the STM32 to a table chip. So now we'll have a Linux box that runs the satellite. And in the 3 months that we took a Pocket Eagle, hacked the living hell out of it, and put it on top of one of our development C3 boards, we made more progress in software development than we had for the last year. And so, again, I don't really want to fly on cable as a main processor because it's so complicated and there's so much going on. But we need the development time. It's all about we need Python, we need underwriters to be able to contribute. So it's an interesting, appropriate technology.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
The 3 caps, those look like aluminum polymers?
No, they're tantalum.
Tantalum polymer? Are they polymer or aluminum too? Usually black is polymer.
Yeah, I was looking at that. That actually looks like they're aluminum, but this actually.
220 to 60 volt, that's probably tantalum.
Yeah, I think it is.
The reason I'm asking, there's a well-documented issue with PDOT and space when used for capacitors, especially on the tantalum polymers. I can talk to you about it later, but I used to work for a capacitor company, and we had a number of satellites that failed because of them.
Wow. And what was it that changed?
So I left before the definitive answer was ever found, but basically when the PDOT dries out, its behavior changes, and it actually, the caps start to act more like a diode than a capacitor.
Oh, okay, so you're saying that electrolyte or whatever it is.
Well, it's not, I don't think that's the problem, it's not an electrolyte, it's the cathode connection is a solid, it goes polymers, it's a solid polymer. When that polymer dries out in space, the behavior of the cap changes.
So
I'm curious, that's why I wanted to talk to you, I'm just curious.
Yeah.
If that's what those are, and if.
Yeah, well, never seen this. Yeah. Yeah, that's a huge, it's okay. So this is the radiation tolerance circuit. So radiation ICs are $thousands of dollars each, right? There's an AVR, an old AVR, like 18 mega 128 or something ridiculous, right? That you can buy for like 35 cents on the open market from Alpha, but then you can buy a radiation tolerant silicon dioxide process or the silicon dioxide substrate or whatever it is. And that's like $1,200. Yeah. And so we're like, oh, we can't really do that. That's too expensive. We can't afford something. So we look around. It turns out TI has this great thing that we call it BoostX or whatever they call it. And it's relatively inexpensive, radiation tolerant products. They're not proof or hardened, they're just radiation tolerant. And so this is just a quad barrier. And we turn that through the power underground labor into a full RC oscillator watchdog. And so we're getting the circuit once a second, otherwise it fires, and then fires, it pulls and shut down the ground, and the whole thing pops. So, and that's so that this circuit can continue to work while the satellite's powered. So this is the ORSAT power way that I talked about earlier, which is we wanted the ability to turn the cards on and off. The star tracker, the GPS, we don't need those on. They should be default, they should be off. So how are we going to turn them on, and how are we going to turn them safely on? So what we did is we threw an I2C bus to the back, which is terrible, but we did the right stuff. We had an I2C transceiver and we recorded it and made it safe. And that runs this max engine, the 7310. And that is a really good automotive grade GPIO standard for I2C. And you can have up to 53 of them on your I2C bus. That's one of the address on it. It's a weird address. And this is great, so that this actually, we set the address, we talk I2C, the C3 card talks I2C, and now we can turn it on and off individual cards with circuitry on the card itself. So we don't have a smart backplate that we don't want, we don't have the CD, what we want in. Each card has this built in, which is a little repetitive, but it's fine, right? If you pull the card, that's fine, you're fine. We also have some super clever circuitry. We were terrified that if this chip failed and pulled one of the I2C lines out of the ground, then mission over, right? And so this is an adorable circuit that times out if this side of the wire that goes through this transistor is pulled down. And so we have some backup protection with the I2C won't kill itself when the times down. On the other side, the Max 7210 here, and then connects to this Max chip, you pair the Max chip, Max 4211. It's a circuit breaker card. So it looks at the voltage across this. It's got a little amplifier in there, and then it does a comparison to this multipliers. You can set current for that 0 and ability accounts. And this thing, basically, turn the card on, this thing turns on, and then monitors this current, turns this on, and then you can do a reset, and you can see you can run the whole system. So you can turn it on, you can see if there's a fault, you can reset the circuit breaker, you can settle on, and then you can be on. Okay, it's this idea of CPU reaching out to each card. So that was this is possible. One of the things you'll see is a holding war in space design between people who think that you should have one monolithic processor that goes out to all the different systems, and those who are in distributed that. We, of course, are in the right because we're in distributed that. And that's got its own problem, but at least we know that when you give that time, it won't stay. Okay, software. So we okay, good, sorry. So the CPU is just running this sort of standard OS links that are along that I talked about before, those applications that went to it, and you've got Python things running there, and then it also runs the space packets library, which is a Python library for consultancy, community for space data systems, which is how you model or high latency satellite system. Everybody uses this fast space program, things, everybody uses this. Our star tracker is adorable. It's a little on-semi chip right here, a little commercial lens that talks to the PRUs to the cable, and then we run an open source project called Open Star Tracker. And Open Star Tracker, then you take the image, look for stars if there are stars, and tell us where the equals for it. So that's our attitude determination. And we run a little format. Oh, there we go. So there's the software infrastructure. This is Olaf now, and this is all Olaf, and then the stuff after its own application commentary. GPS has a ASIC on it that is meant for space by Orion and Smart Running. It used to be Skytrack. That's this is right there, and that just works, which is fantastic. And so we just get ECDM coordinates from the chip itself. However, we want to do a little more history than that, so there's also a Max SDR GPS chip right there, and that goes through the areas there, and that doesn't work right now. It hasn't been passed, the software is kind of get logged, and that's basically SDR GPS, which is really hard, but that's okay. It's yet another open source project that we now probably way better than it was a year ago. So part of the attitude determination and control system is the control system part. And so this is something that we're working on literally today. There are students in the lab right now working on this. These are called reaction wheels. And what this is it's literally just a mass on a motor that spins up. And if you remember your high school physics, if you take something, if you're on a lazy Susan, and you take a wheel and you spin it this direction, then you start rotating the other direction because of the conservation of angular momentum. And so that's what these are. These reaction wheels, as we spin them up, the satellite spins the other way. And so it's really cool. It's really hard because it's moving in space. Again, we couldn't afford a real reaction wheel, so we have one together. We took a drone motor and we chopped off the top and we pulled out the bearings. Again, metal on metal bearings would freeze in space. We replaced them with hybrid bearings where the bearings are actually silicon oxide and readily available. This is the stator. This is the rotor of that motor. And this is a big, huge brass weight, essentially the rotor. And so this whole thing spins. This is the central axle. And then there's a little magnet up there because I'm actually very excited for the best presentation because we did a motor control and we started with the best, couldn't get it to work because I wanted to get all the best. But basically, we did our own reaction and board using that's it was hard to get this to behave without a bunch of time. So that's kind of exciting. We're very proud of this, and if it works, then great. So I want to really emphasize this, which is we need help. We don't know what we're doing. We've never done this before. If you know techniques, if you know engineering, if you know thermal design, if you know mechanical engineering, anything like that, we're looking for you. What we call industry advisors. We have people all over the world we work with, and we're looking for, we really love working with people. It's so much fun for you guys to come to the locker room, sit with the students, work on a project, and sort of mentor them as they work on the project. It's very peer related, right? So we're not teaching the kids as much as we're working with interdisciplinary teams to get this stuff to work, which is really fun. And of course, we'll take a cold hard cash as a nonprofit. For more information, see all our websites and our digital, and you can email us or me directly. And we'd love to hear from you. Please don't be shy. You guys really need help. And thank you.
You mentioned the commitment to open source, but I noticed your ground station uses a Raspberry Pi.
Yes, it does. And we still are on the fence about this. I have deja vu. Yeah, we're still on the fence about that. It's still designed around a Pi 0 W because we've not found anything that's cheaper. However, and the question is how far down the open source development can go. Because the SB32 has their Wi-Fi version shipped down. And we're thinking, oh, okay, we might be able to get that to work instead, but then we have to network two of them, and it's SBO, it's just hardware. It's one of those things, so we're still open to that. We could go with the app cable, that's one of the things we're thinking about, but then we have to build it and get it through power supply, right? And doing a commercial board with that cable, I'm sure it's done, but we are not good at getting the commercial in the bulk manufacturing. So we really want most of that stuff to be done as a single computer. So I'm hopeful that someone will still come up with an open source Raspberry Pi 0. So
So Alimax also does single core computers, and everything they do is all open source hardware. Alimax, they're in Bulgaria. OLI. Yeah. Okay. They're a pretty good alternative, and they do open source hardware. And they do larger production stuff.
Yeah. Oh, if they had a small one with the Wi-Fi chip. Yeah. Oh, that's
So you said that you hate wires. Is it because of the range of motion or a different reason?
Racism. We've been burned by wires over and over again on the other models. And so we try, I mean, there's nothing you can do, right, especially on, who has the guy working on a cable CAD who's out in the front, we're very excited about that because cabling is one of those things that you just think it lasts more longer, it's gotta get a wire, right? But it's the thing that fails every single time. And so we try to reduce the number of cables in the satellite. The other problem with cables is you're plugging on, plugging on. And one thing that was worked really well with the car cage is that connector we chose has got thousands, not 10,000 cycles on it. And so we're not going to torque protectors, you know, we're not going to do bad things every time we unplug it, which we see happen, right? Like it's the fifth time that another graphic grass cable pulls the thing out by the cables. You know, you catch them and say bad engineering sucker, but it just happens. And so we try and avoid that. But with the rocket, for example, next week we're going to have a big cable building. Big cable building party. We're going to go how do you build high-rise building cables? There's a bit.
In terms of publishing all these things like the schematics and things like that, does IPAR conflict with your ability to publish any of these things? Or?
No.
Okay.
Which is fantastic. If you want another IPAR, I'm going to do IPAR. The international traffic regulations does affect space programs a lot. If you're doing commercial work, it absolutely affects you as part of the fundamental research solution. Both educational and open source projects get out because they publish everything. It turns out if we didn't publish these things, we fall on our iPod. And unfortunately, part of the big rocket was forming us on the next generation rocket. Parts of that actually fall on our iPod, even though we can publish CAD, we can publish photos, we can, you know, give you all the modeling software, we can do all of that, but we can't let you look at the actual physical items that fall on our iPod. But yes, you're very aware of that.
So the GPS, for example, you can share all that information about the GPS?
Right, you need to get special letters for this, but yes, as those come from, I believe, Taiwan. And so we write to them and say, hey, we're going to use it not in the weapon system in the sell to us. If it was a US manufacturer, you have to say, then it does fall under GAR, the Export Administration Regulations. And so you have to say a document bringing this out of the country. Apparently, no space is not. So there's something, it's not that. It's the best it's ever been. That's a good question. Other questions?
I'm curious if you explored any of, so I guess there's kind of a continuum, as you noted, of radiation hardening. I'm curious if you explored any of the Cortex-R devices or if those were meaningful in your threat model. Like there are some lockstep Cortex devices, and I'm curious if you explored those.
You know that feeling you get where like you design a whole system and then something comes along and I would like to use it for Cortex-Rs, but it's good. At least I really good. You can always spin stuff, but I like them. I like the reliability. I like the stuff that's built into them. I would actually, because they would be, it's been a while since I did that. If I remember right, they've got decent watchdogs and decent. Do I remember this right? They've got some kind of parity on them. I don't know. Anyway, yes, we'd like to move up one level to the sort of commercial medical automotive is the new space area, right? So if you're building stuff, safety critical stuff for people or autos, that turned out to be really good for us. And so and literally everything that we purchase is not the automotive area, even just for
Does your telemetry include anything about the like the reset behavior?
Yes, it does. And it turns out that we've not reset it. We've got one reset 24 hours cycle, so we programmed into it. And we had to do like 2 or 3 other ones, and that was it. So it's really easy to yeah, just again, you know, we all get excited and terrified about radiation.
This afternoon, you introduced the peer review as part of your cover associated with your descriptions of something else in the future, maybe this project is
you know, successful doing that?
No, that's why we're a little afraid. We don't know what we would do about it. Probably at EPA or something else to go from whatever weird thing we have to the risk file, which we don't want to do because that's more power and more capacity. We did that actually a long time ago. We did the GNSS, SDR, into an activity and we also did that. And that was just a single CPLD actually. Do that. So we could do that, and that's probably what we're going to do. But yeah,
Pushing those pretty hard. Just about, as far as the shoot. Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, how all the boards played across the table? You said you kind of simulated space, right? You've got PCC space, you've got the drone space. You mentioned half RF to kind of generate signals.
Yeah.
Those, what are you using for your data snapshots? Are those like actual in-flight anomalies that you recorded, or are those all generated through the
I didn't understand the question. I see one more time, sorry.
So I'm curious what you're using
All right, sorry for the delay. Frank just talked about driving motors with best, which stands for better electronic speed control. Got to think of Invention better. Down in the project is a open source motor controller design and family motor controller designs. Mostly for brushless and, permanent magnet synchronous motors. They're structurally very similar, but slightly different control. Kind of tens to hundreds of watts of size. So if you want to drive something like this, it's about the perfect size car, probably not. If you go really small, you're wasting money. It's dirt cheap. And really, just any solid DC supply that usually needs batteries. This might be a dumb question, but why do you need a motor controller? You probably want to be able to turn it on and off. You want to run your motor at less than full power. And then lastly, brushless, it will turn like 60 degrees before it stops, unless you electronically rotate between the different electromagnets in there. So, that's specifically why I should use it. You have a pretty decent variety of hardware models. There are best brand desks, which are sort of official and pricey, very solid, usually have this version of the hardware and software. Retail price around $100 per motor to start. You can obviously get up from that. There's just 2 motor models for things like skateboards, so that you just have a single unit. Usually there are 2 duplicates inside there that top over a canvas, which I'll go over a bit. Really nice configuration control monitoring software that we have time for a demo on. And then, yes, very sophisticated control algorithms that are a little bit beyond my pay grade, but it will also automatically detect all the parameters that it needs to do that control via that software. And then, if you don't have all sensors in your motor or have a position inverter, it can do some algorithms for sensing the motor position to commutate without those. And there are a bunch of different control schemes to actually talk to it and tell it what to do that are all built in. You can switch between those with the different apps that are all in there. And lastly, of course, it's open source. If the hardware doesn't work for you, you can go do your own PCB layout, publish it, you can get that fabricated, so forth. And also, the software doesn't work for you. Now, the source code repo, change the code, extend it, so forth. So, when should we use the desk? Basically, if you're driving anything small, entry, you probably just use or something like that. If you're trying to power a car, it's not really the best architecture for that kind of voltage and current. The documentation is like decent for basic stuff, and but to get into advanced stuff, you're kind of like searching through release forums and fast forwarding through YouTube videos. And then there's a lot of what like unhelpful help. I don't know if there's any from these guys here, but there's this. You kind of like it'll have food control. It's like you get all up. It's control food. This great scene from Twin we're talking about full automate and the very unhelpful response. And then lastly, if you have sort of the secret sauce in your source code that you don't want to publish, not great for your actual product, but for what is it used for? So if you go to better.sd, which is the sort of founder's official website, it's called Robotics. So I believe it was started at the Robotics project. And then obviously, personal electric vehicle people sort of picked it up. So a lot of people door rate for the loan bill. We just replaced the motor driver sort of range unit with a desk. That's super common, for skateboard people, which really like the perfect scale and cost for that. And then, drones, bigger radio control models, that sort of thing. In terms of like what it's good for, really good for personal projects. You just kind of like get it started quickly, get it off the ground. Commercial prototypes, again, it's using this to figure out control schemes and things. Around prototyping, there's some cool tools now to do that. There's some parameters for that. And possibly small production run, possibly big production runs. Approach that. So I don't know if that would scale the cost. Again, I don't know, like the top $200 for a skateboard, that kind of adds up for your price point. I'm going to do a demo, a little safety talk. Super necessary, but basically it's kind of a lot of power. It's also in the form of kinetic energy, which I have a straight comparison, which is basically butter is about a kilowatt hour of mechanical energy. And kilowatt hour of kinetic energy is dropping on specific mechanical power. So it's a very different scale of like potential damage, like explode or something. But moral of the story, firmly mount your motor. If you have one of these out motors, it's going to be heavy, the shaft, and then it's all out of itself. More than likely, it's just out of your hand. It's, quite a bit of power. Also, if you have it on the ground while you're tuning it or something, real potential to just take out across the room. Run into somebody or damage something or itself. Also, cables, hair, clothing, that way. Don't get your batteries set on fire, but have essentially a fire extinguisher nearby, especially if you're trying to pry them out of the casing or something. For production, there's a little bit of a debate on this. Probably a good idea to use like a fuse or circuit breaker in addition to whatever protection your battery has built into it. But again, there's people that say you always need that battery protection. The other thing is some kind of if you're piloting a vehicle that you're writing custom software for, some kind of a timeout, like watchdog timeout, where if your program hangs or crashes, it will cut power, possibly gently break. And then also if you have something for one wheel skateboard, you really need to know if the rider has fallen off, so you just continue on its way down the street. One thing I've used is kind of a brute force, but there are these little tethers for usually like jet skis that just the little red part of the software button protrudes, and then your shorts over open streets, depending on the model you have. So you use that like on a serial line, you just crowbar that, and that will cause a timeout the best. It does, chance to tap nicely. So I'm going to do a quick demo here. A little short, but we'll see. So I just want to kind of show what the process looks like to just get everything close together and run the tune. Sorry, my curiosity is so let me ask the data into this. And so actually let me go through this slide. That's obviously going to do this. Some kind of power supply. I've got these lithium batteries and motors. These are just kind of commercial optional hub motors. I put these very large bills on it because the Theremin credit is terrible. And then a computer or smartphone. You actually do that for Bluetooth nowadays to run the tuning. USB cable is useful, especially to do firmware updates or bootloader updates, to quit halfway through. And then the best tool software, that is sort of the full version. There's also an app from various app stores. It's a little bit of a nerdy version, more useful for on-the-go tuning versus hardware development. So with that, I will launch the desk tool. Let's see, where we go. Let's see. I'm not sure which. It's over there. This is going to be a little interesting. I should have switched back to mirroring, but I'll just nail down and kind of do it here. So typically you can just hit auto connect and you'll find it over the serial port. So this is now connected to one of the motor controllers here. Dials down a little bit. Actually, let's do this setup first, just to walk through that. So this is setup motor skill according to control. You just hit that, and it has this Weepo wizard that kind of walks through it. I've got a 10 cell battery, and it needs a 2.7. Tap. And I'm going to set this up. Pretty low. This is just for kind of reporting the speed. You'll kind of see, if you look closely, this will start doing some beeping and churning. And it's much learning the inductance and resistance and all that of the different motor windings. So you can slow down, figure out where in the rotation all sensors are active. And so we've got all of our parameters here. And the next step is just to run them in forward direction, make sure that's forward. So that's actually reverse. So we can invert it. And make sure this one's forward. It is. So we're done. And at this point, you kind of have this dashboard. I'm going to switch over to mirroring real quick. All right, so you have this kind of dashboard at the bottom. So I can just stay on the hook. Let's say 2 amps in the motor and go. I'll spin up. And there's also, you'll notice, you can't see it, there's a little cable here connecting the 2 desks with CAN bus. And so you can actually remote to the other desk and have it also do things. And I'm going to jump back to, well, I was just going to go through. As I mentioned, there's a bunch of different control schemes. I don't know if you all read this. PPM, this is emulating a servo. Old school RC models have a servo that's a triangle rotary switch resistors. Yeah, it basically uses a pulse position modulation scheme. Analog, self-explanatory. UART is a whole custom kind of packet system that you can send packets to it or other microcontroller. And then you might have some of the other ones. This is actually some Bluetooth options. Shout out to one of our sponsors. There is a Bluetooth module that that's all we actually do. So you can connect to this, which is super handy if it's like a vehicle. You can have a cable or your phone or laptop while you're tuning things. And then balance. So this is for one of the little segways, that sort of thing. It doesn't really do robot balancing, but it does like human balancing. And then PS is a located sensor using a device. You might have analog control both. Let me just jump back to the slides real quick. So again, the apps, I don't want to go that way. So why are we over here? Okay. Oh, the last slide. You can write your own custom app. So this is like just an extensibility built into the source code. It's still definitely hacking, static software in the whole ARM toolchain installed and so forth. A little bit more advanced. Packages is a new thing as of version 6, which we released around the first of the year. And that's sort of the language I would have chosen for this kind of application, but this that version of this VM, you can have compiled dependencies that mean the inline is like Xcode and then there's QML, which is PTs that the tool that's used for that as a tool. And there's always kind of the UI actually lives on the motor controller flash, and you can scale it by app that's connected to it to display that jobs. Kind of interesting. You can have, again, writer dependencies, which is useful. I haven't quite worked out how exactly to do this, but you can observe and graph variables in your code. If you have some type of goal or something, let's see what the inputs or outputs or these states are, you can actually look at those on a graph, not have to write out the code itself. And something that I think is pretty cool is the role of reevaluate correctly. So if you're debugging something like I2C something, you can just run that. Just run this. So the way I got into this, and we might have a few questions like drag this out to all the demo stuff tomorrow. Kind of build a weight sensing electricity or just what this is. Had the idea kind of college era, created an initial prototype that ran about 10 seconds before the really catching fire. And then in 2005, I built what I call Real which looked like this from below. And it was a commercial servo amplifier with a little analog circuit guiding it and some pressure sensors to sense the weight. And people had the batteries, the little keychain remotes turn on and off. And it worked pretty well. And I met with it. The guy that runs the business in Vancouver. We improved it to a four-way model using here, color guts and mounted instead of wheels. That from the 7. In 2014, we actually took our C outliners and built it in sort of a conventional longboard, kind of a precursor to this kind of thing. And then in 2021, I revisited this, probably to get taken off because this is actually using I2C with a connector in the truck. Definitely working on a new design there with a little bit of cell amp. It does have some nice interlocking features like detecting shorts and open circuits in the bridge, but there's some glints in the process. Using EmbeddOS, which is not also a great fit for this kind of product. And then just very recently, I want to do this as a package. This code probably some good dependencies, but it's really not that complicated to control it. So unfortunately I started a little bit late. I would love to show you all the basics of the weight difference controlling the current, but unfortunately we don't have time. But maybe I have time for 2 questions.
Does it have positive traction?
You can do traction control between the 2 motors. There's a setting.
Right. Yeah. It'd be such a useful thing.
Are they
But I haven't seen the newer buses. Are they still using like anti-spark switches and stuff like that for the power connecting, or is there any kind of onboard?
The fancy ones have an onboard, the basic ones don't. So yeah, if you get the best brand desks that are like $600.
I'm clear, who makes them now? Trappa?
Trappa is the official best brand desk. Okay, there's kind of high-end ones. There's a company called Unshirts Skier for this guy that sells pretty decent ones on Amazon. I have one here. This is from a defunct Australian company called Invention. That's just kind of a new out for convenient kind of old school desk hardware. So there's a few different people that make it, and of course you can download the schematics and create your own PCB layout. Yeah, so it's not, if not the commercial options like work out way. All right. I should probably call it right about there and turn it over to my presentation, but thank you so much.
You should bring it to Control H and.
Yeah, absolutely.
No.
That's a pretty good idea. It's heavy, but
department. And I was kind of hoping we would have more students here because some of this you may already know. This, of course, is Eddie Lamar, who filed this patent on spectrum communications in the 40s. So I'm hoping that in this audience is the next person who's going to file a critical breakthrough patent like this. Again, if you work with students or young people, you should be encouraging them to be that person. So I'm going to be discussing time domain versus frequency domain, spectrum, these charts, digital modulation, radio certification, a little bit about open source software. I'm more of a hardware and systems person, and I'm sure you are the software experts. So you can kind of use this framework to dig in if you don't already know it all. And again, since I thought we would have more students, I have some ideas about what you should study if you want to get your PhD in wireless and earn the class. And I have a little bit of discussion of radios and health, if you want to hear that. So, time domain is the horizontal axis is time. The frequency domain, the horizontal axis is frequency. And you can think of it as a piano. The width of the piano, lowest to the highest, is a frequency domain representation of the control system. If you look at the frequency domain, you with a frequency, you'll have the pure fundamental frequency, which is a sine wave. But usually it'll be harmonics around it. It's very difficult to build a physical oscillator, impossible to build a physical oscillator that produces a pure fundamental no. You never build a perfect amplifier that you feed that signal in, you get only when you get it out. And so that leads to a lot of things we have to do in practice. The beauty is that you can very quickly convert the software between time domain and frequency domain, as already discussed. So this is the chart we have. Ooh, this is terrible. I'm sorry. But at the very top row is the very lowest frequency. So those are the frequencies we use to communicate with submarines under the water that travels to the Earth. And each decade of frequency increases from left to right. We get down here to the far right, which is in the, I think, 30 or 60 meters. This is a log scale within each row. So the big spacers at the lower frequency is really not that many hertz. And that big blue block on the second row, I believe is probably the broadcast. And you leave the microphone. AM radio. Oh, AM radio. Yeah, it's like how much bandwidth is there? Couple, tens of kilohertz. This bottom row here, which again I'm very sorry, but bottom row is the entire electromagnetic spectrum. We go from the very low, somewhere in wavelengths. Radio waves is this section here. So this is all of that. You go all the way up to X-rays and gamma rays. So the electromagnetic spectrum is photons. We don't usually think of very low frequency photons in radio waves, the photons that they are, and they demonstrate that wave particle value more on the wave side. Right? And I'm going to discuss in a minute the ISM band, but the point of this is that the radio frequency spectrum assignments, which are done by the working group of the United Nations, they're all filled, but they're not always used all at the same time, which leads to the idea of cognitive radio, where you will listen to see if nothing's happening. If you're allowed to transmit that data and what's happening, you can do so. And generally what happens is the mobile frequencies are between about 500 megahertz and up to maybe 21, 2300 megahertz, so 2.3 gig. And as you get above that, they tend to be more directional and travel less far with the same amount of power. So the mobile industry, which we carry in our pocket, is always gobbling up the adjacent spectrum, which might be able to be used for something else. So I guess that's what's more important, downloading, watching Netflix on your phone or something else. So most of the things that you find at this conference use standardized radios and the ISM bands. And so what the ISM bands are bands that have been identified that you can transmit a certain amount of power, certain amount of energy density with certain kind of antennas that aren't, too powerful, so you can share it with other people. But that also means if you use one and somebody interferes with you, it's a delicate discussion of who's right and who's wrong. Who has to get off, and there's no guarantees. So you have to pick where you're going to be on that chart and buy a radio from one of our sponsors, and hopefully it's certified, and then figure out what you're going to do with your antenna and software and power supply. So this ISM band is great because it doesn't require a lot of use it. You don't have to buy spectrum from the government. And in the case of the US government, they used to just give it away, and now they started to sell it. So you might have to buy it. In your ISM, you don't have to. Higher frequencies, shorter distance, you can travel. So if the closer you have to be between the transmitter and receiver, if you're trying to build a large network, telephone network, you need a lot of antennas. The more transmit power you need, the more power the power amp the transmitter uses, so the more batteries you need. If you're traveling in a jet or a satellite, you're going to get Doppler distortion. So you have to take that into account in the design of the radio system. One of the neat things you can do is MIMO. So I'm sure you've seen those home routers with 6 antennas or 4 antennas with fake antennas will be like a porcupine. But that allows you to transmit more data or to reduce your noise margin. So you kind of trade those off by the number of radios and antennas and receivers. You can build a very exotic antenna that does beam steering. So that's what it's the satellite system from Musk. Starlink. So that's what Starlink does. There's some wonderful teardown videos on YouTube where somebody tore it down, and probably you'll be able to buy used ones and mod them. And there are also chips from various manufacturers who allow you to build huge steering antennas, but the Starlink is sold at a loss, so on the hardware, it's probably one and a half cents. If you want to do it cheap, but do it legally, be very aware of what you're doing in the spectrum. You can band together different channels and radio protocols, especially on mobile phones. You can even use multiple carriers at the same time to increase your data throughput. But again, it becomes more and more complex. In digital modulation, we send radio packets. There's a burst of data, and usually there's like a little wait time or a long wait time, and then you send a burst of data. So how long do you make the packet? Well, if you have error protection on the packet, the longer the packet, the greater probability you'll have an error, which then means you need to retransmit or recover using, error control bits. Anything to improve security also costs. The big specs like 3G, 4G, 5G, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi take years to develop. So if you're interested, you can kind of get in early, and all of the development processes are public. It may not take your input on redesigning it. You can at least follow what's being done, and then there's, the spec is thousands of pages long. So it's all open source in a way, but there also is intellectual property, which if you want to use it, you may need a license if you want to be legal. So they usually pull the intellectual property into a batch that is easier to license. But I work on WiMAX, which was a candidate for 4G and lost. But a big part of the entire motivation for WiMAX was descending from the IEEE 14, as opposed to descending from the European mobile phone standardization branch. The entire purpose, let me put this diplomatically, one of the advantages that WiMAX has been accepted would have been to minimize the Qualcomm IP in 4G. So, we're down the hardware, and all that, but there's a lot of IP politics in these big states games. Okay, so I'm not going to talk about analog modulation. If you're interested in analog modulation, you can get an old VCR on that, this old coax connector, and it will broadcast on channel 3 analog television, which you then could plug into an analog television with a coax input and an analog tuner and watch channel 3 from your VCR. FM, obviously, AM, there are probably many analog and modulation schemes, but today everything is digital modulation. So what is digital modulation? You have a sine wave that's a carrier up in the upper left, which is not, again, not a pure sine wave. It's got some other sidebands and harmonics. You can break up your world into cells with antennas pointing in 3 directions with their own independent data communication and different frequencies. There's in the telephone network, mobile phone network, for smart reasons, because radio is terrible. They originally designed them to use frequency division multiplexing. That's represented by, let's just say that. So one band will be used for transmitting, one set of frequencies, and the other band will be for receiving. Unfortunately, the LTE spec is very complex, so there are multiple options for which bands to use for transmitting and receiving that could be swapped into different variations. But it would be a lot more efficient to use time-based multiplexing than the transmit versus time, stop, the receiving device, switch it over, and then you switch to receive. So you transmit from the antenna for a while, stop, and then receive, vice versa. Because most of the time we're sending the data to the subscriber on the mobile phone. And so if you're developing some sort of radio project, like the kind of things that people are talking about, you have to think through, what are you sending, what are you receiving, what's the relative time criticality, and what's the data volume, how does that affect the complexity of the radio? In current phones, we're getting up to about 2,000 carriers for transmit, 2,000 for receive in a 20 megahertz channel. But so the older mobile phone technologies have like 3 to 4 megahertz channels. So it's kind of on bigger channels, and that means the radio has to be more complex. So, how many people know that? So the idea is if you mix two frequencies in a nonlinear medium, you'll get those two frequencies out. You'll also get the sum of frequencies and the difference of frequencies. So you put two frequencies in, you get 4 out. And that's exactly how you tune a guitar using beats. We want to know out the difference beats, and then we have the guitar and the tuning source are the same frequency. In a radio, the mixer does that. So you feed a reference local oscillator into the mixer, and your encoded frequency, and it generates the sum of the difference, which you end up using to transmit and receive, as I'll show you. So if you're transmitting, you generate the equivalent of all the sine waves, all the carriers you want on, and obviously not the ones you want off. You feed it in the mixer jumps it up to whatever your very high transmit frequency is, and it goes out the antenna. And the receiver does the reverse. The antenna is tuned to be relatively frequency selective. And it usually goes through a filter. So if there's some other radio transmitter out there that you don't want, it's filtered out, doesn't overload the receive signature. Then you use the mixer to down mix it to something your A to D converter can understand. So you're not building a gigahertz capable A to D converter. You're building a 20 megahertz or 40 megahertz A to D converter. This is basically what I said. Once it goes through the A to D converter, use the fast forward transform to translate it back down to your disk, and if you're transmitting, you do the reverse. You use the fast Fourier transfer form to generate the equivalent of all the sine waves in your carrier, for your carrier. Radio frames are a lot like an Ethernet frame on a wire, or obviously Wi-Fi like this. You have a preamble, and you might have your source and destination, you have your data, you have your error detection. You might have a host handle that says this is the end of this radio packet. So you send that out, and all the receivers are listening, and they're listening for the preamble. Say, okay, well, there's a packet, and this is the start of the packet. But the problem is, the higher in frequency, the more you get reflections of the original transmit signal off of buildings on the way to the receiving antenna. So one of the things the signal processing has to do in the receiver is find a one true packet and throw out all the reflections, which of course are in random, not random, timeline based on how far they have to travel, based on what is reflected off of it. So if you're going to buy a receiver from one of our sponsors, this is all taken care of. But somewhere in the code, all this stuff exists if you dig deep. So just be aware. You probably don't want to dig that deep, but it's there. Layered software stacks is something everybody should probably be familiar with. When you pick your radio, the vendor will know who has a software stack for it. And a lot of them are open source, developed by maybe people in the room. So the question is, what is a software stack going to do? Where are you going to interface with it? What are you going to kind of leave as the built-in functionality that was coded? So I came kind of thinking we have this room filled with students because it's important state. And they would be talking about how they're going to buy a jammer off of Alibaba. And the whole point of the talk was like, don't do that. And the reason is, first, those transmitters, because no one ever tested them, if you can trust the test, check to see what spectrum they're putting out beyond what they say they're putting out, or what if you just want to jam one little thing, what they would be putting out. And they can also have all kinds of garbage because of the harmonics in the circuitry. Any budget you have to sort out who's the customer, what's the use case? So start there. In any case, you'll be copying the use case, so that's great too. And then, as I said, select your ecosystem you're going to work in to do your project. So, what, if you're a student, what should you be studying? I talked a little bit here about analog stuff, and we don't have to study that. So if you want to work on the antenna part, the power amplifier, the filters, you should study that. You definitely need fields and waves, that's the antenna and propagation. Visual signal processing, because that's always evolving. As compute power increases, you have more you can do with coding and decoding, compression, and so forth. If you are building something with batteries, you have to be aware of power. And I looked into this quite a bit in my consulting with another large company. And the current theory is what you want to do, first your transmitter takes all the power. Your receiver,
doesn't take much power, your filter doesn't take much power, your AV for processor takes little power, your transmitter takes the power. So what we want to do is run fast, use a lot of power, transmit everything you need to do, and then power everything down. And if you're talking about the code for the data processing, your compilers, many compilers are power aware. So you need to understand how to trigger that compiler, but a lot of that is taken care of. But at the application layer, you need to plan when you're going to run the power out on the transmit side. Digital communications overlaps with digital signal processing. There's kind of a higher layer with all that kind of networking layer stuff, which also goes with all the control layers and how does the transmitter and receiver find each other. Machine learning is always going to be spread across the source space. I don't know the graduate programs that are great in this, but if I wanted to find out, what I would do is I would look at through LinkedIn who the top universities hired to be professors, who the top commercial entities hired to be researchers or product development people. What everybody learns now in engineering school is simulation, right? And there are going to be many different areas of simulation to solve a problem, and you're going to have to use them all in many cases. So you're going to be learning in your program several, simulation modeling tools. You're going to have to, through your career, learn the next one as well. As I say, research who's being hired to figure out, what schools they're coming from, and then select those schools if that's possible. And then it's also fun to get a manager radio license because it's very easy and it opens up some bands that you can use that other people can't. Plus you'll meet crazy people. And I had an unusual experience where I was traveling in Africa, this is quite a while ago, and the way I found the contact who was going to help me out in the next city was through this network of amateur radio people that talk to each other all the time just for fun, and see how far they could talk, who they could have as friends to talk to. So it's not hard, it's usually local groups that will help you together and reach out. This is a list of, this is the website of the allocation chart. Then the next level up, the UN world charts, which differ by region. So, US and Canada are similar, but not exactly the same. And then it will be different in Europe and so forth. Then there's a whole series of US SEC websites where you can find where they tested new radio devices or even ones you're considering buying, or ones that are interfering with projects. So that's useful. Questions, and then I'll talk a little bit about politics.
When you're talking about time domain, multiple bubble collection versus frequency domain, you didn't also talk about code domain.
You're right, yes.
Is that pretty much gone away at this point? That was Qualcomm's bread and butter.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think it's completely dead, but it's all the new mobile radio spectrum music. Code domain is essentially that in the modern concept.
decide which carrier you're going to use based on code, and you keep changing that code, the receiver also knows that code and constantly want to see the whole idea of your patent is that you can make secret communications because you all this wouldn't know the code. Right. There may be some exotic way to get around that. Those processes. Let's touch on this. Well, this is the funny thing. The guy at Intel named Kevin Klein, and he's a race car guy, but he's also called Crowdfunding. And he did a lot of different jobs and jobs at very senior level, and they basically do what you're going to do. And he became a radio. So we talked about how someday, which is right about now, we'll all be carrying 100 radios on our body. So the transmitter is one radio, the receiver is one radio, and you have multiple bands, you have multiple protocols, you've got Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, all of your various local radios for the public network and so forth. Maybe you'll have something that's some medical sensor. Your phone, your watch senses your phone. So there are a lot of transmitters in the world. And then, of course, at your home, your appliances have radios, and your car has radios, and so forth. And then wireless barcodes are radios. So it's a good area to be in, and you'll have to specialize since it's such a huge field. So I have a professor that studied this. In the old days, what you do is you would take rats and you'd expose them to 1,000 times whatever you thought was bad. And then you kill them and operate on them and count the tumors. So we've gotten better than that. There's an important chart which I quickly didn't bring, which talks about the human body exposure to radio limits, suggested limits. And they suggest a lower limit where the wavelength of the radio wave is about the size of your body. Your body's a meter and a half tall, 2 meters tall. So the idea is, like with any wave, it's going to couple into things that are the same size, and a couple into an antenna that is roughly the same size. It's not going to couple into something that's super small or super large in relation to the size of the wavelength. Now, it is certainly clear that radio waves can produce heating, and the proven problem that is defect in the eye and cataracts, so it dries out all the liquids in the eye and messes up the lens. So that's why people who climb television towers to change the light bulbs have a certain number of minutes per year that they're allowed to do that. And it's probably also a very dangerous job to be on a Navy ship standing in front of a huge radar. So there are certain known problems. So the question is, what about unknown problems? And there's been a lot of noise in the press, and of course, a lot of researchers would love to discover that it is terrible that they discovered it. But I don't think that it's been found. Your body is salt water, which is a conductor. So radio waves don't penetrate very far in a conductor. So you have to look up for the power and the frequency, what's the skin depth penetration into your body. And it's not that deep for those frequencies. the field strength is very low, so, yeah, if you're in front of a giant radar transmitting antenna, it could be a lot of power, but your average base station for a mobile phone network is not a lot of power. If you're really, concerned about exposures or radio waves in the mobile network, you shouldn't have a phone. Because it's your phone transmitter, which you're carrying, which is more electromagnetic intensity than that mobile base station antenna that's quarter mile away or half mile away or a mile away. So if you're paranoid about radio waves, don't have them. And then, I don't know if I want to go too deeply into this, but basically what the body is the cells, and they're manufacturing proteins and copying their genetic information, their DNA, to then divide into cells. So if there's an error, and there are errors all the time, the immune system will find that bad protein usually, or a cell that has a bad copy of DNA that is still functional but not working the way it should, and flush it out of the system. So you don't have to live a pure life if you have a good immune system. Now, if you're young, you have a good immune system. If you're old like me, it's kind of winding down. And of course, you can have various medical conditions that cause your immune system to not be at peak, as we discovered over the last several years. So the point is that you probably cause more damage to your body being paranoid, worried, and stressed about the effect of radio waves than radio waves themselves. So that's it.